Dean and Lily Book 2. Pacing. By Kyla Moore. Chapter 1. Lily. Kira and I had just sat down to dinner, numerous Chinese takeaway boxes set out on the table before us, when I received a text from Roxy saying I was needed at the den. My stomach immediately twisted, and apparently so did my face as Kira asked, "Is it them? The Mafia?" I nodded. "I'm not rostered on for weekends." I looked down at the message again. Roxy could have been a little more specific. I should go. Unsure of whether this was a call to cover someone's shift or if I was going to the basement instead, I changed into my usual uniform, all black shorts and t-shirt with a pair of sneakers. "Good luck," Kira said with more of a grimace than a smile as I left the apartment. The appetite I had worked up for dinner now long gone. It wasn't long after arriving at the den that I found myself being directed to the basement by Jen. She had explained that Roxy had said I was needed downstairs tonight. Antonio wanted me there from start to finish to patch up his fighters through the night. The basement was already filling up with eager punters ready to place their bets as I made my way off the stairs and along the back of the gathering crowd, passing the wall of fighter photos as I headed for the lounge out the back, all the while keeping my nerves in check and my bag strap gripped tightly in my hands. I was completely out of my depth here and all too aware of the looming possibility that my dad would disown me if he found out I was hiding this from him, from his investigations. I wrung my hands nervously as I slowed to a stop at the edge of the lounge area, noticing the first aid box waiting, untouched on the coffee table. I glanced around at the mix of familiar and unfamiliar faces of the fighters, most too busy preparing for their fights to notice me, while others stole quick and confused glances my way. "Lily." I followed the sound of the familiar voice to the kitchen and smiled when I spotted Seb by his locker, waving me over with a big grin on his face. He wasn't dressed for a fight, wearing jeans and a plain t-shirt with his wrist in a brace. Relief washed through me as I approached him, happy that I would have at least one familiar face to talk to tonight. "You've clearly left an impression with Antonio if he's got you down here again," Seb said as I stopped beside him. He crossed his arms and smiled. "You're looking better than the last time I saw you." The last time being when I was throwing up in a gutter. "Well, I hope so." I laughed weakly and glanced around the room at the varied fighters moving about. Some built like giants, others wirier, and a few short and stocky. I had just caught a glimpse of his back tattoo, the set of wings etched across his shoulder blades and down the back of his arms as he hit into a punching bag in preparation for tonight, when Seb nudged me with his arm. "I wouldn't worry too much. Most of these guys are pretty harmless," he said. Had I really looked that nervous? "Except maybe Murphy," Seb added. I froze. "He's here tonight?" Seb nodded toward the man sitting on one of the couches, the back of his head to us, until one of the other fighters struck up a casual conversation with him. He turned his head sideways to reveal his poxy skin, and I shuddered. "Him and Dean are set to verse at the end of the night." Seb cocked his head slightly, his eyes on Murphy still. "I don't understand how he thinks he'll walk away a winner from this one. Dean has been itching to smack him since Thursday, because fighting outside the basement wasn't allowed. Dean had held back the night Murphy and his cronies had pinned him to the front window of the den. I had only ever seen one of Dean's fights back when all of this was another world away from my own, and it had been over for his opponent long before it really started. There was no doubt that Dean would be able to take on Murphy with the same lethalness. Even now, as Dean ripped into the punching bag across the room, it was easy to see Murphy had a challenge ahead of him. Dean had several inches in height on the Irishman. "Come on," Seb said, making his way across the room. "We'll go wait by the entrance. There's a better view from there." I followed closely after him, keeping out of the path of the other men or avoiding bumping into them as we approached the entrance, stopping to wait behind the temporary dividers that separate the crowds from the back of the basement. From here we could look directly down the clear, solitary path to the pit. The fights kicked off at around 7 p.m. with the first round being for the more novice opponents. I had to double-check with Seb that he hadn't made a mistake when he pointed out the first of the novices, a huge man with arms as thick as tree trunks. "We call him Tiny Tim," Seb had said as the giant of a man stalked into the pit. "He's one of Antonio's newest guys." I couldn't help but stare, and prayed that his poor opponent made it out alive after the first round. Seb had explained the majority of the novices tonight were newcomers, and yet they fought just as violently as the other, more experienced fighters, each and every one leaving the fight pit with at least a bloody nose, split lip or nasty bruising on their ribs and faces. Out of the 14 men who walked from the pit, I only saw 3, wrapping one guy's head, strapping a fractured pinky with a popsicle stick, and finding a bag of frozen peas for another who had a headache. The latter being told off by Seb as he reminded them, "She's here for mild injuries, not to fetch things for you. You've got legs, use them." Throughout the evening, Seb and I either watched from the entrance or played cards out the back during the matches Seb deemed less exciting. Seb had invited Dean to join us as he wrapped his fists in gauze, but he declined, giving me a small nod as a greeting before turning his attention back to his fists, flexing his hands. His fight with Murphy was not far to go now, as Seb and I waited by the entrance again. Dean eventually joined us, shirtless, calm, and serious as he watched the fighters currently wrestling one another into choke holds. He hadn't spoken a word all night. Antonio had also come tonight. Sitting in the front row opposite the entrance and flanked by his bodyguards, Roxy sat beside him. They were a stark difference to the rowdiness of the rest of the audience, sitting silently and just watching. Seb had explained Antonio only ever came when Dean was fighting, and that he was glad he wasn't fighting tonight because his presence put pressure on everyone else to fight better. If Dean was feeling pressured, he was hiding it well. Apart from the furrow in his brow and the look in his eyes that could cut through stone, he seemed almost content, almost bored as he folded his arms across his bare chest. The movement made a muscle in his abdomen twitch. My attention flicked back to the fight pit when Seb had caught me looking, chewing my lip, forcing myself to focus solely on the fight when an Irish accent cut through the cheers of the crowd. "Your nose is unusually straight for a fighter," Murphy said as he stood on the other side of the entrance, facing the fight pit but looking at Dean from the corner of his eye with a smirk on his face. "That'll have to change, I think." Dean remained silent, ignoring his opponent, and rolled out his shoulders. Seb was also ignoring him, or at least trying to as he rolled his eyes when Murphy had spoken. It seemed to be the smart choice not to pay Murphy any attention, so I kept my eyes ahead except for when I snuck a few wary glances in his direction. "After I break your face," Murphy continued, "how about I break a couple more ribs, yeah?" Seb scoffed. "Shut your face, you stupid little man." If it weren't for the seriousness of the situation, I may have smiled but chose to keep my expression as blank as possible. It was hard not to feel nervous as Murphy shifted in the corner of my vision, turning his attention on us, irritated and about to talk back, but he changed his mind, tilting his head slightly before a smirk spread across his face again. "Hey, dollface, almost didn't see you there." I tensed, once again flicking my attention back to the fight pit after risking a look his way. Seb took the smallest of steps back, Dean shifting forward, both completely blocking Murphy from view thanks to their size. I was safe with them. Murphy laughed, a forced sound, but left it at that. A bell sounded, signaling the end of the second last fight. The fighters, one popping his nose back and walked from the fight pit as bloodied messes. There was no grudge between them as they congratulated one another on a good fight, then went their separate ways in the back. When the crowd finally calmed again, the microphone whined. I winced, Seb swore and covered his ears. Dean grimaced and Joe's voice echoed around the basement as he announced the next and final fight. Introducing Murphy first, his fighting nickname was Murphy's Law, then Romeo, barely getting the words out before the audience went crazy again, stamping their feet, clapping, and pounding their fists on the metal barrier around the fight pit, clearly excited for their reunion. As Dean made his way down the entrance, I turned to Seb. My voice was muffled by the shouting and chanting of the room. "What is Murphy's problem with Dean?" Seb pressed his lips together, waiting for the crowd to be a little less loud. But that wouldn't happen, and so he leaned closer. "Jack Murphy is an ex-MMA fighter. He was kicked out of the sport for using performance-enhancing drugs. When he discovered this place had no rules against drug use, he joined." A bell rang out again and Murphy threw the first punch, but Dean blocked with one arm and struck with the other. He thought he would easily beat everyone here because he was once a pro fighter. On his first night in the ring, Murphy was pit against Dean and thought he had that fight in the bag. Until Dean, just 19, completely flattened him. Murphy had managed to swipe Dean's leg out from under him, but he caught himself before he hit the ground. I flinched as Murphy made to kick him in the head, but narrowly missed as Dean rolled out of the way. Pivoting on his lower back and kicking out Murphy's ankles, Murphy went down hard, cracking his head on the sand-covered ground. The sound of the smack drowned out by the roar of the crowd. Then what happened? I found myself unable to look away from Dean. The way he moved with deadly precision and intent, his muscles already gleaming with fresh sweat. He made it look easy, like a dance. Murphy was pissed that someone 5 years younger than him had beaten him. Seb was only half paying attention to his story as he too was enthralled with the fight, throwing up a fist in triumph whenever Dean landed a punch that set Murphy stumbling. Since then, Murphy has had this vendetta to beat Dean however way he can kick his ass. Last year, he wrapped knuckle dusters under his fist wraps before the fight. It was enough to pull my attention from the pit. What? Isn't that against the rules? There are no rules, Seb shrugged. Cheating is allowed but isn't respected. Murphy was booed out of the ring. That explains the ribs. Yep, broke 3 of them, had a pretty nasty concussion, vomited in the pit. Seb smiled as he crossed his arms and looked at Dean with pride. Dean still won that fight though. I looked back at the fight just as Dean recovered from an elbow to the face, wiping his nose on the back of his hand, then smiling a little when he saw the blood. This clearly frustrated Murphy as he threw more punches but missed each time, instead tiring himself while Dean dodged and weaved. It didn't look like Murphy had brought his knuckle dusters this time. Antonio had to force Dean to go to hospital after that. I frowned and found Seb's smile had wavered. Why? Seb hesitated, shifting on his feet and sliding his hands into his pockets. Dean isn't a huge fan of hospitals. The night I had found Dean, he was adamant that he wouldn't go to hospital. I had thought it was because he didn't want to be caught by the authorities for being an illegal fighter. There was no need for me to ask any more questions as Dean's mother, Sophia, came to mind. She was once a dancer, seen in the photographs on the wall of their home, but was now wheelchair-bound. Whatever had caused her to be that way would have included hospital visits, possibly traumatic ones that I had no business knowing about. The fight lasted an extremely long 15 minutes before Dean, blood dribbling from his nose and panting, punched Murphy across the face. Murphy spun on the spot, spit, blood and a tooth flying through the air before he landed face first in the sand. Breathing heavily, still conscious, but too dazed to get to his feet. The bell rang out again and the audience roared, but soon simmered down to near silence as Dean stepped up alongside Murphy, who slowly rolled onto his back and offered him a hand. His lips pressed together in a thin line as he reluctantly offered to help his nemesis off the floor, an offer that was quickly slapped away by Murphy as he helped himself up, struggling at first to gain his balance before he staggered to his feet and marched out of the pit, swaying slightly as he passed Seb and I on the way out. Well, don't just stand there gawking, Joe said over the speakers, prompting the audience to erupt into cheers and hoots again for Dean. He held up his hand in a way of thanks, but kept his head down as he left the pit, wiping more of the blood that now stained his lips on the back of his hand as he strode down the entrance. Sweat dripped from his black hair, strands of it hanging messily across his forehead, and his naturally tanned, tattooed skin glistened in the lighting of the pit. He moved with self-assured but humble confidence, not bothered by others watching him. His biceps flexed with every wipe of his nose, the muscles in his torso moving subtly with every step he took, his black shorts sitting just a little too low on his hips. I snapped my gaze back to his face and soon wished I had looked anywhere but there. Dean was looking straight back at me, his chin held high and eyes partially hooded as he lazily looked me over from head to toe, replicating the way I had just gawked at him, but doing it with a little more subtlety. I fixed my eyes on the fight pit instead, as if watching the audience slowly collecting their winnings and filing out of the basement was the most fascinating thing I had ever seen. Meanwhile, my face burned as if I had stood out too long in the sun. I vaguely heard Seb and Dean exchange words before one of them tugged my sleeve. It had been Seb, not Dean, who'd moved on already, saving me from any more awkwardness. Seb's mouth twisted as he looked at my face and raised his eyebrows. "Are you feeling all right? You look a little red." "Oh, it's fine. The air down here is just a little stuffy." I fanned myself with my hand for emphasis. He chuckled and nodded to the lounge area where everyone was gathering. There should be some bottled water in the fridge. As we joined the rest of the fighters, their opponents having already left via the back door, Antonio had started a congratulatory speech for those who had won their fights. It was short and simple, and something Seb wasn't about to interrupt to go to the kitchen, so we waited, standing behind one of the couches, Seb with his arms crossed while I subtly covered my nose with my hand, blocking the smell that was wafting across the room from all the sweaty bodies. My eyes drifted towards Dean sitting on a couch adjacent to us with Roxy perched on the rolled arm beside him. Like myself, they were only half listening to Antonio's speech. Dean was pinching the bridge of his nose, his head resting on the back of the couch to stop the bleeding, with a frown etched on his face and Roxy whispering in his ear. Clearly Dean had told her that I wasn't his plaything, giving her free range to flirt as she pleased. That sultry look on her face again as she brought her fingers to his hair, delicately brushing through the jet black strands before Dean jerked his head away and moved aside. Roxy bristled, and I averted my gaze as she graciously stood and strutted past Seb and I on her way back upstairs, only catching a glimpse of the scathing look in her eyes as she went. If looks could kill, she would have just butchered everyone in the basement, and whoever crossed her path when she got upstairs. I feel sorry for Jen and Xavier, Seb murmured. And last but not least, Antonio said, I'd like to thank our dear Lily for the help she provided a few of you tonight. I froze as Antonio lifted his cane to gesture to me, the light catching on the gold of his watch as he smiled a cunning glimmer in his blue eyes and added, She's a very talented young woman with a bright future ahead of her. I forced myself to smile, my stomach a jittery mess, and muttered a thank you as the two men I had treated murmured their appreciation. Seb gave me a supportive nudge with his elbow. The attention of the group wasn't on me for too much longer once Antonio lowered his cane again and bid his farewell, leaving the basement with his entourage of burly bodyguards as the rest of the fighters went about gathering their belongings before they went home too. Well, some planned on going home. Others wanted to enjoy the rest of their Saturday night, including the two standing across the lounge area from us as they began talking of their plans for the evening. One of them had a nasty scar running diagonally across his mouth. Joe had announced him as Scarface. I'll get you that water, Seb smiled as he moved away to the kitchen in the back. I waited idly behind the couch in silence, my arms folded tightly across my chest as I kept an eye on the movements of every man down here, making sure none got to close without me noticing first. Dean was still on the couch, arms spread out along the back, his head reclined and eyes closed, looking as if he were about to doze off if it weren't for the blood on his lips and the semi-permanent frown on his face. Scarface suddenly laughed loudly at the joke his friend had made, the punchline being his blatant mistreatment of the women he planned to see tonight, followed with crude jokes, cursing, and gesturing with their hands to describe what they would do to those women. I tightened my arms around myself, shifting on my feet. It's too late to leave now. They'll notice. Seb returned with a bottle of water, tossing a box of tissues into Dean's lap as he passed him. I took the bottle with a nod as the two fighters brought up how loudly they could make a woman scream in bed. Guys, come on, Seb drawled as he looked at them but gestured at me. Can't you talk about it outside? My eyes widened, but I kept my voice quiet. Seb, it's fine. Just ignore them. If she can't handle it, she shouldn't be down here. The basement isn't a place for little girls, the other fighter said. From the corner of my eye, I noted how Dean sat forward, his elbows propped on his knees as he casually placed the box of tissues on the coffee table, pulled out several of them, then wiped the drying blood from his mouth and nose, completely uninterested in the conversation happening before him. Or maybe she likes what she hears, Scarface added. My throat bobbed as his dark eyes met mine and he took a step forward. Even with a coffee table and couch separating us, it didn't seem like enough space. Seb tensed and I slid back a step. I bet I can make her scream too. You'd enjoy that, wouldn't you, sweetheart? Take one more fucking step, Frank, Dean growled sharply. He was still in the same position, elbows rested on his knees, but his eyes were fixed on Scarface Frank with a hate-filled, unwavering glare, challenging him to cross that invisible line beside the couch. Do it and see what fucking happens. The room had fallen completely silent as everyone anticipated Frank's reaction. No one dared to move themselves, myself included, as we watched with bated breath. Then Frank and his friend scoffed and laughed. As you wished, Your Highness, Frank smirked, sketching a bow before he left with his friend. I only began breathing normally again once they had stopped at their lockers, well away from us. Assholes, Seb muttered as he watched them. Sorry about that. It's okay. I may have been clutching the plastic water bottle a little tighter than I needed to. Do you need a ride home? You only have one helmet for that bike, Seb, Dean said, going back to clean his face. Honestly, it's fine, I shrugged awkwardly. I was going to book a ride home anyway. Dean's eyes slid to me. It's a Saturday night. You might be waiting a while for one. Waiting a while like what happened last time, except instead of being wary of Frank, it had been Murphy. So, we take your car, Seb suggested. Dean cocked a brow. We? You're probably concussed, so you can't drive. Lily, I'm assuming, doesn't have her license. Seb looked at me for confirmation to his assumption, and I nodded, I'll drive. The corners of Dean's lips twitched ever so slightly as he scoffed. You drive cars like motorbikes. No awareness that there's more to the car than the front seat. Or that curbs exist. Seb rolled his eyes. That was one time. Dean looked back to me again, bringing me back into the conversation after I had slipped into silence just listening. It's up to you, Lily. My name coming from him sounded odd, but the simple phrase had made me feel like my opinion actually mattered. Even if it was over something so stupidly trivial. I hadn't meant for my voice to sound so small when I said, I trust you both, if that's what you mean. So, that's a yes for me to drive your car then? Seb asked as he grinned. Fine. Dean rose to his feet and moved toward his locker, Seb and I following along behind him. They both seemed unfazed by Frank and his friend eyeing us from the opposite end of the kitchen area, waiting like sharks for Dean to confront them again. I kept to Seb's side. Dean continued, just don't make any sharp turns or… You'll run over my balls, Seb smiled crookedly, folding his arms. Don't doubt that I won't, Dean warned as he opened his locker, a ghost of a smile on his lips as he pulled a shirt over his head, then grabbed his car keys and tossed them to Seb, who caught them easily with one hand. One thing I learned from being in a car driven by Seb was that he was hopeless at multitasking, specifically talking and driving at the same time. He had narrowly missed running 2 red lights as he told me about the motorbike he owned, a matte black Yamaha that I had seen in the parking lot behind the den. Once Dean's supposed concussion had subsided, they planned to go back later tonight so Seb could ride his bike home. Dean, in the back seat of the Cadillac, had resorted to slinging his forearm over his eyes so he wouldn't witness any near accidents Seb caused on the way over to my apartment, calmly warning him multiple times to stop talking and focus. It wasn't until we pulled up to the curb outside the apartment block that I realized just how hard I had been gripping the leather seat. Thanks for the lift, I said to both of them. Dean pressed his lips together in a smile while Seb said a happy, no problem. I opened the door and stepped out onto the curb when the rust-colored sedan, parked up on the front lawn, caught my attention. I grimaced. Aiden was here. Who owns the piece of shit parked on the grass? I turned to find Dean also looking at the car before he pulled his attention to me. You obviously don't like whoever it belongs to. It's my friend's boyfriend. You met him last Saturday. He nodded in understanding as he looked back at the car. The dickhead with a man bun. I tried not to smile at the fact Dean had met Aiden once and already came to that conclusion. That's him. What kind of dickhead are we talking about here? Seb asked, looking back and forth between us. Like abusive? Smartass? Smartass, Dean agreed, eyes now scanning the rest of the apartment. So, change of plans then? Seb raised his brows at me for a response. I glanced back at the apartment, considering just sticking it out and going inside. But the thought of dealing with Aiden made me feel exhausted already. I mean, it's only 11:30, Seb added as he glanced at the dashboard clock. We could get food or something. Both of them were waiting for a response from me now, Dean being a little less pushy about it while Seb kept giving me encouraging nods and smiles. I smiled a little too. Okay. Chapter 2. Lily. After a little searching, we found a diner that was still open at such a late hour. Pulling up just outside, we considered going in until Dean pointed out he didn't want to scare the few customers and employees inside with how he looked. While he had cleaned up most of his nosebleed, his lips and chin were still a faint tinge of red, and the bridge of his nose was slowly turning a purple-blue hue. Seb volunteered to go order instead. Burgers, fries, and soda. My stomach grumbled at the promise of food now that my appetite had returned. We waited outside of the car. The heat of the day finally came down a few degrees now that the sun was no longer out. It was still humid though, which had made waiting in the car uncomfortably warm, even with the air conditioning on. I had decided to wait on the sidewalk, preoccupying myself with looking up at the stars while Dean had chosen to lean against the back door of the Cadillac, a cigarette hanging from his lips while he fished through the pockets of his shorts for a lighter. I hate saying this, Dean said, brows furrowed in concentration while he lit the end of the cigarette. But you'll get used to it. I blinked. Used to what? All of it. Smoke curled from his lips as he gestured lazily with his hand, the other buried in his pocket. The fighting, the fighters themselves, the way they talk about women. Oh. He shifted on his feet. I'm not making excuses for them. I smiled a little. I know. He studied me for a moment, concern or disappointment in his eyes, before he brought the cigarette to his lips and took a long draw back on it. His attention soon focused on flicking ash into the gutter. Does it hurt? I cringed slightly at how stupid it sounded. Of course, being punched in the face hurts. Dean shrugged and prodded the bridge of his nose. At the moment, no, it's just numb. Do you get injured often? I didn't know my reason for asking these questions other than being curious, and trying to avoid any more awkward silences. But if Dean found the conversation tiresome, he wasn't showing it. He actually seemed genuinely okay with having such a casual conversation. Then again, it could have been the concussion making him a little more approachable. It's usually a split lip, cheek or eyebrow, he said, running a finger along his right eyebrow where there was now a small split through the middle of it. A permanent reminder of the night we met. Sometimes a dislocated finger. This was a lucky shot, he added as he gestured to his nose. I moved closer to the car and out of the way of a middle-aged couple and their two pugs. Out on a late-night walk. They smiled briefly at me, which I returned, then picked up their pace after one look at Dean, who'd paid them no attention as he checked the recent scabs on his knuckles. Once again just existing and not caring what others thought of him. Maybe he was used to it. The quick assumptions about him. I leaned against the sleek, emerald green hood of the Cadillac, leaving a substantial amount of space between the two of us. Seb told me about how Murphy broke your ribs, I said quietly. I couldn't imagine how painful that must have been. There was a ghost of a smile on his lips as he drew back on his cigarette again, nodding as he inhaled. Leave it to Seb to reveal everything about me. His attention was drawn down to the pocket of his shorts before he fished out his buzzing phone, leaving the cigarette to hang from his lips as he frowned at the screen. A fringe of his black hair falling across his forehead in damp tendrils. I only caught a glimpse of Roxy's name on the caller ID before Dean shut his phone off and returned it to his pocket, combing his hair back as he did. I twiddled my thumbs and looked in the other direction, chewing my lip as I reminded myself of the conversation I had had with Kyra earlier today, or rather her request for Romeo's signature for Aiden. In theory, now was a perfect time to ask. Dean was right there and unoccupied, but it was the fact that he was right there that made me stall. I had imagined the scenario earlier today, just ask him. It's not that hard, but now that he was beside me in person, it felt strange. What if he rejected the request? What if it made me come across as using him? Just ask. There's no harm in asking. I cleared my throat and he looked at me immediately. His eyebrow cocked slightly in question as he watched me from side on. The look alone made my heart race. Or maybe it was just the anticipation of what his answer would be. I smiled nervously. So, I have an odd request, and I completely understand if you don't want to, but he had turned to face me, one arm resting on the roof of the car as he leaned against it. Focused, Lily. I was wondering if maybe I could get Romeo's autograph? I grimaced slightly at how that had sounded. How I had sounded when my voice wavered and he had tilted his head. One side of his mouth rose as a lightness flashed across his grey-blue eyes. Why? It wouldn't be for me, is what I should have started with, but for my friend's boyfriend. He's a big fan of yours. Kyra asked if I could get it for him. This boyfriend being the smart-ass dickhead, right? That's the one, I smiled nervously. He assessed me, as if waiting for me to change my mind, then shrugged. Let me find a pen. I started and blinked. Wait, really? He held his cigarette between his lips and leant through the front passenger side window, flicking open the glove compartment and rifling through its contents. When he pulled back out, he held up an old, cardboard drink coaster from the den, a pen in his other hand. Will this do? It's perfect. For Aiden anyway. Using the roof of the car to lean on, puffing on his cigarette, he scribbled across the back of the coaster, then handed it to me. I didn't know how I was expecting his handwriting to look, but was surprised to see it was actually quite tidy. A cursive R followed by a wriggly line. I was half tempted to add to Juliet with crosses, but decided against it. I didn't think Aiden would find that very funny. Damn. Swapping numbers already. Both of our heads snapped toward the door of the diner as Seb approached us. A takeaway bag in one hand, a drink tray in the other, and a big smile on his face as he raised his eyebrows at the two of us. No, I said a little too quickly. It's just an autograph for my friend's boyfriend. I stole a look at Dean as he put out his cigarette with his sneaker. Seb frowned slightly at his friend, placing the bag of takeaway on the hood of the car as he did. Since when did you start giving out autographs? I didn't, Dean said nonchalantly, walking past Seb to lean against the front of the car. It was a strange experience eating takeaway on the hood of Dean's car with the two of them. Watching as Seb made light-hearted jokes, like we hadn't just watched men getting beaten to a pulp earlier. Like Dean said, I would get used to it. Another strange experience, although maybe not so strange, but more something I felt I needed to savor, was Dean daring to allow a full smile to spread across his lips as Seb made these jokes. I had to fight the urge to double take or watch for too long as his cheek dimpled. Him smiling like that was one of those rare, blink and you'd miss it moments. Compared to his usual serious expression, it was refreshing. I had perched myself up on the edge of the hood by the windshield, a chicken burger in my lap and soda in hand, my ankles crossed over and dangling from the side of the car while Seb and Dean leaned against the front. Both tall and athletic, but complete opposites in personality. If I were to compare them to dogs, Seb was definitely a golden retriever while Dean was more of a Doberman. Subtly eyeing off any potential threats in the near-deserted street, while Seb smiled warmly at the few people who did walk past. It was hard to believe that Seb was even one of Antonio's best fighters, or that he fought in the underground fight club at all. He seemed too kind to exist in a world like that. A question then came to mind as I watched the two of them. Are you both a part of the mafia like Antonio? I had been sitting there so quietly, eating my food and busy with my thoughts, that it was no surprise they looked at me as if they may have forgotten I was there. Or, like myself, they were just surprised that of all the questions to ask about them, that was the one I chose. The one I hadn't mulled over before opening my mouth. I looked down, frowning at myself. Sorry, that's none of my business. You mean like made men? Dean asked, pushing off the front of the car with his hip and turning to face me. His expression was neutral as he shook his head. We're not even considered associates. I'm definitely not. Seb had also turned around, taking a bite of his burger before continuing with a mouthful. You have to be Italian for that, right? He said to Dean. Dean nodded and pushed his hands into the pockets of his shorts. Or at least Italian descent. You've also got to be sponsored by another made man in order to join. Seb looked at me but jabbed a thumb in Dean's direction. Which is why he's being groomed by Antonio. My brows shot up and I looked to Dean, who had rolled his eyes. I'm not being groomed, he scoffed. Seb straightened, widening his arms as he took a step back. Come on, you know it's true. He gave you a car. He gestured to the Cadillac with his palm up and shoulders raised. It was headed to the scrapyard, Dean drawled. I just took it off his hands. I blinked and looked back at the car, admiring its sleek and shiny edges. It didn't look like this when you got it. The corner of Dean's lips twitched as he shook his head. But it was Seb, leaning against the hood on his forearms, who replied with a smirk, Dean is very good with his hands. Dean had swatted Seb over the back of the head so fast and efficiently. I had to stifle a laugh with my hand when I saw the shocked look on Seb's face. Oh, Seb said, blinking at Dean in bemusement and rubbing the back of his head until he looked at me. I'm glad you find his bullying amusing. I pressed my lips together tightly, a smile threatening to break through again when I caught the lopsided one on Dean's face. I'm sorry, Seb. Seb shook his head, mocking disappointment at the both of us as he grabbed a handful of Dean's fries. I'm taking these as your apology, he warned before shoving them in his mouth. I smiled to myself as I turned my attention back to the half-eaten burger in my lap. All three of us ate again in a comfortable silence before Seb, taking a second to chew his food, first held up a finger. Don't smack me over the head again, he said pointedly at Dean. But I think if Dean was to become a made man, they probably wouldn't even worry about going through with that weird blood ritual thing they do. My eyes widened. Blood ritual? It's just an initiation ceremony, Dean said far too casually before he noted the worried expression on my face. New members take an oath of silence and spill a few drops of blood from their finger. It's still creepy. Seb shuddered before continuing. Anyway, His accent alone would get him in. Dean frowned and pulled his attention to Seb. "What are you talking about?" "Bro," Seb deadpanned. "I don't have an accent." Seb scoffed and looked at me. He says with an accent. "We all have accents," I said, chewing my lip when Dean had looked at me with curious interest. "Yours just sounds like you're about to tell us you have an offer we can't refuse." "Huh," Seb grinned excitedly as he clapped his hands once and pointed at me. "We're keeping her." "Right, because I don't get enough Godfather references from you as it is." Dean had said it to Seb, who'd smugly stuffed his face with more food, but he had looked at me. A strange look of consideration in his eyes, or maybe even impressment, as he smiled slightly. The radio clock on the Cadillac's dashboard had just ticked over to midnight as Dean, now certain he wasn't too concussed to drive, pulled up in front of the apartment. Just as Seb, now in the back seat, finished telling me about the time he had broken his wrist falling off a roof. He had been as chatty as the first drive back to my place earlier tonight, while Dean sat in relaxed silence driving us home, one hand on the bottom of the steering wheel and the other resting on his thigh. Seb had taken it upon himself to tell me almost every detail about himself during the drive, as well as asking what I did when I wasn't at the den. So I told them about the little, mundane things that made up my life. I worked as a secretary at my mother's real estate agency and liked to read and sketch. Saying it out loud really put into perspective how boring my life was, at least compared to the lives of the two men in the car with me. In return, Seb revealed he was a roof tiler by day, which was how he had broken his wrist, and that Dean worked in a garage, which explained how he managed to fix his car on his own. I looked at Aiden's car, still parked on the front lawn, and hoped that he had gone to bed by the time I got upstairs. "Well?" I raised my shoulders as I opened the door. "Wish me luck, I guess." "You could always send Dean up for you." Seb was grinning, leaning forward between our seats as Dean and I both looked back at him. Dean with his brow raised and me smiling in bemusement. Knock the guy's ego down a little. Tug on the spaces in his earlobes or something. I had given them a little insight about Aiden's antics during the drive too, and of his piercings. That he was a self-proclaimed hipster who often gloated about himself. Seb had questioned how a girl like Kyra, who I also told him about, would want to date a guy like Aiden. I told him that Aiden did treat her right. He just had a funny way of doing it. For some reason, Dean quietly scoffed in disbelief, the only input he had had for the entire conversation. "I don't think Kyra would appreciate that very much," I said in response to Seb's suggestion. Seb shrugged and sat back. "Worth a shot," he smiled. "Thanks, again, for the lift," I said to Dean. "And the food?" I nodded to Seb. "Anytime." Dean's smile was subdued as he brought his eyes from me to the road. "Oh, we're definitely hanging out again," Seb said. "I want to know what other movie references you know." "You'd be surprised," I smiled at him. It turned out all those times my dad had forced Jane and I to watch all those classic movies with him were now finally paying off. After a quick goodbye, I climbed out of the car and headed up to the foyer. The rumble of the Cadillac's engine only started up again once I was safe inside. After a short ride in the elevator, I quietly and quickly walked down the third-floor corridor. The last thing I needed was for our nosy neighbor, Susan, to come out and question why I was getting home so late. She had already caught me once in the past week, after my first shift at the den when I had sewn up Levy's forehead. For some reason, I felt compelled to tell her the first thing that came to mind when she asked where I had been. That I saw a stray cat in the apartment garden that morning and wanted to make sure it was fed. She bought the lie and had even started leaving out a bowl of milk by the foyer doors. I reached the door to our apartment, key ready, and let myself in before the jingling of me unlocking the door sparked Susan's interest. I swear she spent more time listening out for potential gossip than talking to her husband, Henry, a man I rarely saw because he actually preferred his privacy. The apartment was quiet. The only sign someone was still up was the kitchen light sending a soft glow across the living room. As I made my way down the short entrance hall, I heard the kitchen tap running briefly. I crossed my fingers that it wouldn't be Aiden and stepped around the corner, dropping my shoulders in relief when I found Kyra standing by the sink, glass of water in hand, and dressed in an oversized t-shirt. Her red, curly hair pulled into a messy bun on top of her head. "Hey," she whispered with a smile. Her brown eyes looked puffy. "How'd you go?" "It was actually okay," I whispered back. "I didn't have to stitch anyone up this time. Hey, are you okay?" "Oh, yeah." She quickly wiped her eyes. "I just woke up." I nodded and quietly put my bag on the counter. I'm surprised I didn't see Aiden at the fight tonight. We thought we'd have a night in. Kyra smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes like it usually did. I frowned slightly. Are you sure everything's okay? Did you guys have another fight? Everything's fine, she reassured. I'm just tired. I should probably go back to bed. Before you do, I unzipped my bag and retrieved the coaster with Romeo's signature on the back. Kyra gasped happily, her eyes growing bright as she took the coaster and beamed down at it. Oh my God, he's going to love this. She quickly pulled me into a hug, managing to not spill her glass of water down the back of my shirt as she did. Thank you so much, Lil. I squeezed her back. No problem. I hope Aiden doesn't plan to start a collection of Romeo's signatures, though. It turns out he doesn't give them out often. Kyra pulled back, her smile more mischievous now. Well, he must think highly of you if this was the exception, she winked, poking me in the side. Go to bed, I said as I swatted her hand away. She laughed quietly as she walked back to her bedroom, stopping just outside the door to add, let me know in the morning if you have any sweet dreams of Romeo tonight. She winked before slipping into her bedroom and closing the door behind her. I deadpanned at the door, then rolled my eyes. There was no denying that Dean had frequented my dreams lately, but so had everyone and everything else related to the den and its basement. I had a vivid imagination, so of course my brain would blend all that into some wacky version of what I had witnessed. Dean just happened to be the main narrative of those dreams, along with me being arrested by my father and then having my parents disown me completely. I headed to my room and changed into a set of summer PJs, deciding I would shower in the morning as the night finally caught up with me. My body was tired and aching after a long, full day in the heat. I crawled into bed, sinking down into my pillows with a sigh with just the bed sheet on and the ceiling fan on high. For the first time since starting work at the den, after everything I had seen and hid from my parents, my father, I felt like the smallest of weights had been lifted from my chest after tonight. At least just for a moment anyway. Chapter 3. Lily. There was never anything better to do on a Sunday but lay in bed and slowly wake to the sound of the city. I blinked slowly, my eyes adjusting to the morning sun coming in through the gap in the curtains. I hadn't shut them properly last night after collapsing straight into bed, falling into a deep sleep the second my head hit the pillow. The dreams came almost immediately. They had no context to them, just images flickering across my memory of what happened on Saturday. My brain then just pieced them together into a strange collage of a greyish blue. I stretched my arms out wide, yawning and groaning as my stiff muscles relished the feeling. Then let my arms drop back to the bed with a heavy sigh, getting lost and staring up at the ceiling, my eyes almost slipping shut again, before muffled voices out in the living room pulled my attention to the door. Aiden was still here, and from the sound of the clattering and chatter in the kitchen, he was making breakfast. I rolled over and checked my phone. 10 a.m. No panicked missed calls from anyone. No last-minute text to let me know I was working a shift tonight or would be needed in the basement. Sunday was mine for the taking, and I planned to do nothing with it all day. I slowly sat up, rubbing my face tiredly as my stomach rumbled. Shower first, I murmured, rolling out of bed, combing a hand through my hair and stretching again as I shuffled myself into the in-suit off my room. Aiden had made pancakes using his own organic recipe and whatever he could find in our pantry. The only thing missing from them was any sweeteners. Standing in the kitchen in nothing but a pair of ankle-tight sweatpants and his hair in a bun, he had piled several on a plate as I walked into the kitchen. His lightly tanned skin was littered with minimalistic and random tattoos, including Kyra's name above his heart. He had told Kyra and I once before about the significance and deep meanings behind each one of his tattoos, but I still couldn't understand what connection the avocado above his knee had to do with his childhood dog. Lucky I made extra. He pushed out his chest a little, straightening his shoulders in satisfaction as he slid the plate across the counter in my direction. Thanks. I smiled half-heartedly, approaching the counter redressed in my pajamas, which I planned to stay in all day, phone in hand. Aiden hadn't mentioned the coaster yet with Romeo's signature, and I wondered if maybe Kyra was saving it as a surprise for later. How'd you sleep? Kyra asked as she perched on the back corner of the kitchen counter, nibbling on a pancake and sending me a knowing smile. Just fine, thank you. I picked up the plate, mirroring her expression, and moved over to the couch. Kyra huffed a laugh, eventually falling into conversation with Aiden again while I started on the pancakes, or at least tried to, forcing myself to swallow the first bite when it tasted like my mouth had been coated in flour. "They're pretty good, eh?" Aiden grinned. I nodded vigorously. Yeah. Fantastic. Good job." Aiden smiled smugly to himself. Kyra hopped down off the counter. "Did you want any syrup on them?" she chimed as she opened the pantry door. "Ooh, yes, please." "Excuse me?" Aiden gaped, the corner of his lips twitching in a smile as he looked at us both in disbelief, offended. "You can't have sugar-free pancakes, then dump a shitload of sugar on them. It defeats the purpose of sugar-free. She can have fruit instead," he added as he turned back to the fry pan. I blinked, taken aback by his words, before Kyra responded with her happy-go-lucky attitude, waving her hand at what Aiden said as she retrieved the syrup from the pantry, smiling as she did. "Don't be silly, babe." She said she wanted syrup. The spatula dropped against the countertop by the stove with a little too much force. Aiden still had a grip on its handle as he turned sideways to look at Kyra. "And I say it'll ruin them." "Aiden." Kyra's smile slowly faded under the gaze of Aiden's piercing blue eyes. "It's fine," I said quickly, getting to my feet and crossing to the fridge to grab whatever fruit we had in their strawberries. "They'll taste great with these," I smiled weakly, eyeing Kyra as she quietly put away the syrup and moved back to her corner. Aiden's lips pressed together in a smile as a way of thanks, but his eyes said otherwise about his mood. I went back to the couch, the apartment now uncomfortably silent until Aiden pulled Kyra into his arms, murmuring his apology in a hushed tone. "You know how passionate I get about these things." Kyra nodded solemnly, smiling a little, before he kissed her on the head. I pulled my attention to the pancakes again, this time biting into a strawberry first before forcing myself to take another bite, all the while scrolling through my phone, pretending to be distracted by my non-existent notifications, as Kyra and Aiden talked quietly in the kitchen. I was half expecting another text from Roxy to come through, ordering me to cover another shift at the den, or be called into the basement again. I refreshed my notifications. Still nothing. Kyra's giggling brought my attention from my phone. Aiden had tickled her sides while they approached the back of the other couch. "So," she smiled, swatting away Aiden's hands, "Aiden and I are going to my parents' house for lunch." "Thought it was time they met me," Aiden added as he slung an arm around Kyra's shoulders. I faked a smile and looked at Kyra. "Meeting the parents already? That's exciting." Kyra's mums were the owners of this apartment we rented and were the loveliest, most open-minded people I had ever met. When Kyra and I first became friends, she hadn't hesitated to invite me to stay over at her house. My own parents only allowed me to go once my homework was done, my room was clean, and I had done my chores. Once they had run out of excuses to keep me from going, they drove me to Kyra's, but stayed in the car. Her parents spoiled us with dessert for dinner and camping in the garden, watching movies projected on the wall of our tent, playing games and eating snacks until early in the morning. My parents restricted how often Jane and I could stay at our friends' houses from then on, at least while we were still in school. "Did you want to come?" Kyra asked happily. Aiden subtly squeezed her side as he looked at her. It was tempting to go. The last time I had caught up with her parents had been several months ago. I think I might just have the day to myself. I forced another smile. Aiden visibly relaxed again, but played it off by retying his man bun. Kyra nodded once. Totally understandable. An hour later, Kyra and Aiden had dressed and left, seeming a little less tense about what had happened over breakfast. I had the apartment all to myself and put my doing nothing all day plan into action, which consisted mainly of snacking on the couch in my PJs and binge-watching Friends. It had almost felt like my life had returned to normal, so long as I didn't think about my dad's promotion this coming Tuesday, where I was expected to sit in a venue full of police officers and detectives, all the while smiling like I knew nothing. I sighed. "Don't think about it. Today is for me. Maybe I could finish off some of my sketches." My phone buzzed on the coffee table as an incoming text lit up the screen. "Unknown. Are you running late?" This was followed with a nervous smile emoji. I frowned and slowly straightened as I brought the phone closer. If I'd organized something with my family, a caller ID would have shown. There was also no way it could have been Seb planning to hang out again and talk movie quotes. I hadn't given him my number. I thought over everything that had happened in the past 24 hours, everything that had happened yesterday until… Oh, crap, I shot off the couch, phone in hand and sending cookie crumbs flying as I launched myself toward my bedroom door. Gripping the doorframe as I flung myself into the room and raced straight for my dresser. The date with Oliver had completely slipped my mind. I had agreed to meet him at 1 p.m. It was now 10 past. Shit, I hissed as I pulled clothes out at random and threw them on the bed. Denim shorts and a burgundy, cheesecloth button-up top would have to do. I pulled up his message as I dressed hastily, yanking my light brown, shoulder-length hair up into a ponytail, or at least something that resembled one, and jamming bobby pins across my scalp to keep the loose pieces in place. Me sorry. Stuck in traffic. On my way. Liar. Lana's cafe was a 5-minute walk from the apartment. Kyra and I frequented the cafe often because of the convenience of it being so close. Slipping on a pair of Converse sneakers, foregoing socks, and cringing because of it, I gathered my bag, phone and keys on the way out, then raced for the stairs. The old apartment elevator would have been too slow. The walk to Lana's cafe was usually a leisurely stroll, with Kyra and I dreaming of the deliciously mouth-watering treats they had on offer before we got there. This walk, however, was brisk and uncomfortably warm. The unrelenting heat of the sun, reflecting off the pavement, glaringly bright. A bead of sweat trickled from my temple, another down my spine. I picked up the pace as the cafe came into view on the corner, its pink umbrellas fluttering in the smallest of breezes while customers stayed cool in their shade, eating ice creams, gelatos, smoothies, and anything else that could relieve them from the heat. Oliver was waiting by the door in knee-length jean shorts and a light blue button-up shirt. The sleeves rolled up to the elbows of his tanned arms, his honey blonde hair tousled but tidy and his hazel eyes bright as he scanned the faces of people passing in the street. Looking for me. I slowed to a less urgent pace and took a breath, pinching the front of my top and fanning myself as I reached the tables, weaving around the customers and taking the last few seconds to settle my nerves before he noticed I was there. I got within several feet of him before his eyes came to me. He smiled easily, his eyes lighting up as he took a step closer. My senses soon engulfed with what smelt of expensive cologne. He was just a little taller than me now that we were face to face. Standing at roughly 5'9", it was a little easier to look at Oliver compared to my companions from the den. Standing beside Dean or Seb required a little more neck craning. Lily, hey! His eyes sparkled. My lips quirked. Sorry I'm late. I'm just happy you showed. Another smile before he gestured to the cafe, brows lifting in question. Did you want to eat? Drink? I smiled. I'd love a milkshake. It was easy for him to return the expression as he nodded and grinned. Good choice. The little bells above the door rang out as we crossed the threshold into the cool air of the cafe. Oliver led the way up to the counter where we ordered our shakes. Vanilla for him, strawberry for me. He paid for both. We grabbed a booth by the window, sitting across from one another to wait for our drinks. I tapped my fingers lightly on the underside of the table, waiting for the awkward silence to set in, but Oliver spoke almost instantly. This is a little nicer than talking through a booth window, he said, smiling easily once again. Do you volunteer for those things often? Sometimes, I smile. My mum is usually the one who puts my name down for them, though. He chuckled and our milkshakes arrived as he spoke. When you aren't busy volunteering, how do you usually spend your free time? When I'm not patching up injured fighters? I took a sip of my drink and hummed quietly at the sweet, strawberry taste. Honestly, not a lot, I said as I poked the straw around the frothy milk. I'm kind of a homebody. I usually draw, bake. Read? He said with a knowing smile. Yes, that too. I smile a little, my ears heating slightly. What about you? Well, I'm not much of a reader. He had a sip of his milkshake, nodding to himself before he continued. I guess I'm more the outdoor type. I could understand why Mom had found Oliver so appealing. Not only because of the impressive credits to his name, the pilot license, his piano skills and attendance at Columbia University. He was charming and charismatic. The kind of boy most girls hope to bring home to their parents because he didn't seem to have a fault. Even his hair was perfectly styled without any effort on his part. It had a natural wave in it. the front curving softly away from his face and the ends curling around the nape of his neck. I know I should have been paying more attention to what he was saying instead of detailing his hair, the slight curve in his nose, or his perfectly white teeth. But it was hard to listen when for the past 27 minutes and 15 seconds of the date, not that I had been counting. Much I knew more about his mother's students in her ballet class than he probably knew about me. Oliver liked to talk, mostly about himself. At one point he mentioned his job as a waiter at the restaurant we met, a perfect leeway for me to bring up my job as a secretary if we were on the topic of work. But he had jumped from that topic to the next so quickly, I didn't have time to respond. When he wasn't talking, he would ask if I had ever done any of the things he had done. Camping? No. Hiking? Does a field trip to Central Park count? If talking to Dean and Seb last night about their lives had made me think mine was dull, talking to Oliver felt like I hadn't achieved anything important in my life. He was the same age as me and had nearly double the lifetime accomplishments an average 22-year-old should have to their name. It seemed there was nothing he hadn't done. At least there weren't any lulls in the conversation. I'm studying engineering at the moment and will be moving into a share house after the summer, he said, stirring the straw through his half-finished shake while I finished mine off. Nodding and listening in reservation as I slurped quietly. Don't worry, I'm not like those other frat house boys, he winked. As in he wasn't a party boy. He respected women. I swallowed quickly and smiled politely. That's good to know. He sipped from his straw and hummed in thought. We should do this again sometime. Oh, I was genuinely surprised he would want to see me again considering he didn't know that much about me, other than what my mom might have told him before she'd organized this date. Yeah, he flashed a lazy smile, bracing his arms on the table and moving aside his milkshake glass. I could just see, from under the edge of my side of the table, his left leg bouncing a little in anticipation, coming narrowly close to brushing against my own before I shifted my legs to one side. Maybe we could organize something this week, he asked. My mouth had responded before I had the chance to consider it. Well trained, or drilled, in the art of being polite, I smiled quickly and said, yes, of course, I'd like that. I wasn't entirely sure I wanted a second date, but told myself to give it a chance, and to remember that I would never hear the end of it from my mother if I turned down a second date with him. We headed back outside once we were done with our milkshakes. The summer heat hit us the second we stepped through the door. Oliver slipped his hands into his pockets, rocking on his heels when we stopped just outside the cafe. Thank you for the milkshake, I smiled. Thank you for the company. His hazel eyes sparkled again as he watched me, a warmth in them coated in subtle fondness. I smiled a little and preoccupied myself with looking at the zip on my bag. So, I guess I'll text you then. Maybe we could catch a movie or something. I nodded appreciatively. I look forward to it. Somehow, he found it possible to smile even brighter like a small child in a candy store. Looking pleased with himself, he nodded as he took a step back. His hands remained in his pockets. See you later then, he said, winking slightly before turning on his heel and heading to his car. Charmed. That was the only way I could explain how I felt. Charmed by his boyish good looks, great smile and can-do attitude. So why had it felt like something was off about this? Like I shouldn't have been putting all my eggs into the one basket, so to speak. Like I was waiting for something more. Kira arrived home later in the evening. I was finishing off some leftover pizza, continuing my binge watching of Friends and sketching in my notepad, all the while going over what had happened on the date, or rather Oliver's interview. At least that was how it had felt talking to him. I anticipated Kira's usual cheerful greeting that followed the jingling of her keys. But it never came. Instead, she entered the room quietly, deep in her own thoughts as she rounded the corner and placed her belongings on the kitchen counter. Hi, I said, sitting up slowly as I watched her. I eyed the hallway, waiting for him to appear, but he didn't show. Where's Aiden? She forced a smile, though it was weak, before she grabbed a glass from the cupboard above the sink. He dropped me home, she murmured. It was strange seeing her this distant sad. Even her usually vibrant red hair looked dull. I hesitantly got to my feet. Is everything okay? She didn't respond as she filled up the glass, her face hidden behind a curtain of her hair as I moved over to the other side of the counter. Kira, I ducked my head, leaning on the counter, silently urging her to look at me as I began to think the worst. I gave Aiden the signature. She barely sipped from the glass before she tipped the water down the drain. Okay? He wasn't happy that I had managed to get it in the first place. She turned and leaned against the sink, her shoulders slumped and eyes red from crying earlier. No sign of anything physically bad. I frowned. Did you tell him I got it for you? She shook her head and sniffled. I didn't think you wanted him to know where you worked. I told him I went to the den myself. She rubbed her face and let out a bemused huff as she shook her head again. He accused me of flirting with Romeo Dean to get it. Another sigh as she dropped her arms to her sides and looked at me tiredly. I just want to go to bed. As she walked around the kitchen counter, passing me, I turned toward her, asking softly, You don't want to talk about it? We have ice cream. Kyra smiled weakly but shook her head. Maybe another time. I nodded in understanding, though my chest began to ache. With guilt or frustration, I wasn't sure, but all this was my fault. Maybe I shouldn't have said anything about working at the den to begin with. At least Kyra wouldn't be on the receiving end of Aiden's jealousy. I wanted to rip Aiden to shreds via text for being an ungrateful pig. I feigned a smile. Yeah, of course. Night. Another weak smile, and then she had slipped into the darkness of her bedroom, closing the door quietly behind her. I turned back to face the TV, only now noticing the Boston fern on the TV stand was beginning to wilt. Chapter 4. Lily. There was a solemn kind of silence the following morning as Kyra and I got ready for work. She was already dressed in her green polo top, jeans and an apron, the uniform of the plant nursery she worked at. Her hair was pulled back in 2 long braids, one of which was being twirled around her hand as she nervously scrolled through her phone. No doubt waiting on a text from Aiden. I was eating waffles in the kitchen, dressed in a dark red blouse with puffed short sleeves and a pair of black slacks. My hair pinned back in a half-up, half-down hairstyle and wearing black flats on my feet. Like Kyra, I was also anticipating that text from Aiden, waiting to see if he apologized for treating her the way he did yesterday or decided he no longer wanted to be with her. I sincerely hoped that if the latter was the case, that it wouldn't be done over text. Kyra suddenly gasped. It was difficult to tell if it was out of joy or sadness as she raced from the apartment so fast, I hadn't had time to ask. I waited in place by the counter, my hand frozen mid-air with the half-eaten waffle between my fingers as I listened for any sign of her coming back. The front door opened, followed by the sound of rustling plastic and paper and her hurried footsteps as the door closed behind her again. I found myself leaning forward over the counter until she walked into view, or rather, an enormous bouquet of brightly colored flowers bobbed into view, wrapped in yellow and orange paper and tied off with a green ribbon. Ah, wow, I gaped. Kyra's bright smile peeked out from behind the bouquet. He said he'd sent these for me, she said happily before sniffing the flowers and sighing. They're stunning. I nodded to the flowers. There's a card too. Kyra plucked the little green card from the bunch and read it to herself. Her smile became a pout of endearment. He wants to take me to dinner tonight to apologize for how he acted yesterday, she said, pressing the card to her chest and sighing. 2. And you're okay with that? I asked a little hesitantly. She walked around into the kitchen, passing me with her nose buried blissfully in the bouquet again. I had to duck slightly to dodge being knocked over the head by one of the oversized palm leaves that decorated the edges of them. Everyone gets a little jealous sometimes, she shrugged, on the search for a big enough vase as she opened and closed cupboards. I'll get the chance to explain to him properly what happened. You don't mind if he knows about where you work, do you? I fought the urge to frown to let this whole idea of forgiving Aiden so easily annoy me too much and shook my head. It's fine, I smiled. 1. If someone ever gives you a hard time again, let me or Seb know, Dean had said. I wondered if that stretched as far as deterring Aiden from bugging me during my shifts at the den if he ever showed again. Another body had been found over the weekend, identified as a man named Robert Bernardy. His body had been pulled from the Hudson River with a bullet hole right between his eyes. Execution style, according to what the morning news report said. Detectives revealed he had a history of tax fraud, money laundering and connections to very bad people he owed a lot of money to. I found myself wondering if he had a connection to the mob at all. Maybe even Antonio. You've organized a second date with him, yes. I'd zoned out after reading the subtitles on the foyer television, quickly pivoting my head back to Mom and reminding myself what this morning's conversation topic was about. My date with Oliver yesterday. She had begun the questioning the second I stepped foot into the building. Kind of, I said, twisting the lid of the pen in my hands. Kind of. Lily, boys like him don't come by often, Mom tutted, licking her thumb and flipping through the pages of a property folder. We talked about meeting later this week. He said he would text me about it. I shrugged a little as I turned my chair back to my computer, scrolling through inspection appointments in our calendar, but not really reading anything. Maybe I should speak with his mother. Mom pondered. I looked up at her quickly from over my shoulder. You really don't have to. Dating someone was daunting enough. Dating someone where both parties were being pushed into doing it by one party member's parents was just embarrassing. Oliver probably thought I was incapable of organizing these things on my own. There's no harm in a little nudge in the right direction. Mom smiled in a matter-of-fact manner, then turned on her heel and headed down the hall to her office, passing James Henderson as he stepped out of his, finishing off the rest of his late breakfast as he moved towards the foyer, scuffing his shoes on the boarded floor as he wiped waffle crumbs from his tie and licked his fingers. I stiffened and turned back to my computer screen, tracking every one of his steps as if my eyes were in the back of my head. I was completely alone. Candace had called in to take the day off after discovering her kid had developed chicken pox. Red looks good on you, James said by way of greeting. I didn't have to look to know he had stopped right behind my chair. Thank you, I smiled back at him quickly, noting the car keys in his hand and the folder under his arm. Can I help you with anything? No. I'm heading out to an auction. He stepped in beside me and watched me with a smirk. His dark brown, beady eyes dropped quickly to my chest like he could see straight through my blouse. I couldn't help myself when I saw how good you looked this morning, he said quietly, then winked. Don't feel like you have to button it all the way up, though. I went completely still as his hand reached for my throat. My pulse thrummed wildly as his still damp finger brushed against my skin. I wanted to move, but I couldn't. It was like my muscles had seized up and were fighting every screaming message from my brain to do the opposite. To pull away, stand up, tell him to leave me alone. But that would mean confronting all of this, bringing attention to it, and then possibly being told that I was overreacting about him just being overly friendly. Lily? James took his hand back the second he heard my mother approaching from the hall, bringing the finger that touched me to his lips and winking again before he moved away. But I couldn't relax yet, not until I had watched him leave the building completely, making sure he wouldn't come back inside again the second my mother had left me once more. I breathed in deeply as he walked by the floor-to-ceiling front windows of the front of the agency, then turned down the street that sat on the left of the building. It wasn't until he had gotten into his car and driven away that I finally let out a steadier breath. Yes, Mom? Can you pull up the file for that Bay Ridge mansion? We might finally have a buyer for it, and I want to get the paperwork ready. I nodded once, chewing my lip as I focused my attention solely on the screen before me and not the lingering feeling of his damp finger on my throat. It felt like I had been marked dirty and that I needed to scrub my skin until there was no trace of him left. Speak, Roxy drawled, not once looking up from her laptop since I had entered the den staff room. Oh, well, I wanted to run an idea by you about possibly training under Xavier and Jen to serve alcohol. I clasped my clammy hands together as I watched her with anticipation. I know how busy it can get out there, so I was thinking maybe having an extra pair of hands to serve the drinks could ease their workload. No. It's just Terry has been removing quite a few impatient drunks, so I thought with my help. Her dark eyes finally flicked up from the screen. Framed with winged liner and dark eyeshadow, they were strikingly beautiful, but also full of loathing. She slowly closed the lid of the laptop, then leaned back in her chair. Listen, Lily, she spoke my name as if it tasted horrible on her tongue. There's not much point in you receiving any training. Not if you won't be here much longer. But I'm here all summer. That's if this doesn't get too overwhelming for you, she said. And don't worry if it does. Our last waitress was very similar to you. Pretty, naive, timid. She shook her head in thought, pursing her red lips as if upset by something, but her eyes told me otherwise, flashing with amusement as she toyed with an idea in her head. She wasn't as lucky as you when she had her drink spiked, although I can't guarantee you'd be that lucky again either. I didn't know how to respond. It felt as if she had just struck me across the face as I stood there dumbfounded by her words, her complete lack of faith that I could handle this job, and concerned for the last waitress to have this role. She would have been terrified. "Funny you talk about helping Jen and Xavier with the workload, and yet you're just standing here doing nothing," Roxy said, quirking a brow as she dragged her gaze over me. "Right. Sorry." I turned quickly and left the staff room, instantly struck by the many smells lingering in the stuffy air of the club. The music, although deafening, was something I was slowly getting used to hearing. "How'd you go?" Jen called as she poured vodka into a line of shot glasses. There was a bachelorette party tonight, and the women, while waiting for their shots, were drunk dancing by the bar. The bride-to-be wearing a short veil with a fluffy, pink headband. I pressed my lips together in a grim smile and shook my head. Jen rolled her eyes, placing a hand on her hip as she looked to the staff room door. "You know what? That bitch rarely ever comes out here." She turned to the back shelves of alcohol and picked up a bottle and a glass, then placed them on the counter and gestured for me to stand with her. "What are you doing?" She shrugged and smiled. "Teaching you how to make a drink." In the 2 hours since Jen had taught me the basics of serving alcohol between times when I performed my waitressing duties, I had made 10 mixed drinks. They obviously weren't as good as what Xavier and Jen could serve, but it was something, and both bartenders had been great mentors as they guided me through the creation of each drink. Xavier was more of a perfectionist with the cocktails, though. He had been showing me how to place the olive and toothpick into the glass when Jen nudged my arm. I was still smiling when I looked up, enjoying the drink-making process too much, until I remembered I wasn't legally supposed to be making them. And now Roxy had seen. Hand on hip as she stood a few feet away, Roxy rolled her eyes and lifted a hand before her. Her fingers clenched into a fist, save for the one that was motioning for me to go to her. "Want me to come with?" Jen said, busily wiping a glass as she turned her back to Roxy. I subtly shook my head, then walked the length of the bar. Every step toward Roxy made me grow anxious by the second. What if she fired me? Would it be so bad if she did? Did she even have the authority to fire me if I was meant to be here because Antonio wanted to keep an eye on me? I stopped before her, trying to keep my posture straight, but my confidence under her judging eyes was wavering. "If I see you serving alcohol again, I will fire you, regardless of what Antonio wants." "Got it," she hissed. Okay, clearly, she had more sway over Antonio than I might have thought. I nodded. "Good. You're wanted downstairs," she added by way of dismissal as she walked back into the staff room. I should have been worried, should have felt nervous about going back down to the basement again. Instead, after letting Xavier and Jen know where I was going, I couldn't get down there fast enough. The moustached man, whose name I still hadn't learned, wasn't outside the door like he usually was on fight nights, where he was always requesting people to write their name on their phones before adding them to one of the many shoeboxes he had on shelves behind his little desk. That was the conditions of seeing a fight here. No phones were allowed in the basement unless, of course, you worked here. Tonight, his little table and shelving on the wall behind it were empty. I pushed open the door of the basement, scrunching my nose in preparation for the usual smells that overwhelmed my senses when I entered the room. Only the smells never came. Neither did the roar of the crowd or flashing of spotlights as I stepped out onto the graded platform at the top of the metal staircase. The fight pit was nowhere in sight, and the basement was completely void of people, except for the one waiting at the bottom of the staircase. Slightly hunched and rubbing a hand over his balding head, Joe, the fight announcer, looked up at the sound of me coming down the stairs. "Ah, good you're here. Tony wanted me to show you something he had installed for you. Come with me," he said as he began walking in the direction of the kitchen. He moved fast for an old man. I found myself almost jogging down the stairs to catch up with him. Without the fight pit set up, the basement seemed so much bigger, longer to walk across to. "Where do you keep all the equipment for the pit?" I asked as I glanced over to the empty space on our right. "There's a storage room built under the floor," he said abruptly. I walked around one of the many wooden beams that supported the roof down here, not wanting to wind up like many of the drunk gamblers I had seen walk head-on into one of them. "And the sand?" Joe stopped in his tracks and looked at me with suspicion. His aging, brown eyes studied me closely. "Why do you want to know?" I hadn't realized how my questioning the whereabouts of these things had sounded, and swallowed hard. "Just curious." He studied me a second longer, then continued his brisk walk. "We've got cleaners for that stuff. They specialize in Antonio's area of business. The kind of cleaners who made the work of a forensic team near impossible. It wasn't surprising that he would have his own people for that. I schooled my features to seem a little less fazed or interested, and simply nodded slowly as I looked back to the empty space we'd passed, only for my attention to snap forward again as the back door of the basement swung open. The room was immediately filled with Seb's echoed belly laugh as he descended the steps from said door. Another laugh followed, quieter but still a welcome sound, as Dean entered the basement too, smiling as he looked down and shook his head at whatever he and Seb were laughing about. Both in workout gear with backpacks slung over their shoulders. Seb was in his usual choice of bright colors, a green muscle tee, white shorts and red sneakers, and Dean was in his usual, all-black attire, only he was also still sporting the bruise on the bridge of his nose from his fight with Murphy on Saturday. It was now a vibrant shade of blue and purple, and somehow contrasted with the color of his eyes. I found myself wanting to draw the moment, Seb clutching his stomach as his laugh slowly subsided, the slight dimple of Dean's cheek paired with his relaxed smile. I wanted to detail every cheery expression on paper before they vanished again. Dean was the first to notice he and Seb weren't the only people in the basement. I had caught his eye as he glanced across the room, his smile fading to one that was more subdued, but still happy as he sent me a little nod by way of greeting. It wasn't until Seb had reached the bottom of the steps, jumping the last two, that he waved at Joe and I, beaming still. "You know Tony doesn't like you being here when there isn't a fight on," Joe drawled as we neared a large, metal cabinet taking up the wall space across from the bottom of the stairs. It was brand new, or I had just never seen it before. Seb smiled at Joe, patting the old man on the shoulder as they passed. "So, pretend you didn't see us, Joey boy." Joe rolled his eyes, fishing out a key from his pocket and turning his attention on the cabinet while the boys strode over to the gym equipment on the other side of the room, where Dean dropped his bag and peeled off his shirt. I suddenly found the metal cabinet very interesting. Joe unlocked it and pulled open both doors, revealing shelf upon shelf of medical supplies. Bandages, tweezers, slings, surgical tools, painkillers, a first aid kit, the sewing kit. I gawked at the lot. "What is all this?" Stupid question. "This is a gift from Tony to you," Joe said. My role as the basement nurse had suddenly become just a little more real. I didn't even think Antonio was doing this to keep a close eye on me anymore, but instead because he genuinely seemed to like me, which was something I wasn't too sure about just yet. "Where did he get it from?" I asked as I took in every inch of the cabinet. It looked like the type of thing only hospitals had. "He has his sources," was all Joe said. "Right. Try and remember the layout before you head back up. And keep these with you always." He handed me the key as he spoke. "The last thing we need is one of the fighters getting in and loading up on painkillers." I nodded once, curling my fingers tightly around the key. "Noted." "Good," he said. His lips formed one tight line in an attempt at a smile before he left for the back stairs, only stopping at the top to catch his breath before he heaved open the door and stepped outside. I looked over the cabinet as Joe had said, cautiously picking up some of the items and hoping I never had to use them. One of those items being a plastic box full of separately packaged needles. "Dear Lord," I muttered as I put the box back, taking one last look at the inside of the cabinet before closing and locking the doors. I rattled the handle to make sure it was definitely secured, then pocketed the key, beginning my walk back through the basement as I headed back to my slightly more normal acceptable job upstairs. As I did, I happened to glance over at the gym area on the other side of the room. Not entirely sure if the glance was involuntary or if I had absent-mindedly wanted to say goodbye to the two men. Whatever the reason, I found my train of thought had suddenly floated out away from me as I slowed my steps. Dean was pulling himself up and down on a bar above his head, his ankles crossed beneath him, shirtless, back to me, and working every muscle in his upper back, shoulders and arms, but moving like it was barely an effort. Sweat gleamed on his skin, making his tattoos look fresher, especially the wings across his shoulders and down his biceps. It almost looked like they moved with him, like the feathers fanned out with every flex and tightening of his muscles. He even made lowering himself off the bar look good, doing so slowly with one arm before moving over to the nearby punching bag and picking up a pair of boxing gloves, and looking straight over at me. In a rush to look like I hadn't been gawking like an idiot, I quickly turned and walked headfirst into one of the thick, wooden beams that supported the basement roof. The thud that echoed around the room and the thrumming pain that radiated through my skull wasn't nearly as bad as the knock to my pride. I could feel my face burning up as I rubbed at my head, trying not to turn in his direction again, wishing the ground would open and swallow me whole. "You okay?" he asked. I reluctantly looked to where he still stood by the punching bag, still very shirtless and very sweaty. Now he was fighting the urge to smile as he pulled on the gloves, using his teeth to tighten the straps around his wrist, but keeping his amused eyes on me. Seb was completely oblivious to the entire thing as he did crunches on the floor with earphones in. "I'm fine," I said quickly, averting my gaze again, still clutching my forehead. I was fairly certain I could already feel the beginnings of an egg-sized bump growing just under my hairline. "You sure?" His attempt to hide his smile was failing as his lips twitched slightly. He'd seen me unashamedly checking him out. Of course, he'd be just a little smug about it. "Yep," I squeaked. Pressing my lips together, I pointed awkwardly to the stairs leading back to the club. "I'm just going to go by." Completely mortified, I hurried for the stairs without a backward glance, heading through the door to the corridor at the top of the landing just as Seb asked, "What was that about?" The dream began with a dinner date with Oliver in the restaurant we had first seen each other. We had the entire place to ourselves, the both of us dressed formally, Oliver in a suit that looked slightly too big for him, and me in a dark red dress and too much makeup. The room was illuminated only by the light of at least 1,000 candles, and classical music was playing from somewhere in the room, but I couldn't pinpoint where from as I looked about at the shadowy areas of the restaurant the candlelight couldn't reach. Oliver was talking to me while we waited for our menus, only I couldn't understand what he was saying. His words came out muffled. All I seemed to be able to do was smile politely and nod. My attention is suddenly pulled from Oliver as something white fluttered down before my eyes, a napkin being placed on my lap by somebody standing behind me. I recognized Dean's tattooed hands before I had even looked at him, trailing my eyes up the length of his arms as he stepped in beside my chair. He was dressed as our waiter, but in a way only he would wear the uniform. Sleeves rolled up to his elbows, the top 2 buttons of the shirt undone and bow tie hanging untied around his neck. I looked away, remembering Oliver was still there, only to find he wasn't. Everything seemed to have vanished except the candles on the table in front of me. Dean's hand slowly reached for my chin. Taking it between his thumb and finger, he gently turned my head back to face him as he leaned in. His eyes, like looking at a storm over a raging sea, dropped to my mouth while he tilted my face up, his own lips parting as mine did, tracing his finger lightly along my jaw and down the column of my throat as he closed the gap between us, moving his lips to my ear to whisper softly, "I'll make you an offer you can't refuse, Lily." I jolted awake as if the words had really been whispered in my ear as I lay in bed. Sweaty, flustered, confused, tangled in my bed sheets and clutching at my pillow, I rolled over onto my back and lay blinking up at the ceiling, unable to form a complete thought as the dream replayed through my head like an old record. Even my breathing was irrational as my chest rose and fell. "What the hell was that?" I hissed into the darkness of my room. The only answer I received was the subtle squeaking of my ceiling fan. Chapter 5. Lily. Police officers and detectives milled about the Liberty Warehouse harbour room, dressed in full uniform and drinking ceremonial champagne. Congratulations poured throughout the spacious room wherever newly promoted Detective Sergeant Mark Whitmore went. He stood proudly at the centre of the venue, surrounded by his closest colleagues, deep in conversation about their finest moments on the force, including the recent arrest of several gang members. Biker gang members. No word of any arrests happening in relation to the den. "Hello?" "Earth to Lily," Jane said, snapping her fingers in front of my face. I blinked and straightened, not realizing how far I had been leaning back in my seat to overhear the conversation between my father and his friends. "Sorry, what were you saying?" I asked, brushing non-existent crumbs from my black dress pants as I frowned in concentration at my 16-year-old sister. Jane rolled her eyes but said, fidgeting with the hem of her navy blue, a lined dress, I was saying, "She knows I hate wearing these things, so she makes me wear the most uncomfortable one she could find. I even would have been happy wearing something like that." She gestured to my own outfit before fidgeting with her collar. "I can't move in this thing, and it's itchy." I smiled sympathetically and checked the time on my phone, grimacing. "Well, we have another hour until this thing finishes, if that makes you feel any better." She groaned, huffing at a strand of her pinned straight, red hair that had fallen from her ponytail and slumped back in her seat, letting her arms fall to her sides in defeat, far from looking like the girly or ladylike image our mother would have liked. Thankfully, our mother was too busy mingling elsewhere to notice. I glanced down at my own outfit, one of the many in my wardrobe, meant only for my mother's approval for an event like this. A salmon pink blouse with no sleeves, black dress pants, black slip-on shoes, and a simple gold pendant hanging between my collarbones. A pendant I hadn't stopped fiddling with as I looked around the room full of police officers. It seemed I was now the unofficial nurse for the Den's underground fight club, and here I was in a room full of people who would lose their minds if I told them what I had seen. I had felt on edge all through the awards ceremony earlier, but now dreaded the moment any one of the officers came to our table to speak with the newly appointed detective's daughters. They'd want to know how proud we were of our father. Jane would respond with a witty remark that could be taken as rude or funny, and I'd be trying helplessly not to look or come across as guilty. My phone buzzed from within my handbag. I was grateful for the distraction as I fished it out. It was a text from Oliver, now with a name to his number in my phone, asking if I wanted to see a movie with him tomorrow. It would be a thriller, and he offered to pick me up to get there. I had told myself I would try at least one more date to find out if we could work, even if it meant sitting through an hour and 43 minutes of jump scares and gore. Sending him my address and hoping he wouldn't figure out that I had been lying about being stuck in traffic when I was late on our first date, I agreed to go. "Was that your boyfriend, Oliver?" Jane teased as I put my phone away. I half smiled. "We've been on one date. But yes, that was Oliver. We're going to the movies tomorrow." Jane straightened slowly, brows raised. "You don't seem very excited about that." "He's nice," I shrugged. A snort. "That's all you can say? He's nice." "It's only been one date," I retorted, quirking a brow. Jane chuckled and sat back in her seat again. "You know, Mom has been talking about you two non-stop at home. I think she thinks you guys are in game." I rolled my eyes in disbelief. "Well, with the way she keeps interfering, I'm not surprised shit." "What?" Jane sat forward and looked over her shoulder, following where my eyes were fixed on one of the waitstaff. A tall young man with long, curly black hair shaved on the sides and a lazy smirk on his face as he recognized me too. Xavier collected an empty tray from a nearby table on his way over to Jane and I. Well, what a small world we live in," he drawled as he stopped beside the table, smiling quickly at Jane, then raising his brows knowingly at me as he tucked the tray under his arm. My heart was pounding again. "Hi." "I'm sorry, who are you?" Jane asked, glancing between myself and Xavier in confusion. "He's no one," I said a little too quickly. "Ouch." Xavier pressed a palm to his chest in mock pain. "Sorry. I didn't mean—" I looked at Jane. "He was just a bartender at the club Kyra and I went to." Xavier scoffed. "Just a bartender," a polite smile at Jane. "I'm Xavier." "Jane," she said, her eyebrows still bunching confusion. "So?" Xavier widened his eyes at me with a smile. "What are you doing here? At a police function?" It was too close, is what it was. I had managed to keep my everyday life separate from the underground one, but now it was very quickly colliding. It didn't help that Jane was far too comfortable to respond for me instead. "Our dad was promoted to detective," she said. "Ooh, was he just?" He eyeballed me again. My lips thinned with a smile. "Yep, can we talk?" "Of course," Xavier beamed sarcastically. I was half out of my seat when Jane grabbed my hand. "What if Mum comes back?" she whispered. Our mother was still busily chatting with some of the other police wives, far too distracted to notice if either Jane or I disappeared from the table. "Tell her I went to the bathroom." She squeezed my wrist subtly and muttered, "Who is this guy, really?" Xavier gave us a polite smile when we both looked at him. "He's a friend of Kyra's," I said quickly. "I'll be back in a minute." Xavier and I made a direct line to the patio outside that looked over the Hudson River, making sure no one else was out there before talking. The Statue of Liberty was our only witness, sitting a fair distance away across the choppy, brine-scented, murky water. "I'm impressed you've managed to hide this from Antonio," Xavier began, folding his arms as he leaned against the patio fence, mocking excitement as he waited for my explanation. "Which is why you can't mention this to anyone," I whispered, glancing briefly over my shoulder to the windows. No one had noticed me leaving yet. You're riskier than I thought, Lily. Xavier. He chuckled. Relax, hun. My lips are sealed. Thank you, I breathed. Feeling the tension lift from my shoulders, I looked at his uniform, a black and white striped t-shirt with an apron around his waist. You never mentioned you had another job outside of the den. Yes, well, I don't enjoy this one nearly as much, he said, sending an eye roll to the party inside. But living in this city is expensive. So I'm a waiter by day and bartender by night. At least I look good in the uniform. The patio doors squeaked on their hinges as they swung open. My mother stepped over the threshold as they did, dressed in a knee-length black, sleeveless dress with a neckline that stopped just above her collarbones. She frowned at Xavier, then quickly plastered a cautious smile on her face. Jesus, I muttered under my breath as she briskly approached, skirts hissing and heels clacking on the pavement. Lily, honey, what are you doing out here? She eyed Xavier as she linked arms with me, her smile wavering as she tucked a strand of her neat, brown bob behind her ear. With the wait staff. Xavier mirrored her expression, and I wondered if she had just met her match when it came to pettiness. Although Xavier wasn't nearly as spiteful. I'm one of Kira's friends, he said with a confident grin, never having met Kira aside from serving us drinks the very first night we met. My mother dragged her brown eyes over him. Mom, this is Xavier, I said quickly, noticing the questions forming in her eyes already. Xavier, this is Kate. Lovely to meet you, Mom said. Her teeth gritted slightly, the grip on my arm tightening. Likewise. Xavier's smile was almost feline. Well, then. She pressed her lips together, still smiling, and placed her other hand on my arm. We should be getting back inside. There are some people who want to talk to the daughters of the newly promoted detective. Don't want to keep them waiting, Xavier said. The amount of fake smiling going on was ridiculous. My mother hummed her agreement before steering me back to the doors. I glanced once over my shoulder and mouthed an apology to Xavier as he followed us back inside. He simply waved it off as nothing. Don't worry about it. See you tonight. Your dad's a detective. I had just walked into the staff room to put my things in my locker when Jen had grabbed me by the arm and pulled me aside. My heart leaped through my chest at what she had blurted out. SHH, I hissed, stumbling over my foot in the process. I narrowed my eyes at Xavier as he closed his locker door and grimaced. So much for no one else knowing. No one else knowing? What? I whirled to find Roxy leaning against the staffroom doorway in a bright red, knee-length dress. Her lips and nails matched while her black hair was styled in heavy waves, looking far more glamorous than she usually did. We had all gone silent. Xavier preoccupied himself with something in his locker again, Jen tying her apron. I smiled, albeit a little nervously, and shrugged. It's nothing important. Roxy narrowed her eyes at me for a second, then slowly straightened as she brushed out any crinkles in her dress, the thick, golden bangles on her wrists jingling with the motion. We won't be opening to the public tonight. Jen crossed her arms. What do you mean? Antonio is holding a meeting tonight with a few of his colleagues. Roxy gathered her thick hair over one shoulder before cutting us a look, the gold hoops dangling from her earlobes gleaming in the light. Which means you'll be serving drinks and that is all. Do not talk to them, interrupt them, or repeat anything you see or hear tonight. As for you, Lily. I straightened slightly. Yes, you'll be waiting on them, so don't mess this up. Roxy's smile was far from friendly as she backed out of the staff room, just in time for Antonio and 24 men in very expensive suits to stroll through the front doors of the club. Witnessing a mafia meeting had to have been one of the most surreal things I had ever seen. Each of the men there at the den were kind of like foot soldiers to Antonio Giovanni the Capurgian to them all, doing most of the work for him while he just made sure it went as planned. Whatever that work was, they were discussing tonight. I knew I wasn't meant to be listening, but it was hard not to eavesdrop when I was the one waiting on them, balancing trays of whiskey or scotch while trying not to let the fact they all had guns strapped to their hips get the better of me, or that they were all extremely bad men. Of course, whenever I neared the table glasses subtly rattling as my hands shook nervously, their conversation either paused or they spoke with less detail. Some eyed me over the tops of their glasses. I focused on keeping my head down and giving polite smiles, all the while trying to keep my anxiety under control whenever I got close to their table. A table made of a bunch of other tables, pushed together in the center of what usually was the den's dance floor. Antonio sitting at the head of it with his back to the bar. He gave me a warm smile and encouraging nod as I passed by his seat for the third time on my way back to the bar, where Xavier and Jen were busy polishing glasses and pouring drinks. Roxy was standing by the bar as I slid the tray carefully onto the counter. She was watching over the room filled with old Italian songs, playing quietly over the speakers like a proud hostess. But there was something else written behind those dark brown eyes of hers that she was trying to keep under control. Anticipation. It wasn't so obvious on her expression, but more so in the readjusting of her dress around her chest, fixing it so her cleavage was more prominent, or the fidgeting of the bangles on her wrist. Doesn't take a genius to figure out who she got all dolled up for, Xavier muttered as he polished the counter. Speak of the devil, Jen smirked back, nodding to whatever was happening behind me. Or rather, who had just walked into the den. Almost all the members at the table had stiffened as Dean stepped inside. Some subtly drew their guns from their holsters, but kept them unseen under the table. All pointed at Dean as he closed and locked the front door behind him, the last to enter the den for a while tonight. Relax, boys, Antonio smiled at them. He's one of my prized fighters, and my driver for the evening. Dean's lips thinned into a forced smile at the men as he passed the table on his way to the bar. Unfazed by the fact all the men then made an obvious display of returning their guns to their holsters, I quickly turned my attention back to the bar. After yesterday's events of running headfirst into a wooden beam, I wasn't about to be caught looking too long again. The smell of cigarette smoke lingered on his black t-shirt as he slid onto the bar stool to my left, 4 seats away and already busying himself with scrolling through his phone nonchalantly. The bruise on the bridge of his still straight nose was already beginning to fade from its original bluish-purple coloring. He'd barely acknowledged any of us as he took his seat. Nothing more than another colleague, and not someone who had traced a finger down my throat in my dream last night. A shiver danced along my skin at the thought, which was all it was. A thought, my brain's strange way of sorting through my memories. It just didn't help that I had a vivid imagination. I crossed my arms on the counter as I waited for Jen to add drinks and a bowl of peanuts to a tray. Bringing my fingertips to my lips and daring to steal a glance to my left where Roxy had already swooped in. Standing on his other side, probably a little closer than she needed to be, she had her back to the bar, elbows resting behind her as she looked Dean over, even reaching out to delicately brush aside some of his hair that had fallen across his forehead, muttering something to him as she did. Dean didn't move away from the gesture, but dragged his eyes from his screen to look at her. He didn't say anything, only raising one brow in a way that had Roxy rolling her eyes and smirking to the room. The drinks tray being nudged into my elbows snapped my attention forward to Jen. Good to go, she nodded once. Great. I tucked the loose strands of hair from my bun behind my ears, then carefully slid the tray from the counter. All my attention on keeping it balanced and the drinks upright as I made for the table, ignoring the feeling of Roxy's eyes on the back of my head. Like before, the conversation amongst the men grew quiet as I delivered the few drinks to their rightful owners and placed the bowl of peanuts in the middle of the table. Some of the men murmured their thanks before I left again. On returning to the bar from the far end of the table, Antonio motioned me over to him. Lily, sweetheart, tell the staff we'll put a pause on the drinks for a little while. We have some business to discuss, he said calmly. Gently patted me on the shoulder as he added, You're doing great. Thank you, I whispered with a small smile. He nodded once, and when his attention was back on the group of men, I backed away from the table and headed for the bar again. The tray tucked under my arm, the corner of my lips quirking at the little boost to my confidence. It felt strangely validating to be complimented by a crime boss. Jesus Christ, Lily. A hand with red manicured nails gripped my upper arm just before I reached the bar. I thought I told you not to speak to any of them. Roxy kept her voice low, her grip tightening slightly in warning with her eyes fixed on the back of Antonio's seat. What did he tell you? Behind the bar, Xavier had paused his restocking of bottles and Jen had stopped polishing as they watched us curiously. Dean, who was unaffected by what I would say, had listened in anyway. His expression was unreadable as he watched from over his shoulder, noting Roxy's hand on my arm, those grey-blue eyes giving away nothing. He wants the drink orders to be put on hold while they talk business, I said to Roxy, not quite sure what the big deal was, taking my arm back only when her grip had slackened. Her eyes flicked from Antonio's chair to me, Dark and cunning, was she just jealous because Antonio chose me to repeat the request instead of her? "Consider this your break then," she said to the others, turning on her two high, black heels and heading back to her place beside Dean, hips swaying as she went. But he wasn't looking at her. "Thank fuck for that," Xavier sighed as he abandoned restocking altogether and pulled a packet of salted pretzels from his back pocket, offering some to Jen and then myself once I had climbed up onto a bar stool, trying to ignore the fact Dean had subtly kept an eye on me the entire time. The room was suddenly uncomfortably warm. "I'll be in the staff room, Ben," Roxy said to no one in particular, then smirked at Dean, now back on his phone again. She leaned her back against the counter, tracing a finger down his bicep as she cocked her head. "Care to join?" Dean's jaw clenched before he looked at her for a long moment, completely uninterested in what she was insinuating. "No," he drawled sarcastically. Jen snorted. Roxy's eyes flared as did her nostrils before she, in her fiery temper, marched into the staff room and slammed the door shut. It turns out discussing business wasn't something that could fit into the regular length of a 15-minute break. That break was extended to 30 minutes, then an hour. I didn't mind though. The food was on the house tonight, so as I sat at the far right end of the bar, sketching random images on a stack of coasters with a pen from behind the counter, I stuffed my face with packaged peanuts, cashews, and salted pretzels, with a cool glass of lime soda, bubbles fizzing and popping, set in front of me. Lost in my own little world as my eyes followed where I traced and curved the pen along the smoothed wood, the rough sketch slowly taking the shape of a little hummingbird and flower. Adding the finishing touches to the bird's fine beak, I slowly straightened, stretching out my neck a little after having my head tilted to one side for so long, then flexed out my fingers as I looked over the image for any imperfections or missing details. Black ink smudged down the side of my right hand. His scent hit me first, that subtle blend of sandalwood, leather, and tobacco, and then came that smooth, Brooklyn accent of his. "How's your head?" "Sorry," I blanched and looked up to find Dean standing on my left. His arms braced on the counter as he watched and waited for my response. Had I heard him correctly? The corner of his mouth quirked up as he gestured to his own forehead, raising his eyebrows in question as amusement danced in his eyes. Oh, I felt the heat rise to my face in an instant, smiling quickly after realizing he hadn't meant what I assumed he was asking about. "It's fine," I said, lightly touching the tender spot just under my hairline. Idiot. Now that he was so close, the embarrassment from yesterday had begun to set in again. The entire moment of him catching me gawking at him, and then me walking blindly into a beam, quickly replaying in my mind. And he knew it too, his eyes sparkling slightly with something. I breathed in sharply and smiled politely again, attempting to compose my nerves. "So, do you drive for Antonio often?" "Yes." Good subject change. Whatever that spark had been within his eyes slowly faded as he looked ahead, his face set to his usual, more serious one as he cleared his throat. "No, I'm the back up to his backup," he said, reaching into his back pocket and fishing out a cigarette and lighter. Brow creased as he lit it and blew out a puff of smoke in the other direction of the bar. Although the smoke hadn't been blown in my direction, the burning tobacco still stung my nostrils and throat. I could feel the urge to cough coming on, but didn't want to seem rude. I quickly lifted the collar of my black polo t-shirt over my mouth while Dean's attention was on the room, emitting the quietest cough I could manage until he turned back around. I dropped the collar and smiled as if he hadn't just seen me breathing into my shirt. "Sorry. Bad habit," he said. Reaching across to an ashtray in front of us, his eyes dropped to the collection of coasters scattered before me while he snuffed out the cigarette. He cocked his head as he examined the little drawings on each one before his eyes came to me. His face softened. "Did you do these?" I nodded, my face growing warm again. "They're just sketches." His brows shot up as he picked one up for closer inspection, a bunch of roses. "They're pretty good for just sketches. Do you take classes?" His eyes were bright as he looked at me again. I fixed my attention on the other coasters and gave a little shrug as I shook my head. "Just practice." Compliments were nice, but I couldn't help the unbearable feeling of attention it gave me, even if it was just the two of us at the end of the bar, the quieter end, far from the entryway to the basement or the staff room door. "I think you need to give yourself a little more credit than just," Dean said, returning the coaster to the collection. The movement, so mundanely simple, brought him closer for just a second. I dropped my eyes to my hands, one crossed over the other in my lap, smiling a little. Thank. The faint knocking of wood on wood brought our attention to Antonio and his associates. After knocking his cane against the table, Antonio peered over his shoulder, a pleasant grin on his face, and waved a hand up. Their business discussions had ended, and it was time to bring out the drinks again. That's my cue, I said quietly as I got down off the stool. Dean turned around slowly, elbows leaning against the bar as he studied the table. I don't think they'll be here much longer. I'd say 2 more rounds and they'll be on their way. His eyes came back to me before he pressed his lips together in a smile. It hadn't reached his eyes, but was still somehow reassuring. Good to know. I nodded once Jen and Xavier had already begun pouring drinks again and stepped around him. As Dean had predicted, the men started wrapping things up after their second round, which made me wonder about just how many of the meetings Dean had witnessed. It was sometime just before midnight when I began tidying up the last of the empty glasses from their table. The men all got up to make their leave, saying their last goodbyes, making plans to see each other again. Some were fast in their gun holsters as if it were normal to have one strapped to their hip. You'd think having a police officer for a father growing up would make me accustomed to seeing a gun in person. For the most part, Antonio's associates were generally respectful as I weaved around them, stacking one glass after another until I had 24 balancing on the tray set on the table. I may have been overestimating my waitressing abilities as I slowly slid the tray from the tabletop. The glasses clinked against one another and quaked. Should I have asked for help? Yes, but everyone was already under strict command by Roxy to stick to their own tasks. Xavier on the dishwasher, Jen cleaning up behind the bar. Although I think she just wanted to see me suffer when she told me to be quick about it. We're closing once they leave, so hurry up, she had hissed. She had then not so subtly scanned the room for Dean. He's already outside, Xavier lied. Dean had slipped into the men's room before Roxy had stepped out of the staff room. I pulled the tray in close, keeping an eye on each stack of glasses. The edge of the tray wedged against my belly button, my arms tucked tightly underneath, and my fingers curled around the front of the tray as I began the slow and steady trek back to the bar, mindful of the drunk mafia men and their enthusiastic hand gestures. One of them had narrowly missed wiping the entire tray from my hands on the way. I had ducked, the glasses wobbled, and I froze on the spot as I paused to regain the balance. Taking a deep breath, I continued forward, all my focus solely on keeping the glasses right under my nose and not on the floor, not even daring to breathe as I went. I was at least 5 feet away from the bar, maybe rushing myself a little to just get the goddamn thing on the counter when Dean stepped out of the back room, coming from the bathrooms. He picked up on my mistake right before I did, taking a step in my direction. Wait. Time slowed, and not in a good way. The glasses all slid forward, clinking loudly against each other before careening over the edge of the tray. Some already broken before they cracked against the tiled floor, sending shattered glass spraying out in all directions around my feet. Dean had paused several feet in front of me, arms out as if he tried to stop the fall. I was looking directly at him but not seeing. My pulse was thrumming so loudly in my ears I couldn't think. Couldn't move as the laughs and murmurs of Antonio's associates echoed in the back of my mind. I vaguely heard Roxy voicing her frustrations. "What the fuck is wrong with you?" she hissed. "Idiot. You stupid idiot." Dean's eyes dropped to my lower legs. There was no pain, or any sensation of blood dribbling down them. I didn't want to look down as I clutched at the tray, beyond mortified at the mess, the noise that had caused everyone in the room to look. "I'll get a dustpan," Jen said as she hurried into the back room behind Dean. Xavier tiptoed carefully around the glass, moving chairs aside. Then, as if my body was on autopilot, I crouched down and began hastily collecting the pieces of glass and placing them on the tray, my hands shaking. In my flustered state, I'd reached for a shard of glass that was still wet from the whiskey or scotch. It didn't stay long in my fingertips, sliding quickly and slicing open my palm as it went, leaving behind a long, shallow, red line. The blood didn't take its time to start pooling in my hand either. It was enough to shut down the autopilot, to bring me back, to bring all the other emotions back. But I wasn't sure if it was the sharp sting of the cut or the anxiety I had been carrying around with me all day that caused the quiet sob to come from my mouth. "And now she's crying," Roxy scoffed from nearby. The broken glass crunched under a pair of black, lace-up boots before he crouched down in front of me. Without a word, he moved his hand behind mine. His skin was warm and calloused as he gently took me by the wrists and stood, leading me with him. Dean didn't care that the blood from my palm dribbled onto his wrists as he said, "Do you have a first aid kit up here?" The question wasn't to me, I realized as I looked up at him. He was looking to his left, to Roxy, who was near scathing. Antonio and his men were no longer inside, their merry voices just outside, muffled by the front door, which meant Antonio would be waiting for Dean, who was wasting time with me. Roxy folded her arms, eyes narrowed on me. She knows where the bathroom is. She can wash up there, and maybe do it soon before she drips blood all over the floor. Dean's jaw clenched, but before he spoke, I took back my hands. "I'll just use the bathroom," I said quietly. Moving around Dean, I carefully made my way across the shards of glass as I headed quickly for the bathrooms, keeping my head down and nursing my bleeding hand, almost bumping into Jen as she brought the dustpan and broom out. I wasn't even sure there was a first aid kit upstairs, and using the one downstairs in the new cabinet wasn't an option when the door to the basement was locked. The tears came the second I stopped in front of the cracked bathroom mirror, crying quietly to myself out of view of everyone else as I turned on the cold water tap and pressed my hand under the faucet, whimpering at the sting as the blood swirled down the drain. I was frustrated with myself for crying so easily over something so stupid, done in front of so many people. "You idiot," I whispered to my reflection, my face flustered and red with strands of hair sticking to my tear-streaked cheeks. Movement in the mirror brought my attention to the bathroom door as it opened quietly. As Dean walked in with a first aid box in hand, I quickly turned my attention back to my hand under the tap, wiping my eyes on the back of my uninjured hand. Him seeing me in a blotchy, red-faced mess was the last thing I needed. He stopped at my side and put the box down beside the sink as I watched him in the mirror, a casual calm about him as he flipped open the lid of the box and checked for what he needed. He then turned to me, gesturing for my hand in a come-hither motion with his own. I hesitated. Why was he doing this? The bleeding started again a little slower the second my hand came out from under the faucet and turned the water off, bringing my hand to hover, palm up, above his as I fought the urge to not turn away or walk out the door. Just like before, he gently took my hand in his as he examined the cut, his thumbs prodding around the area, checking for glass with a slight furrow in his brow as he kept his eyes solely on my hand, holding it as if it was something fragile. He pulled out an alcohol wipe next, using it, without hesitation, to clean up some of the blood. I flinched at the sting, and he glanced at my face with an apologetic frown. "Sorry." "It's fine," I said quietly. I tried to keep my eyes down, tried to ignore how close we were, and instead watched as his tattooed, lightly veined hands worked nimbly to patch up my skin so fair against his naturally tanned complexion, applying a thick layer of gauze before wrapping it firmly in a bandage, clearly experienced in tending to his own wounds. "How does that feel?" he asked as he tucked the bandage in on itself, his hand still supporting the underside of mine as he briefly brushed over the area of my wrist just below my palm. A shiver skidded over my skin at his touch, but I blinked and stepped away, nodding once as I looked down at the clean, white bandage. "Better, thank you." "At least it wasn't your drawing hand," he said as he began packing up the first aid box, smiling a little as he looked at me through the mirror. I couldn't help the little smile of my own that quirked on my lips. A strange warmth bloomed in my chest to know he cared about such a minor detail, or even noticed I was right-handed. The bathroom door clicked and swung open again before Roxy strolled in, raising her brows at what she found and crossing her arms. A smirk slowly spread to her dark red lips. "If you two are done, we're locking up soon." Dean rolled his eyes, flipped the first aid lid shut and turned around to lean against the sink, ignoring Roxy as he nodded to my hand. "I'll let Antonio know you won't be patching people up downstairs for a little while. He'll be okay with that." A shrug of confidence. "He'll listen to me." I smiled briefly, only because my eyes had then shifted to Roxy as she waited impatiently by the open door. That was my cue to leave. I gave Dean a small and slightly awkward wave with my bandaged hand as I walked past him on my way to the door. He half smiled and looked down. As I neared Roxy, avoiding eye contact with her for fear of being glared at, she moved further into the bathroom. Before I left the bathroom, I stole one last glance in Dean's direction, right in time to see his fed-up expression as Roxy slid her hands up his chest, whispering something in his ear before the door closed. Chapter 6. Lily. Standing outside the Bay Ridge Cinema in jean shorts and a loose, powder blue button up top, the first two buttons undone to look enticing but chill. According to Kira, I contemplated cancelling the date. Wearing my white sneakers and clutching at the strap of my bag as I scanned the street left to right. My light brown, shoulder-length hair styled in a half-up, half-down bun. A bus pulled up to the curb in front of me, brakes squeaking and doors folding open. Several teenagers excitedly hopped off, already chattering about the action thriller that was screening inside in 15 minutes. I was half tempted to climb onto the bus and find out if it went by my apartment. After last night's events at the Mafia meeting, something I thought unbelievable, but the cut across my left palm was a sure reminder. It had happened. Any enthusiasm to go on this date with Oliver had sort of faded. I had almost cancelled it this morning before Kira talked me out of it. She said it would be a good distraction from everything else going on. So I told Oliver I would meet him at the cinema instead of him picking me up from home. It gave me more time to procrastinate, and more freedom to leave if I changed my mind. The consequences of choosing to leave, already playing through my mind as what-if scenarios. My mother would find out and scold me for it. Dad would be disappointed I let down a decent future son-in-law, which I could only imagine is what he'd be hoping to come of all this. Oliver would think there was something wrong with me, and Kira would suggest calling Oliver back to explain. Explain that I wasn't into him when I had barely given it a chance. Lily! Oliver's cheerful way of greeting was almost drowned out by the traffic whizzing by. He was standing across the street beside his silver sedan, some type of Audi. Hands in pockets, he jogged across the road once it was clear to do so. A broad, warm smile already on his face, his honey blonde hair shining in the afternoon sun, bouncing a little with the movement. That happy demeanor of his made me feel guilty for wanting to leave in the first place. Hi, I smiled as he came to a stop in front of me. His expensive cologne filled my senses with fresh linen and spices. Have you been waiting long? He pulled a hand through his hair. Brow creased slightly, his hazel eyes giving me an unintentional once-over. No. It starts in 13 minutes, I said as I checked my phone. We've got plenty of time. Plenty of time to buy snacks, he winked, steering us toward the cinema entrance. I was left a little speechless. Not because of the wink that had been done so casually. I wondered if he did it often, and it might have become a little habit. No, it was the way he took my right hand in his and walked me to the door as if we'd known each other longer. His hand in mine felt strange, awkward on my part as I held on lightly, and like he'd had it in front of his car's air conditioning vent for too long. But I remained polite as we approached the ticket booth and left my hand in his. A group of 3 young women standing nearby were openly checking Oliver out as we waited in the line. Something he acknowledged with a curt smile that had them giggling between themselves. He gently squeezed my hand as if in reassurance. It hadn't bothered me, the flirting from afar from the girls. I was half tempted to tell him to go talk to them instead. They seemed more like his type, bubbly, tall, and sporty, and not to mention stunning. I was happy to play wingman if he needed it. Yes, because playing wingman for your date is such a great idea. There was no arguing with Oliver when he offered to pay for the tickets, popcorn, and drinks. He'd stopped my hand from reaching for my bag once the cashier rang up the price of the snacks, smiling as he said, "Allow me." I pursed my lips in a small smile and collected our sodas from the counter while he held on to the tickets and popcorn. The icy chill and moisture from the cups numbing my hands, the damp soaking through the fresh bandage on my left palm. What happened to your hand? Oliver nodded to it as we walked to the double doors leading to the movie. The corner of his mouth twitched as he looked across his shoulder at me. Paper cut from too much reading. I huffed a laugh. No, I accidentally broke a glass. At home. It was the same half-truth I'd told everyone at work this morning who had asked similar questions. What were you doing? He chuckled, handing the tickets over to the usher. She tore them in half, handed us back part of them, then gestured for us to enter. Oliver took the lead as we went into the dark room. The glass already had a crack in it. I just put it down a little too hard, I said to his back as I followed him. Grimacing at myself, I was getting way too comfortable with lying so easily. Even with just the white lies. Our seats were right in the middle of the center rows and amongst a few people who'd already settled in for the movie. Oliver simply flashed a smile, politely excusing us as we stepped and squeezed by everyone's knees and thanked them quietly as we went. As we sat down in our own seats, placing the drinks in the designated cup holders, Oliver leaned in close. Let me know if this gets a little too intense. It's supposed to be kind of gory. Don't want you feeling uncomfortable," he whispered, then flashed another of his handsome smiles. His eyes gleamed with a childlike joy. "That's very sweet of you," I whispered back, noticing the lights dimming around us. I smiled a little, shamefully acting a little smug as I compared the special effect fight scenes of a movie to the real thing. "But I think I can handle it." He raised his brows. "Well, then, I'll leave my hand here just in case." Another wink as he grinned. For a moment his eyes dropped to my lips before he settled back into his seat, leaving his arm resting on the armrest between us as he looked to the screen. I should have felt flattered that he had even looked at me that way, but instead I felt nauseous, and not in the way someone should feel when it comes to dating or liking a guy. This was more like that daunting feeling before a speech when all you wanted to do was run the other way. Maybe if I told him I was going to the bathroom. An explosion on screen lit up the room while the speakers let out a boom so loud it vibrated deep within my chest, sending a jolt through my body as I jumped and stupidly covered my ears. Oliver chuckled along with the people alongside us who had noticed. "Are you sure you don't need to hold my hand?" I laughed nervously but shook my head, slowly lowering my hands as I sent embarrassed smiles to the other people still watching. Once their attention was on the movie again, I slid down into the seat a little, the embarrassment still flush on my face. It didn't take long for the movie to get straight into the plot, a modern-day Bonnie and Clyde retelling with extremely violent action, long car chases, and a sex scene that popped up out of the blue. I shifted in my seat, subtly scanning the room while everyone watched the main characters getting it on. The lack of music in the scene made it even more awkward to watch, at least for me anyway. The fact everyone else was just staring at the screen with a blank expression was impressive. Or they just had great poker faces when it came to watching sex scenes. Movement on my left brought my eyes to Oliver well more to what I could see from the corner of my eye without him noticing I was watching. His arm remained on the armrest, but he seemed to be sitting much closer than before. And then he shifted a little closer again, thinking I hadn't noticed until his shoulder was mere inches from brushing against mine if he leaned over the armrest anymore. I shifted in my seat, crossing my left leg over my right and straightening my shoulders, playing it off as getting comfortable after sitting in the same position for too long. It had worked to give me a little more room at least. "Popcorn?" Oliver whispered, offering me the bucket. The audio of the leading lady reaching her climax cut me off. I smiled tightly back at Oliver. "No thanks." He half smiled, his eyes lingering for a moment before he sat back again and tossed several pieces of popcorn into his mouth, a knowing glint in his eye that made me wonder if I had missed something he'd said. Had I? By the end of the film, all that was on my mind was that I desperately needed to use the bathroom after slurping on my soda for the entirety of the film. Not using the bathroom beforehand had been a mistake, but with the cinema foyer packed when we exited the movie, there was no chance of me getting through to use the bathrooms, which meant holding on and struggling to pay attention to any of what Oliver told me on the drive back home. Thankfully, as we pulled up to the curb just outside the apartment, he didn't mention anything about Lana's Cafe being so close to where I lived, either because he was being polite and didn't want to bring up my little white lie about being stuck in traffic, or because he genuinely hadn't realized. I was leaning more towards the latter. He was too busy talking about how good the movie had been to notice. Had we seen the same movie? I nodded politely in agreement, trying to find a moment to cut in so I could leave the car. My bladder was ready to burst. "I had a great time," he smiled, turning in his seat to face me, one arm draped over the steering wheel. "Me too." I didn't get the chance to return a smile. I barely had the chance to register what was happening as he leaned in closer than before. Too close. His eyes closed, directing his lips to mine while his hand cupped my cheek. "Oh God." I pulled back and he paused, still leaning over me while I pressed myself into the seat. Both of us frowning in confusion, he moved his hand from my face and sat back, eyes on the road ahead as he processed what just happened. The silence was deafening. He had tried to kiss me. Oliver pulled his hand through his hair. The hurt of the rejection slowly formed on his face. "Right." I felt guilty and winced. "Sorry." He frowned. "I just thought, considering I'd paid for everything." I didn't know what to say. He had offered to pay for everything. I hadn't realized he had expected me to kiss him in return. "I don't want to rush into anything," I said. His eyes flicked to mine, studying my face for a moment, and I tensed at the seriousness in them. I wasn't ready for a confrontation. I needed the bathroom. But then his face softened, and he sighed. "Yeah, no, I totally understand," he smiled, though it looked a little defeated. "I guess I'll talk to you later then," I said, smiling a little sympathetically. The last thing I wanted was for his feelings to be hurt. That wasn't my intention. Suggesting we could still chat was a little less harsh than completely cutting off contact. Oliver nodded slowly, one of his warmer smiles slowly returning. "Yeah, sure." After a short goodbye, I got out of the car and gave him a small wave through the window. He returned it with what looked like a chuckle, before turning over the ignition and leaving. At least the date had ended on a happier note and not a complete disaster. I'd have something to report back to my mother about, without leaving her disappointed. I just had to not mention the near kiss and my rejection of it, and hope that Oliver said nothing to his mother about it, considering both our parents seemed to enjoy chatting about our dating lives. I had the apartment to myself again. The second I had gotten through the front door, I'd raced for the bathroom to finally relieve myself, letting out a heavy sigh when I did. Kyra was either still at work or had gone out to lunch with Aiden. It was something they had agreed to do since their little argument over the signed coaster from Romeo, to rekindle the romance, and seeing as the gas station Aiden worked at was several blocks from where Kyra worked at the plant nursery, it made sense they'd meet up during the day more often. The closeness of the nursery to the gas station had played a huge part in their little meet-cute just over 2 months ago. Like myself, Kyra didn't have her driver's license and had dropped into that gas station during her lunch break to buy a snack. Not expecting to leave with the attendant's number in her pocket and a free chocolate bar in hand. Looking back at that time now, maybe I shouldn't have been so encouraging about her making that first call. It would have changed things. No Aiden meant no petty arguments between him and Kyra. No Aiden meant no fight clubs. No fight clubs meant no Dean, no lies. Even if I had applied for work at the den and got the job, I would have been oblivious to anything going on downstairs. With several hours until I began my shift at the den, I showered, changed into my usual uniform, then settled into the couch with a bowl of leftovers from dinner and a book. As if I hadn't just been on a date with a guy who ticked all the boxes of society's standards when it came to the perfect boyfriend. Chapter 7. Dean. I hated people. After a fucked up day at the garage, working on a car that wasn't even worth the effort, and then being told I hadn't done the job correctly, the last thing I needed was to be waiting in a line for the bathroom 10 minutes before a fight. The red Honda had been booked to have the fan belt replaced, although I thought the entire car looked like it was better off in a junkyard. The driver, after paying for the job, accelerated out of the garage parking space, the lowered rim scraping on the curb being the least of his worries right before the alternator shat itself. It wasn't my fault he drove a shitbox, or enjoyed running it into the ground, going off the ball tires. The driver had marched back into the garage, ordering to speak to the manager, spewing crap about the mechanic who worked on his car, not knowing anything about cars. The manager had called me up from the back of the shop, and the driver very quickly piped down when he saw me approaching. I leaned against the wall just outside the entryway to the back room, watching over the usual crowd of bodies that had packed the den, the music loud enough to send soft vibrations through the soles of my black sneakers. Someone had broken the downstairs toilet, which was why I was up here, trying not to bring attention to myself. My gauze-wrapped fists were buried deep in the pockets of my shorts, and I kept my hood on, zipper up. Nothing more than one of the usual lurkers that hung out at this club. It was my first night back in the pit since my win against Murphy on Saturday. The bruise on my nose still tender, but not so blue anymore, a reminder to lift my guard. He moved fast for a 6-foot-tall guy of 31 years old. Years of MMA training backed every one of the Irishman's punches, kicks, and tackles, but it never seemed to be enough to get him across the line, always falling short of a win. I wasn't surprised when I received tonight's schedule from Joe that Murphy had put his name down for a rematch again. But it was an easy $500 for the winners of these fights, $250 for the losers, so I wasn't complaining. Though my patience for this bathroom line was wearing thin. Did everyone suddenly have to crap at once? I ground my jaw as I looked down the line. Moving at a snail pace or coming to a complete standstill, it didn't help that many of the people were drunk and stumbling to and from the queue as if others weren't already waiting. The older guy beside me was already nodding off to sleep where he stood. I rolled my eyes and brought my attention back to the room ahead. If I ever found out who broke the toilet downstairs, I'd shove their head in the bowl. My frustration was short-lived, though. For a moment anyway. I saw the top of her head first, the messy bun of light brown hair bobbing along as she weaved through the crowd, waiting on tables and collecting empty glasses. Lily was at least a foot shorter than my 6'3" height, which made slipping through the narrow gaps between bodies easier for her. For a moment I lost sight of her, craning my neck to peer over the crowd until she reappeared, skirting around the edge of the room with 3 empty beer bottles tucked between her fingers on her right hand, and a stack of glasses in the other, a fresh bandage wrapped around this one. She was so focused on the task at hand, eyebrows pinched, pressing her lips together, and avoiding any rowdy members of the crowd that could bump into her that she hadn't noticed breezing past me on her way to the bar. The subtle smell of fresh linen and jasmine cutting through the usual beer-stained, sweat-drenched stench of the den. With this many bodies crammed into one place, the AC working twice as hard to keep the humidity at bay, it was no wonder her face was flushed. Any strands of hair that had come loose from her bun now hung in frizzy curls around her face or clung to the back of her slender neck. When she arrived at the bar, she was visibly relieved. Sliding the glasses onto the counter, she rounded the bar, stored the tray on a shelf below, then wheeled over a 3-tiered, stainless steel trolley that already had a few dirty glasses lining the top surface. After discarding the other empty beer bottles into the trash, she placed herself between the trolley and the bar before lowering herself into a squat for better access, twisting back and forth to add the dirty glasses from the countertop to the bottom shelves. I only assumed this trolley was for the dishwasher. That small detail wasn't important, though. Neither was keeping track of how many glasses she'd stacked as a muscle in my left brow twitched up. The back of her shirt had lifted slightly with her movements, revealing a slip of smooth, fair skin under her black t-shirt and 2 little dimples in her lower back, all just visible over the hem of her tight, black denim shorts. And now I'm looking at her ass. I pulled my head back from the tilt it had slipped into, frowned, and turned my attention to the bathroom line again. The sleepy old drunk from before was now passed out against the wall, and several new faces had cut in front us. It was enough to bring my frustration back, and reminded me I needed to focus. With less than 10 minutes until the fight, I moved down the line and cut through to get into the back room, making sure no eyes were on me before I slipped behind the heavy red curtain that covered the hidden entrance to the corridor. I strode for the exit to the alleyway outside, shouldered the door open, then crossed over to the opposite wall, making quick work of my drawstring as I checked the coast was clear. I was already pushing my luck with making my fight on time and really couldn't afford to have someone jump me with my cock out. Seb would never let me hear the end of it. The door clicked open from behind me just as I finished off, whining on its hinges as the subtle tapping of heels on concrete approached from the corridor inside. I had developed an ability to recognize that walk anywhere the deliberate slow steps no doubt partnered with the sway of her hips. It was long overdue for Roxy to hunt me down again after last night. Or after what didn't happen last night. "I've been looking for you," she said, snaking her tanned arms around my waist just as I'd pulled the hem of my gym shorts back up. "You haven't been responding to my texts." I rolled my eyes as I tied my drawstring, then turned in her arms to face her. "I'm late," I muttered, barely giving her any attention as I stepped aside. She mirrors my movements, scoffing as she blocked my path. "Joe hasn't even announced Murphy yet. I thought we could use this time to catch up. I've missed you," she pouted, playing with the hem of my hoodie before looking up from under her black eyelashes. How many times had I seen that look? A muscle ticked in my jaw as she trailed a finger along the hem of my shorts, her gaze fixed on my face as she arched a sculpted brow and smiled. "Well?" As tempting as it was, I felt nothing, had nothing to give. Anything I had felt for Roxy was depleted. The way she had treated Lily last night hadn't sat well with me either. "No." I moved left, but she moved with me. "What? Can't get it up for me anymore?" she smirked. "Is that why you tried to break things off with me last night?" I looked past her to the door that was several feet away and sighed. Were we ever really together, though? She chuckled low, then leaned in closer, tapping me on the chest condescendingly. "Sweetie, the sex we had 9 nights ago says otherwise. You keep count." Her smile dropped while I flashed her my own, brushing past her as I did and heading for the door. Right as I reached for the handle, she slipped in front of me again, pressing her palm against my chest. "I'm not done." I rolled my head back tidily as I slipped my hands back into my pockets. Move, Roxy. Her red nails, more like claws, curled into my chest as she glared back. A challenge written in her dark eyes before her expression slipped into another smug smile. Or what? Fuck's sake. You wouldn't lay a hand on a woman out of violence, so what will you do, HM? Her satisfied smile only grew as she studied my face, my clenched jaw. She stepped closer, into whatever space was left between us, and dragged her hand down, pressing her chest barely fitting in her skin-tight, dark green dress into mine, biting her bottom lip, while that hand slid into the front of my shorts. Relax a little, Dean. You're so uptight. It didn't take much to grab her wrist and turn her around, using minimal force to pin her arms behind her back and press her into the door as I stood behind her. She laughed breathlessly. That's more like it, she purred, pressing her ass back. I gritted my teeth, daring to squeeze her wrist a little tighter in warning. We're done. Don't touch me like that again. She tossed that long and wavy, raven hair across her shoulder as she looked back, a smile on her lips still. You can't be serious. Couldn't be more. I stepped back and grabbed the door handle beside her hip, giving her a few seconds to move out of the way before I yanked the door open and stepped inside. You're making a huge mistake, she mocked. Stilettos tapped twice as fast to keep up as she followed me down the corridor. Doubt it. The mustache taking names and phones at the door to the basement chuckled as I passed his little table. Roxy, following close behind, had resorted to her name-calling and gaslighting techniques, only to have her voice drowned out by the cheers and yells of the basement below as we stepped out onto the staircase landing. The staircase itself packed out with people who hadn't gotten in early enough for a pit-side seat. Almost on cue, Joe's voice rang out through the speakers around the room, temporarily causing a hush amongst the crowd of gamblers as he spoke. Please, put your hands together for our number one man, Romeo. Shit. I gripped the side of the rail and vaulted over it without a second thought, dropping the 2 meters to the basement floor below. Whether it was because I had dropped in out of nowhere or just because my hood had fallen, it didn't take long for people to recognize who I was as I shoved my way through to the pit, clapping me on the shoulder or back as I went. My apologies for the delay, folks, Joe chuckled through the microphone. Looks like Romeo was living up to his namesake. I looked back over my shoulder as I inched through the crowded walkway. The room quickly filled with sniggering and wolf whistles, all directed at Roxy as she remained at the top of the stairs. She didn't care. She thrived on that kind of attention and was pinning me with a glare, her knuckles near white from the grip she had on the rail. Then she turned on her heel and marched back into the corridor, followed out by the boos and disappointed groans of the men in the room. The distraction Roxy provided had bought me a little time to get through to the barrier. Jumping over it easily, my feet hit the sand-covered floorboards and a deafening eruption of cheers roared around the room in response. One of the few people not cheering was Antonio, sitting in the front row next to Joe's table on the right side of the pit, his expression giving off nothing, his hands crossed over the end of his cane as he tapped his fingers. He didn't like when one of his fighters was late. Waiting and pacing on the other side of the pit was Murphy, a gold tooth replacing the incisor I had knocked out on Saturday. His short, blonde hair now shaved closer to his head. He looked pissed and ready for redemption, knocking his wrapped fists against one another and not taking his eyes off me no-knuckle dusters once again. Maybe he was done with cheating. Maybe. The bell rang out and Murphy launched himself, making the first swing before I had the chance to remove my hoodie or get closer to the center of the pit. Aiming high, I ducked low, barging my shoulder into his gut and pushing him into the middle of the pit as he beat his fists into my back. The last thing I wanted was to be backed against the barrier. I then shoved him off and sent a quick glare at Joe, ripping off my hoodie quickly as I mouthed, "What the fuck?" Joe only shrugged and subtly tilted his head in Antonio's direction. I'd barely gotten my arms out of the sleeves before Murphy swung again. Twisting aside, I finally yanked my arms loose. Antonio was smirking. He'd wanted me to be caught off guard as punishment for keeping him waiting. I gritted my teeth and tossed the hoodie aside, rolling out my shoulders as I stalked towards Murphy. His smile was pure malice as he shifted his weight from one leg to the other, leaning more on his left side. Interesting. A little late to the party, Romeo? Shut the fuck up. He'd expected me to go for his face, keeping his arms up to block, but I kicked out his right leg instead. watching as he winced before his back hit the ground. Something Murphy didn't know I knew was that he took muscle relaxers either for cramps or muscle spasms. A little detail Seb had told me earlier tonight. He'd seen Murphy take them while out the back with his team, and there seemed to be heavy discussion about his right leg. Maybe it was time he retired. I slowly circled him as he got off the floor, giving him a little time to refocus, limping slightly on his leg before I struck again. Swiping it out from under him again, he fell forward this time, face planting the sand. This was just embarrassing, for him anyway. He slammed the closed fist onto the ground in frustration, spitting a blob of blood into the sand before he got to his feet, swaying and panting a little as he wiped blood from the fresh split in his bottom lip where his tooth had pierced through. Then his eyes widened, his hand shooting back to his mouth as he felt for his gold tooth, only to find a gap. "You motherfucker," he growled in that thick Irish brogue. "Has your mother been asking for me again, Murph?" I half smirked as rage filled Murphy's eyes. Now the fight could really begin. I felt a little relieved knowing Lily wasn't downstairs tonight. Antonio had agreed to give her time off from working in the basement after I'd mentioned the situation with her hand, which meant she wouldn't have to deal with the bloody messes and confronting situations for a little while longer. 3. I bit down hard into my bunched-up t-shirt as Seb rotated my right arm backward. A grinding, stretching pain burst through my upper arm before it slipped back into place with a muffled pop. Instant relief flooded the stretched tendons in my arm, and I slumped back into the couch, letting my shirt drop from my teeth. "Maybe don't act so smug next time," Seb said, sitting beside me and pressing an ice pack to his ribs, nursing the bruising from his fight tonight. I massaged my shoulder, still feeling a little tender, and half smiled. It was still worth it. Seb huffed a laugh and shook his head. Murphy had almost won. After 35 minutes, he'd decided to use a shoulder throw when he finally had an opening. I'd thrown a punch. He'd blocked and grabbed my arm. Twisting himself around so fast, all I could do was think of how I wanted to land once I'd been dropped from his shoulder height. Either land on my side and risk breaking my ribs again if I didn't catch myself before hitting the ground, or post my arm. I went with the latter. Assuming I'd stay down longer than 10 seconds after hearing that snap of my shoulder, it had hurt like a bitch. Murphy had celebrated his victory too early, waiting for Joe to ring the final bell as he raised his arms to the crowd in an exhausted triumph. He hadn't expected me to come from behind as much as my shoulder protested every move. I had used my hoodie, picking it up from where I had discarded it to begin with, and thrown it over his head before pulling it as tight as I could, gritting my teeth through the pain and dragging him backwards to keep him from finding his feet. He stumbled and fell, rolling onto his side and trying to catch his breath again, taking a little longer than the final 10-second countdown. He had demanded a rematch as his team removed him from the pit. I wouldn't be surprised if he put his name down again for the next time I was scheduled to fight. "Well done tonight, boys," Antonio said as he came to a stop beside the arm of the couch, resuming his usual, casual stance of folding his hands over the top of his cane. "Thank you, boss," Seb half smiled. I nodded my agreement but remained silent, eyeing Antonio for any change in that calm act. "You both showed some real grit in your matches." Antonio smiled as moved around to the back of the couch. "But there it is." His hand came to my shoulder and I tensed, clenching my jaw and waiting. "You embarrassed me tonight, Dean," he said lowly, hand still resting on me. "Don't do it again." I nodded once. "Yes, boss." "Good man." Antonio stepped back, removing his hand, and began walking towards the back door, where his 2 bodyguards were waiting at the bottom of the stairs. But he clicked his fingers in realization and turned back around. "Before I forget, Dean, you'll be driving for the Winchester job. A weapons deal planned in just over a couple of weeks." I usually accepted these orders without question, but I couldn't help but frown a little. I thought Frank was doing that. Frank had also overheard what Antonio said and had wandered over to the lounge area looking confused. He was, until he failed to show up last night to drive me to that meeting. Antonio said pointedly to Frank before flashing me a smile. "It's yours now, if you've learned your lesson about keeping me waiting." "Yes, boss," I said again. Antonio smiled once again, then turned back for the stairs. Frank followed along, saying something quietly about how he needed the money from that job, but I tuned out. Frank didn't have a wife or kids to support, so I assumed it was for his gambling debts. He wasn't very subtle when it came to talking about which horse or game he'd bet on in the past. "So," Seb said after a moment of quiet, watching the remaining fighters milling about the room, "what really went down between you and Roxy?" I folded my arms loosely across my chest, wincing at the tenderness in my shoulder, and rested my head back. "I ended it," I said, looking at Seb from the corner of my eye. He blinked, processing it like I had said something completely out of character. "Like, for good. I'm not going to find out tomorrow that you went back to her place after this." I rolled my eyes, then closed them, turning to face the ceiling. "For good." Seb sucked in a breath. "I'm impressed, bro, but be careful. I wouldn't be surprised if she keyed your car." I huffed a laugh. "Thanks, Seb." Roxy wasn't the kind of girl to let go easily, but keying my car wasn't her style. No, she was the type to cut brake lines or stick needles in my fruit salad, which was why I never brought food to the basement anymore. As a precaution, I checked over my car when Seb and I headed out the back. Finding no leaks, no scratches, or anything missing from underneath or within the engine bay. "All good?" Seb asked, swinging his leg over his black Yamaha and pulling on his bike jacket. "Seems that way." I closed the hood, wiping any grease on my hands onto the hem of my dark grey t-shirt as I walked around to the driver's side of the car. Just about to tell Seb goodbye when a certain dumbass spoke up. "What makes you so special, huh?" Frank said, slamming shut the back door to the basement. It had caused several other guys, hanging around their cars, to look over. "Great. Here we go," Seb murmured, keeping his eyes on fixing the straps of his backpack. "You think you're better than everyone else getting special treatment from Antonio?" Spit was flying from his mouth as Frank got closer. Not wanting to be in the firing line of it, I ignored him and climbed into my car, winding down the window to let some air into the warm space inside. "Feeling a little jealous, Frank?" Seb chuckled, then threw his hands up defensively when Frank flipped him off. The corner of my lips twitched up as I reached to turn the key in the ignition. "See you tomorrow, Seb." "I'm talking to you." Frank had come to a stop roughly 3 feet from my window, ready to burst into a fit of rage going off the bright red tinge of his poxy, scarred face. I slowly brought my eyes to him, keeping my expression bored. "You're talking at me." He went to spit out another sentence, but his voice was drowned out by the Cadillac's rumbling as I turned the ignition over and revved the engine a little to cut him off further. Then Frank was off again, moving himself to stand in front of the car this time and jabbing a finger at me. "I need the money from that job." "That's not my problem." Frank slammed his hand onto the hood in anger. "Yes, it fucking is." I wasn't the type to snap in full-blown anger, as tempting as it could be. It was a trait I hadn't inherited from my dickhead of a father. If I had been more like him, Frank's head would be under the back wheel of the car right now. I was better at remaining in control and level-headed when it came to using aggression. "Fuck it," I muttered. Leaving the engine running as I got out of the car, I shut the door firmly, hiding my satisfaction when Frank receded a step. "Dean," Seb said in warning. "No fighting outside the pit." The words were ingrained in my skull. I purposely kept my pace slow as I moved around to the front of the car. Let Frank figure out what might happen next. Let him figure out what not to do to get out of this unharmed. His throat bobbed as I stopped in front of him, but he stood his ground. "Well," I drawled. "Well, what?" he spat. His eyes flicked nervously to look past my shoulder to Seb, as if Seb would help him out of this. "You came out here looking for a confrontation. So, what now?" I folded my arms loosely. "Waiting." "Fuck you," Frank scowled. His scarred lips curled to reveal yellow teeth. I quirked a brow. "Is that it?" Finally, that rage snapped, and Frank retaliated with a punch aimed right at my face. I blocked with one arm and grabbed his own with my other hand, catching him off guard when I yanked him toward me and drove my heel into the back of his knee, causing his leg to buckle and a shocked yell to escape his mouth as his knees hit the ground. Without hesitation, his arm still in my grip, I twisted it up behind his back. This was one fucked up repeat of what happened earlier tonight. Forcing him to bend toward the car as he yelled in agony, his other hand shot out to press against the front of the Cadillac to prevent himself from leaning into the heat coming from the engine inside. I leaned over him, keeping my voice low and calm. "If you don't want Antonio giving your jobs to other people, make a fucking effort. It's not my problem you're a lazy piece of shit." Through all his hissing and grunts of pain, He finally nodded quickly, and I let him go, giving him space to get back to his feet as he glared at me, breathing heavily through his nose. Sweat trickled down from his forehead. I waited for him to try again, but instead he spat on the ground and left, muttering something to himself that I couldn't hear over the low rumble of my car. Seb, who had watched the whole thing from his bike, scoffed in amusement. "What?" I asked, walking back around to the driver's side door. His brows were raised as he shook his head, pulled his helmet on, then flipped open the visor. I was pretty confident I was straight. But if you're trying to turn me on, it's working. "Shut up, you moron," I chuckled, shaking my head as I got back into the car. Seb laughed to himself, then started his bike, mocking blowing me kisses through his helmet as he took off toward the parking lot exit. It wasn't long before I was driving to that exit myself, passing by Frank as he stood outside his own car, watching closely as I left. I'd usually let things like that slide, but something in the way Frank looked at me as I drove by, his gaze more fixed and unusually calm for a guy who just tried to start a fight, had me feeling uneasy for the first time in a long while. Chapter 8. Lily. "I thought you said you weren't really feeling it with him?" Kira asked over our breakfast of store-bought croissants and orange juice, both of us in our PJs, hair a mess. I picked at my half-eaten croissant. "I know. But you're going on another date with him?" "Yes." I had woken up that morning with a text from Oliver asking to start fresh. He had admitted that trying to kiss me had been a mistake and apologized in several separate texts before asking for forgiveness with a stressed emoji and prayer hands, although I was fairly sure the prayer hands were a high-five emoji. We agreed on a trip to Kenai Island tomorrow, the 4th of July. Since neither of us had anything planned for Independence Day, it worked out well for our plan to start fresh, though I wondered if I even wanted to start fresh at all. It wasn't exactly a good sign that my heart sunk a little the moment I saw who the text was from this morning. Was it odd that I wished the text was from Roxy instead, telling me I was needed in the basement again regardless of my hand? The cut across my left palm was healing well, although it still bled in spots and the bandage was now downgraded to a Band-Aid. I wouldn't have minded if they did need me back in the basement helping somehow. Well, in case something does finally blossom between you two, I should let you know that you'll have the apartment to yourself for the long weekend. Maybe you could invite Oliver back here." Kira smiled knowingly, wiggling her eyebrows as she bit into her croissant. My eyes widened and I shook my head. No, definitely not happening. Anyway, where will you be?" "Aiden's friends have booked an Airbnb out at Jones Beach for the 4th, and he wanted me to go with him." Kira's smile was like that of a giddy schoolgirl. Fun." I nodded, faking a smile for her. "And it'll be all weekend." She quirked a brow suggestively. "Why? Did you change your mind about bringing Oliver back here?" "Oh my God, no. I was only asking because it's good to let someone know how long you'll be away for, especially if you don't know anyone." I blinked at myself. Jesus Christ, I sound like my dad. "It's not like I'll be on my own. I'll have Aiden," she smiled, taking a bite of her breakfast. That wasn't exactly reassuring. Kira and I left for work around the same time, narrowly avoiding getting caught up in a conversation happening in the apartment foyer between nosy neighbor, Susan, and some of the other middle-aged gossips who lived in the building. We went our separate ways outside. I jumped in an Uber, and she caught the bus going in the opposite direction. It was a beautifully sunny Thursday. With a temperature not as high as it had been for the past week, the atmosphere outside was bearable to walk through again. The universe had finally given us at least one decent summer day that didn't lead to anyone melting into a puddle if they stepped out from the shade. The sunlight reflecting off my cream-colored blouse had me squinting whenever I looked down as I walked up to the front door of the real estate agency, giving a small wave to the gardener outside as she tended to the weeds along the narrow garden bed just under the front windows. "Good morning," I smiled at Candace as she tapped away at her keyboard. She dragged her eyes from her computer screen, dragged them over me as I rounded the corner of the front desk, then brought her gaze back to the computer. "Morning," she drawled. I pressed my lips together in a tight smile and took my seat, starting on preparing my side of the desk for the morning and turning on my computer. I wasn't sure why I felt so content today. Happy, even. Maybe a break from the basement was a good thing. Or maybe I felt this way because the long weekend was just around the corner. 3 days of no paperwork. Work phone calls or coffee runs down the hall to the kitchen. 3 days without James and his unwarranted advances, maybe even 4 days if I could avoid him today. Candace slid a book-sized parcel across the desk in my direction. "What's this?" I asked, picking it up. "Read who it's addressed to," she drawled, pressing the desk phone to her ear, then dialing a number. She clicked and unclicked her pen impatiently. I flipped the package over, the brown paper crumpling in my fingers, and glanced down. It was addressed to James. It felt like my heart had jumped to my throat. "Not today." Candace snapped her fingers, and I looked back up at her as she mouthed, "Go." I stammered but got to my feet, fumbling to move my chair out of the way as I walked to the hallway. Nothing is going to happen. I looked down at what I was wearing, a button-up white top and a deep green skirt that hung to my knees. The pants I usually wore were still in the dryer at home. To think I could get away with wearing a skirt today was wishful thinking. Just be quick. Drop the parcel off and leave. Simple. James' office was only small. With his desk situated in the center of the room, he'd spotted me at the door before I had the chance to knock on the doorframe, but I had also hesitated, tempted to just turn back around and have him get it from the desk. Why couldn't Candace have dropped it off? She wasn't that busy. Then again, neither was I. "Lily, what a pleasant surprise," he said, leaning back in his chair with a smirk on his face, those beady eyes trailing over me. "Hi, I just came to drop this off." Every nerve in my body left my movements jerky and awkward as I approached his desk. Placing it on top a pile of unopened envelopes, I forced a smile when he nodded his thanks, turning his attention back to his computer, then backed away. "Hold on," he said calmly, not looking away from his screen as he frowned at it. I froze near the doorway. "Yes?" "You're a smart young woman. Come help me figure out how this new emailing program works." Every fiber in my being was telling me to leave. He had been at the meeting when this was covered. He knew how to use this program, but the words had left my mouth before I could stop myself. "Yes, of course." His returning smile was anything but sincere. I reluctantly walked around the desk to stand beside him, keeping at least 3 feet between us as I looked at his screen, all while keeping an eye on his hands currently resting on his thighs as he sat back, his own gaze still locked on the screen, feigning confusion. "What is it you needed help with?" I asked stiffly. He scratched his scalp and sat forward. "Well, finding my contacts for starters." His hand dropped back to his thigh. I breathed out a little. "Your contacts are on the bar across the top," I said, pointing to the screen. Shock jolted through my body, and I stepped away, stepped out of reach of the hand he just dragged up the back of my thigh. I headed for the office door, not looking back, with his chuckling a distant echo somewhere in the back of my mind, drowned out by the steadily increasing roaring in my ears as I rushed to the bathrooms. An uncontrollable shaking had taken over my hands as I sobbed quietly, fumbling to lock the bathroom stall once I was inside before I pulled my arms around myself. The feeling of his warm, sweaty hand, pressing against my inner thigh and further, felt like it was still there, like his fingers were still touching too close. I coughed and quickly flipped the lid of the toilet up as a precaution, but nothing came. Breathe. Holding my hair back, I closed my eyes and tried to think of something else. Anything that would stop my hands from shaking, or at least to ease the crawling feeling under my skin. "If someone ever gives you a hard time again, let me," said. "No." His words echoed through my mind briefly before I squashed the idea. He'd dislocated someone's jaw after they'd spiked my drink. To get him involved with this problem, no. It would put everything at risk. It would haunt my conscience if he did something to James. I wasn't sure how long I was in the bathroom stall, for it took several attempts to pluck up the courage just to unlock the door. After splashing my face with cold water from the tap, I stepped back out into the hallway and headed straight for my mother's office at the end. Now or never. The closer the open door came, the more I wanted to turn back around. But I had to say something. I couldn't do this anymore. James had gone too far. Kate Whitmore was behind her large desk on the right side of the spacious office, adjacent to the door. Reading and signing paperwork, she looked focused, busy. I hesitated to knock, then backed off. Maybe later. It was only halfway down the hall that I stopped again, just a few feet away from James' door. My skin pricked, but I sucked in a deep breath and turned around once again, forcing myself to walk back to my mother's office, setting aside the nerves that plagued my body. I knocked softly on the wooden doorframe. She looked up from the papers and smiled, although looking a little confused about why I was there. "Lily, is everything okay, sweetie?" She glanced back down to the paperwork, scratching her signature across the bottom of a couple of pages. "Do you have time to talk?" Chapter 9. Lily. My mother flipped the paperwork over and gathered it off the table. "It'll have to be a quick chat. I have a house inspection to get to," she said as she slipped the papers into a folder. "Oh, right, of course. It can wait." I faked a smile. I could feel that little surge of confidence from a few seconds ago slowly slipping out of grasp. She stood, collecting her bag and car keys from her drawer and tucking the folder under her arm. Never once looking up as she asked, "Are you sure?" while scanning the desk for anything she might have forgotten. "Yep," I replied tightly. She finally looked up at me, smiling sympathetically as she pulled on her bag and headed toward me, planting a quick kiss on my forehead as she passed through the door. "Talk soon," she said, then she was gone, racing down the hallway in a brisk walk for the foyer and beyond, leaving me on my own, and once again facing the simple task of walking by James' office again. I wasn't sure what to do, how to feel. Maybe it wasn't as big a deal as I had thought. He could have done worse. For the rest of the day, I didn't feel like myself. I'd never been touched by a stranger like that before. Thursday evening came and went, with Friday feeling like it was about to do the same. It was meant to feel like a holiday-long weekend, but I had retreated into myself. The memory from James' office on replay in my head. I never got the chance to tell my mother about what happened. Kyra had left this morning with Aiden for their long weekend getaway at Jones Beach, leaving me with the apartment all to myself as I got ready for my date with Oliver. A date I was now even more reluctant to attend. I would have been happy to just curl up with a book in bed. Instead, I was sitting on the little brick wall that borders the front garden of the apartment, craning my neck to look left and right down the street or checking my phone as I waited for Oliver. It was another warm day today, so I was wearing a knee-length, powder blue button-up dress with t-shirt sleeves and a collar. The fabric was light. I only hoped I didn't sweat so much that patches appeared. I adjusted the thin, dark brown belt around my waist for the umpteenth time, then tucked my hair behind my ear, only to untuck it again. Stop fidgeting. I took a breath and checked for any sign of Oliver's silver Audi again. My heart quickly leapt into my throat as I spotted it rolling up the street. Oliver was already smiling as he pulled up in front of me and wound down the electric window. "Happy 4th, he grinned, one arm resting casually on the steering wheel as he ducked his head to see me through the passenger window. "Same to you," I smiled back, picking up my bag and drink bottle, then getting into the car. The AC was already on high as I settled into the front seat, and it smelled strongly of peppermint thanks to the air freshener hanging from the rearview mirror. "All right, let's get this show on the road," he chimed happily, turning up the dial on the radio a little before pulling out from the curb. The music was just loud enough so that a conversation was pointless. In all honesty, I kind of preferred it. It helped avoid talking about that awkward almost kiss. The Kenai Island boardwalk was filled with 4th of July revelers. Banners of red, white, and blue lined every shop front and food. The smell of popcorn, warm food, and sea breeze clung in the humid air. Any breath of that sea breeze was a welcome relief. Oliver had bought us hot dogs and sodas from one of the brightly colored food vendors before we wandered out onto the pier. It didn't take him long to begin drifting closer as we walked along beside the pier's white, wooden rail. Whether it was intentional or not, I tried to maintain the distance between us anyway, sometimes playing it off as spotting something in the water below. After lunch, Oliver suggested walking along the beach for a little while. It was packed with families celebrating the day and escaping the heat in the ocean, but we managed to weave our way down to the shoreline without being poked by an umbrella. Most of the families had set up on the side of the beach closest to the theme park, so we headed in the opposite direction. There were still plenty of people on the beach, but the crowds had thinned out a little in this area. "So," Oliver began. It was amazing how just one word could have my mind jumping to a million conclusions. If he was about to organize another date, what if he wanted to kiss me again, or talk about it? Clearly my overthinking was written all over my face as he looked at me curiously, then chuckled. "Everything okay?" I blinked, then smiled. "Sorry, what were you saying?" "I've been invited to your family barbecue tomorrow for your dad's promotion." "Oh, that's great. Is your family coming or just you? I wanted to grimace. This was my mother's doing. Just me, he smiled, though it wavered a little. You don't seem too excited about it. No. I'm happy you're coming. Liar. I smiled again, then looked out to the sea, turning my face away from him so he didn't notice how fast my smile dropped. We should have brought our swimsuits, Oliver said. I looked back to find he had followed where my gaze had gone. His lips quirked with a mischievous smile before his hazel eyes flicked to me. Then again, Oliver. He moved quickly, wrapping one arm behind my back and ducking to scoop up my legs, holding me firmly against his chest as he turned for the water. Please put me down. People were watching, smiling or laughing as I tried and failed to make sure my dress hadn't ridden up too far. Pushing against his chest with no luck as he kept walking into the water, I quickly pulled my shoulder bag up over my head and tossed it onto the dry sand further away, right in time for his arms to buckle. He wasn't as strong as he'd thought and had stumbled when his foot sunk in the sand. Losing his balance, he let go and I fell into the knee-deep water, landing hard on my tailbone before a wave crashed over my head, soaking me completely. Even with the high temperatures today, the cool water came as a shock to my system as I quickly jumped to my feet. My dress was almost completely sheer, clinging tightly to my body as I peeled the fabric away from my skin, wishing I hadn't worn black underwear. Oliver wasn't nearly as soaked, standing in the knee-deep water with water droplets on his shorts and laughing through an apology as he offered me a hand. I tried to pretend I hadn't noticed how his eyes traveled down, then quickly back up again. I'm so sorry, he said, biting back his grin. Ignoring his outstretched hand, I pressed my lips together in a tight-lipped smile, brushing my wet hair from my face before wrapping my arms around my chest and trudging out of the water. Sandals squelching as I went, I was very aware that others were watching. I think I should go home, I said quietly, picking up my bag, then attempting to unstick the dress from my legs. When I brought my eyes to Oliver, his smile was gone. I was only having a little fun. He rubbed the back of his head, frowning a little as he looked down. I know. I pulled my arms around myself once more. I want to rinse the salt water off, before it ruins the dress. He dropped his hand and half smiled. Yeah, of course. Oliver led the way back to the car, looking back over his shoulder every so often as if to check I was still following, or maybe to prove that he cared. Walking back in the full sun had dried me out enough so that my hair was no longer dripping, but the dress held water like a sponge. I repeatedly wrung out the hem just so it wasn't sticking to my thighs anymore, ignoring the quiet laughter and smiles from strangers as we passed them on the beach and in the parking lot. Damp and smelling of seaweed, I climbed into the front seat. Oliver surprisingly wasn't too worried about the seat getting wet as he turned on the AC to help speed up the drying process. I clenched my teeth as the cool air on my wet skin brought on shivering and goosebumps. Savoring every moment the sunshine hit my skin through the windshield. Oliver took the route through Bensonhurst to get back to my apartment in Bay Ridge, drumming his fingers on the steering wheel to a song on the radio. His mind was far from thinking about what had just happened, or how it had tainted any chance we could have. I had to say something at least before he came to the family barbecue on the weekend. But just as I went to open my mouth, the car jolted. What the hell? Oliver frowned at the dashboard before the car jolted again and steam began slipping through the gaps in the hood. By some miracle, he managed to pull over alongside a busy sidewalk lined with little shops, cafes, and takeaway places. The car only survived long enough for him to put it in park before it sputtered more steam. This shouldn't take too long, he said, smiling confidently before he climbed out of the car and walked around to the front of the hood. I didn't know a lot about cars, but I had remembered my father mentioning something about letting an engine cool before touching it. Oliver was about to have his eyebrows burned from his face. Unclicking my belt, I quickly opened my door and stood in the gutter. Don't touch it yet. The hood popped up and a thick cloud of white steam hissed up from the engine, blocking Oliver from view as he stumbled back from the heat. Thankfully weren't singed as he waved it away from his face, eyebrows still intact. I let out a small sigh and stepped out from behind the door to stand in the sun with my damp hair and clothes, arms still folded across my chest as I watched Oliver try to peer through the dying steam. What happened? I asked as I stepped in beside him, more so to kill the awkward silence as he referred to his phone for assistance. Glancing from the screen to the engine, then back to the screen. He scratched his head, not looking up from his phone. Maybe it's the alternator. Several minutes passed as Oliver masked his cluelessness, looking over the engine as it cooled and not making any attempts to call anyone for help. I was half tempted to call a mechanic myself as I tightened my arms around myself, sharing an awkward smile to an elderly couple who'd walked past staring and muttering. I looked down at myself, to the wrinkled dress and damp tendrils of hair hanging around my face. What a terrific way to end a date. Need a hand? The smooth, deep voice cut gently through the sound of the surrounding street activity and sent my stomach into a fluttering mess. I looked to the sidewalk behind me, where Dean was standing nearby in jeans and a black t-shirt that fit just right, peering over the top of his sunglasses as he looked to the engine. There was a bag of takeaway in his hand from a nearby cafe. When neither of us responded, his eyes flicked to us and he raised a brow in question. It wasn't the most ideal scenario, but his timing couldn't have been better. Seb had mentioned Dean worked in a garage by day, and we desperately needed a mechanic. Yes, we do, I said quickly, looking back at Oliver to find him eyeing Dean as if he was about to threaten us for cash. In Oliver's defense, Dean was a lot taller and muscular. It was easy to see why Oliver may have been a little intimidated. Are you sure that's a good idea? Oliver whispered, keeping an eye on Dean as he approached the car. I shrugged, pretending like I didn't know the man that had just placed his bag of takeaway on the roof of Oliver's car. Dean seemed to be playing along, passing me without so much as a glance of recognition, as he rounded the front of the car to stand beside Oliver, who'd stepped aside to create a little more distance from Dean, eyeing the tattoos on his arms as he did. Dean peered into the engine but didn't touch a thing as he asked, "When was the last time you checked your coolant?" "My mechanic usually does that for me." Oliver chuckled as he quickly glanced my way. I offered him a reassuring smile. Dean kept his attention on the car as he straightened, face unreadable as he removed his sunglasses and looped them through one of the belt loops on his jeans. "Do you have an old rag I can use?" Oliver frowned a little. "What for?" Dean dragged his eyes to him. "So I don't burn myself touching anything." "Right. Yeah, I'll check." Oliver couldn't move away fast enough, stumbling over his foot a little as he walked around to the trunk of the car to look for that rag. I tightened my arms around myself again, looking down at my feet and rocking on them as silence fell once again. "Are you guys on a date?" Dean was seated on the front edge of the car, arms folded loosely across his chest as he straightened out his legs and stacked one boot-clad foot over the other. "We just got back from Kenai Island." I smiled tightly. He nodded to the damp hair. "What happened?" "He dropped me in the ocean." The corner of his mouth twitched, amusement sparking in his eyes, and he glanced back over his shoulder to where Oliver had closed the trunk. "Sounds like a great date." Oliver reappeared at the front of the car with a towel bundled in his hands. "Will this do?" Dean's deadpan expression said enough as he looked at the towel, then Oliver, then back to me before he took the towel and held it out in my direction, raising a brow in the form of an offer as he waited. I shook my head quickly. "I'm fine." Without a word, Dean shrugged, then brought the towel closer to himself, gripping the hem as his muscles flexed, and tore a strip from the fabric with a loud rip. Oliver blanched. "Hey." Dean then tossed the rest of the towel to me and casually pushed himself off the car, facing the engine and ignoring the look Oliver was giving him. He used the strip he'd torn off to unscrew the cap of the radiator as he reached into the engine bay. I hesitated to use the towel at first, but eventually pulled it around my shoulders. Oliver came to my side as I did, folding his arms tightly across his chest as he watched Dean closely. "That was my favorite towel," he grumbled to himself, quickly correcting himself when he noticed me watching him. He puffed out his chest a little and quickly added, "I would have offered it to you. I just forgot it was back there." I faked a smile as I dried the ends of my hair. "Thank you, Oliver." Dean looked side-on towards us, still leaning over the engine as he said, "Do either of you have a water bottle I can use?" "I do." I didn't hesitate to go retrieve it from the front seat, surprising myself at how quickly I had responded to the question as I handed the bottle over to him. He nodded his thanks, then screwed off the lid, about to tip water into the radiator when Oliver intervened. What are you doing?" he said, taking a step forward. "Is water even meant to go in there?" Dean released a short sigh, bracing his hands against the edge of the engine bay as he looked over his shoulder to Oliver. "It's not a long-term fix, but it'll get you to Bay Ridge before your car overheats again." unless you have some coolant hidden in your trunk too. Oliver grinned, though it didn't reach his eyes, and took a step back again while Dean continued pouring water into the radiator. But something clicked in Oliver's head, evident from the slight confusion that crossed his face. "How did you know we were going to Bay Ridge?" he asked. I tensed shit but quickly played off clueless again when Oliver looked at me with a frown. Tightening the lids on both the radiator and my drink bottle, Dean casually stepped away from the engine. "Lucky guess," he shrugged, handing me the water bottle before walking around to the driver's seat and sitting down. He started the engine, twisting some of the dials on the dashboard, while Oliver watched him closely until he joined us at the front of the car again. "I've turned the heater on to move heat away from the engine for a bit. Wait 10-15 minutes before you drive it again. You'll need to keep an eye on the temperature gauge." He nodded to the water bottle in my hand. "If the temperature goes up again, add more water until you get to a garage." Oliver placed his hands on his hips, a serious look on his face as he nodded but paused. And, where's the temperature gauge?" A slight crease formed between Dean's brows before he lifted one slightly, looking at Oliver with an "Are you serious?" expression. "On the dash, behind the steering wheel." "Thought so," Oliver said, lifting his chin and broadening his shoulders as he looked back at the engine. Was he flexing? HM. The simple sound, a deep hum, conveying just a hint of what Dean was thinking before he moved past us, catching Oliver off guard as he tossed the scrap of towel at his chest as he walked by, heading for the takeaway he'd left on the roof of the car as he put his sunglasses back on. I had expected Dean to keep up the act of pretending to be strangers as he made to leave, dipping his head to the both of us by way of saying goodbye before he passed behind me. But then he slowed, keeping an eye on Oliver as he did. Oliver was too busy checking over the engine for. I didn't know what for, or really cared. All my awareness was on the casual way Dean had leaned in from behind me, brushing the back of his hand ever so lightly and briefly against my upper arm to get my attention, keeping his voice to a low murmur as he did. "See you later." He was gone before I could even register what he had said, breezing down the sidewalk with that quiet confidence and untouchability. People moved for him, even when they seemed to not realize they had. Dean owned the space around him with a calm authority that others didn't dare question. For a moment I felt envious and a little awe-inspired. To demand that kind of respect so effortlessly from strangers, through body language alone, was something I could only dream of ever happening. Well, he was a real ray of sunshine. Oliver's words of sarcasm pulled me from my thoughts as he closed the hood. He scoffed to himself as he began scrolling through his phone again. "Can't believe he ripped my towel." I figured that was more a throwaway comment than a conversation starter. I sighed quietly to myself, pulling the towel tighter around my shoulders as I folded my arms and stepped up to the front passenger door to lean against it, wishing the time would pass a little faster while we waited the 10 to 15 minutes Dean had suggested. Staring at the pavement, the sounds of a busy summer's day in Bensonhurst lulled me into a trance while the sun warmed my shoulders and dried my hair. There was chatter and laughter, music playing in a nearby shop, a small dog barking, the flapping of wings as pigeons took off in flight, an engine rumbling over the regular sounds of the traffic. I knew that engine. I looked to my right, to the street corner further down where an emerald green Cadillac had pulled up to the intersection. It was indicating right and soon drove on smoothly around the corner, heading straight along the road that Oliver and I were still waiting on. I turned to watch from over the Audi's roof as Dean's Cadillac lined up perfectly alongside us. The traffic had conveniently slowed just as he had to pass. Oliver was too engrossed in his phone to notice, and I doubted he even noticed that 15 minutes had passed already. The window was down as Dean rested his elbow on the door and drummed his fingers lightly on the roof. Watching and waiting patiently for the traffic to start moving again, he looked over once. First to Oliver, still oblivious to his surroundings, then to me. I sent him a withering smile. Would it have been wrong to ask him for a lift home instead? The traffic lights ahead turned green and suddenly the Cadillac's engine revved a few octaves louder, ripping through and drowning out every other sound in the nearby vicinity. It vibrated through the air through my chest and sent my heart racing. People had flinched or squealed as they looked to the source of the noise, while Oliver, the closest to the car, had jumped so abruptly, he'd flung his phone in the air as he covered his ears. It was pointless trying to force away the smile on my lips, so I covered my mouth quickly instead. By the time Oliver had picked his phone back up, checking it over for any cracks, Dean had already moved on. the corner of his mouth quirking slightly as he went. "Who does that?" Oliver spat, wiping the phone screen on his pants as he watched the Cadillac leave. I pursed my lips and schooled my features. "Not sure, but 15 minutes is up. We should get your car to a garage." Chapter 10. Lily. No amount of warning from Xavier and Jen could have prepared me for the chaos that unfurled on a 4th of July evening at the Den. If I thought I had grown used to the usual wild weekday nights, I was terribly wrong. The crowd was pressed up right against the bar, singing loudly, dancing terribly, and sloshing their drinks over their hands and down their arms every time they cheered something which could have been anything as simple as someone requesting Born in the USA for the umpteenth time. The red, white, and blue paper streamers Jen and I had pinned up haphazardly before opening by Roxy's last-second demand were now either draped around the shoulders of the revelers or being trampled on the dance floor. There was an extra set of bouncers on tonight, subtly standing guard near the bathrooms in case the crowds wandered downstairs. These bouncers being the familiar faces of some of Antonio's burly bodyguards. The risk of anyone stumbling across the fighting happening right below our feet was high. But a packed club also worked in Antonio's favor. Everything was hidden in plain sight. It turned out Antonio wasn't the only one using the 4th of July celebrations as a cover. I had just stepped into the staff room to grab another bag of ice from the freezer in the back. The reprieve from the packed nightclub was always welcome as the air conditioning in the staff room actually worked. As I was nearing the alcove where the freezer was stored, counting down the hours until I was passed out in bed later, I realized I wasn't the only person in here. There was rustling coming from where the freezer was, and heavy breathing. I didn't have time to slow my pace and turn away. I'd come as far as the corner of the alcove before I gasped and spun around, squeezing my eyes shut as if I didn't have my back to them already. "I'm so sorry," I blurted out. "Get out," Roxy shrilled. She didn't need to say it twice as I hastily retreated to the staff room door. Roxy had been on her knees in front of a man. He had been enjoying himself so much he hadn't even noticed when I stepped around the corner. A smile of pure bliss had spread across his lips as he leaned against the freezer door with his eyes closed. I pushed through the staff room door, then quickly closed it behind me, pressing my palms against the peeling, dark red paint on the wooden panels. I wasn't sure if I wanted to laugh or fear for my safety now that I'd caught Roxy like that. Clearly Dean's rejections to her advances had started to pay off. "Where's the ice?" Xavier's voice barely cut through the music as he stopped beside me, pushing back his curly black hair from his forehead as he gestured to my empty hands. He rolled his eyes, even though they began to shine with a little mischief. "She's got someone in there, doesn't she?" I cringed. "Yes." Xavier's lips curved into a wicked grin. "This shall be fun," he said, wiggling his eyebrows as he pulled the door back open and strode into the staff room. I thought I would have been yelled at or fired, but I never heard from Roxy for the rest of the evening. Xavier had managed to leave the staff room unscathed too. If she was embarrassed, she was very good at covering it up. When everyone had left and midnight had passed, Roxy had stridden right by us as we cleaned up the floor, wearing her usual face of confidence as she reminded us to lock up once we were done. She'd barely looked at us as she did, which I guess was better than being on the receiving end of one of her scathing glares. The Den was always more fun once she'd left, and the dance floor was empty. It took us roughly half an hour to clean up, with music playing from Jen's tiny Bluetooth speaker that she'd sit atop the bar. It was often songs from her 80s playlist, but none of us minded. It was refreshing to hear something other than the usual bass tones of club music, and made mopping up the sticky puddles of spilt drinks a little more enjoyable. Jen and Xavier spent most of their time singing and dancing. I was happy to watch. Terry did the same as he checked over the room or waited by the door. "Have you got anything planned for the weekend, Terry?" I looked up at his face as I stood beside him. Even as he leaned against the bar, he still towered over me. "My wife and I plan to have a nice quiet lunch at home. We haven't had one in a long time," he chuckled to himself, folding his hands over his belly. It had taken me this long to notice the gold wedding band on his finger. I felt bad for not even considering Terry's life outside of being a bouncer. I offered him a warm smile. "What's your wife's name?" "Anne." He said her name as if he was falling in love with her all over again. Pulling out his phone, he showed me the lock screen, a photo of him and his wife with bright smiles as they held each other close. "She's beautiful, Terry." That she is. He chuckled softly to himself. As he tucked away his phone again, Jen and Xavier re-emerged from the staff room. We all headed outside, where the evening air was warm and thick with the feeling of a brewing summer storm. There was rumbling in the distance as it made its way along the river, blending with the echo of fireworks lighting up the sky across Brooklyn. Terry was the first to leave, with a small wave and muttering something about hoping the storm wouldn't ruin anyone's weekend plans, which made me think of Kira and Aiden down at Jones Beach. Their plans of having a beach party all weekend probably needed a plan B. I pulled my eyes from scanning the partly cloudy night sky above and down to my phone to book myself an Uber. The next one along would be in roughly 10 minutes. Like most evenings since what happened over a week ago involving Murphy and Dean, Jen and Xavier were more than happy waiting outside with me for my ride. X and I are heading back to mine for a nightcap. Jen bumped her hip on mine, bringing my attention from my phone. She was loosening the space buns out of her platinum blonde hair, combing her fingers through the pin straight, chin-length strands as she did. Care to join? She smiled. I'd love to, but can't. I've got lunch with the family tomorrow. I don't think my mother would appreciate it if I showed up a little hungover, I smiled with a wince. Right, the conservative parentals. Oh, how we adore them, she said sarcastically. Jen had mentioned that her parents were very similar to my own, except hers were school teachers in Chicago. They hadn't approved of her decision to dye her natural red hair, to pierce her belly button, or dress the way she did, but she hadn't cared. Feeling smothered by them, she'd moved away to New York to follow her dreams in fashion, that career currently a work in progress, while she saved money to pay for school. I bet you can't wait to meet up with Prince Charming again. Maybe he'll drop you in the pool this time, she joked. Xavier and Jen had asked earlier on in the shift about how my fourth had gone. When I mentioned the date, they'd asked for details. Eventually, I mentioned what Oliver had done, which led to questioning the other dates we'd been on. Hearing the words coming from my own mouth only cemented how I felt about seeing Oliver again. Hitching my shoulder bag up my arm, I pulled my shoulders up. I think he was trying to be playful. He sounds like a dick, Xavier said bluntly, jingling the key from the door. Jen continued. Doesn't he have his own family barbecue to go to? I shrugged. He never mentioned it. There was a collection of laughter from nearby as a group of young men stumbled out of the alleyway beside the club. Seb was amongst them and seemed to be the happiest of the bunch, with his arms draped around the shoulders of two guys. Following loosely behind them was Dean, frowning down at his phone when the group came to a drunken halt on the sidewalk. While most of the group dispersed into the street, Seb stood and looked both ways down the road. Where's the car at? He asked loudly, throwing an impatient look over his shoulder at Dean. Hold on a second, Dean said before answering his phone, holding his hand out to Seb's back as he swayed backward. I brought my attention back to Xavier and Jen. You should just dump him tomorrow, Xavier said casually as he placed a cigarette between his lips and lit it. I raised my brows. That's a little harsh, don't you think? He shrugged and blew out a ring of smoke. He sounds like he wouldn't even take being dumped seriously, Jen chuckled, motioning for Xavier to hand over the cigarette. Who are we talking about? Seb scuffed his shoes as he attempted to walk steadily toward us, a very serious but very drunk expression on his face. I hadn't meant for the discussion about my weekend plans or issues with a boy to be dragged out like this. It's nothing. Her date. He's attending a family thing tomorrow, Xavier drawled as Jen passed the cigarette back to him. Seb nodded slowly, then burped. Excuse me, is that the guy who dropped you in the ocean today? What a douche. How did you... I looked past Seb to where Dean was still deep in conversation, on his phone, with his back to us. Never mind. Seb hiccuped again, holding up a finger as he paused and looked to be waiting for another burp. When none came, he continued. Bring someone else, then. Another hiccup. I don't really have a choice. He shook his head, then regretted it as he steadied himself again. I meant bring someone that'll make him see you're not interested. That'd be interesting, Xavier muttered, continuing to share his cigarette with Jen while they listened. How would that help? I asked Seb. I'm just saying, as a man myself, if I see a lovely lady preoccupied with another gentleman, I ain't going near her. He folded his arms matter-of-factly and arched his eyebrows. It's pretty smart thinking, if you ask me. I smiled a little. I appreciate the suggestion, Sebi, but I don't think it's a good idea to test it at a family lunch. At least not with my family. Lily mentioned the guy was sporty, Jen added. He'd probably view it as more of a competition to win her over. I scoffed quietly. I don't think he'd compete for me. Xavier chuckled and flicked the ash from his cigarette. You'd be surprised how far someone would go. Though it wouldn't be too bad having two men fawning over you, he winked. I smiled, though it wavered. Just dealing with one man was enough. Bring Dean. Then, Seb shrugged. At the mention of his name, Dean looked in our direction. The phone still pressed to his ear as he watched us with a curious frown on his face. I could already feel my face burning as I looked away. He's got nothing on tomorrow. It'll give him something to do. And he's too intimidating for there to even be competition. That's true, Jen agreed. I don't know, Seb. It's honestly not that big a deal. I was talking quickly, fully aware that Dean had finished his phone call and was walking straight for us. I could feel the embarrassment bubbling up already. Of all the things to ask Dean help for, this wasn't what I had in mind. What are you getting me into now? Dean crossed his arms as he came to a stop beside Seb. His black t-shirt pulled tightly around his arms as he raised a brow in question at his friend. Our girl, Lily, needs your help tomorrow. Seb threw an arm around my shoulders and pulled me into his side, grinning as he did. I tried not to look too offended by the smell of beer on his breath as I awkwardly smiled back. Dean's eyes slid to me. Are you in trouble? He asked. The look on his face alone conveyed enough of what he was thinking. I stammered and straightened. No, it's not that kind of help. I don't even need it. Oh, she needs it. Butterfingers hasn't been reading her signals very well, Xavier said, snuffing out his cigarette. I sent him a subtle glare that he responded to with a wink. His oversharing tonight really wasn't helping. Dean shifted on his feet. The guy from today? Yes, but... No, buts, Xavier tutted. Seb laughed to himself. Buts. Dean slowly looked at Seb. And you didn't volunteer yourself because... I've got my own family thing on. Your family doesn't celebrate Independence Day, Dean said skeptically. Seb blinked twice, opened his mouth, then immediately shut it again when he couldn't think of anything to say. Instead, he waved off Dean's comment, blowing a raspberry as he did, before gesturing to me. This woman hid you from the police. The least you can do is return the favor. He already has, I offered quietly. Dean's eyes lingered on me, a faint smile on his lips. Not of amusement, but conveying understanding of exactly what I was talking about. He can do it again. Seb turned to Dean, poking his bicep. She needs your skills of intimidation. But Oliver has met him. It was hard not to let the anxiety over all this set in. I shouldn't have said anything earlier. He'll have questions. Dean brought his full attention to me, taking a step forward. Do you want to keep seeing him? Well, no, but I don't want to hurt his feelings either. Please, Lily, Jen scoffed from nearby. From what you've said, he's been ignoring yours since the first date. He'll live. I couldn't believe this was happening, that it was being discussed, or that I was even considering going through with it. Oliver would be blindsided, my mother would flip, and my father. I couldn't exactly let slip what his new title as a detective was being celebrated by my family tomorrow, or that he was part of an investigation into gang activity. Everyone's eyes were on me, all of them waiting with bated breath, Xavier finding way too much joy in the drama itself before I looked at Dean. He offered me the slightest of smiles and shrugged, slipping his hands into the pockets of his jeans. It's up to you, Lily. Why did my name sound so much better coming from him? I breathed in. I guess it could work. Seb rubbed his hands together excitedly. What time am I picking you up? It was a simple question, but it was the subtle lightness in Dean's eyes that caused my answer to catch in my throat. He'd asked it so casually, so smoothly. Jen nudged my arm. Around midday, right? Yes, I said quickly. Yes, midday. The lopsided smile that spread on Dean's lips bordered on a gentle smirk. Something in his demeanor had changed too when his brow quirked. It's a date then. Okay? My heart was working overtime. Should we switch numbers? In case something changes. Good idea. Seb snapped his fingers at Dean, who had already started pulling out his phone. Dean frowned at his friend's sudden urgency before unlocking his phone and bringing up a new contact. I did the same, my fingers refusing to work properly as I typed in his first name. In a matter of seconds, we'd switched phones, typed in our numbers, then returned the phones back. He made it look like it was something he did often. Meanwhile, I felt like I was experiencing an out-of-body experience. I'd given my number to boys in the past, Oliver included, but something about giving it to Dean felt like I was towing the line of the unknown. It felt exciting. "See you tomorrow," he half smiled. I smiled back, failing to form the words to respond without making a fool of myself. It was best to keep quiet if I didn't want to stumble over my words after he'd looked at me that way. That lightness in his eyes was still there as he made the move to leave, still smiling a little, tapping Seb on the shoulder as he walked away. "You know," Seb began with a serious tone, jabbing a thumb over his shoulder at Dean, "he hasn't stopped." "Seb," Dean called back, "I'm leaving without you if you don't get a move on." "All right, I'm coming." "Sheesh." Seb looked to the three of us and waved happily before following Dean, swaying all over the place as he did. Chapter 11. Dean. "He hasn't stopped what, Seb?" I closed the car door behind me while he slumped into the passenger seat, resting his head back with a smug little smile on his face. I don't know why he was acting so pleased. He chuckled to himself, rolling his head to one side and grinning from ear to ear. "Nothing. Smug little shit. You want to walk home?" I wasn't starting the car until he told me why he was acting like a pain in the ass. My ass. The smile didn't completely vanish as he rolled his eyes. "You should be thanking me, you know," he said matter-of-factly, shifting to face the window instead. I scoffed. "And why is that?" No response. Then came the snoring. I shook my head and started the engine. Checking the mirrors before pulling out into the mildly busy street, I could still see them in the rear view, waiting for her ride just outside the den. I should have offered her a lift home, but also didn't want her getting the wrong idea after the shitstorm my so-called best friend just got me involved in. Okay, maybe it wasn't an entire shitstorm, but what was I thinking? Faking a date, meeting the family. I hadn't even met Roxy's family. I felt like I was crossing some line, but didn't know what that line was for, or where the fuck it was. I would have blamed my decision to go ahead with this on the joint the guys had smoked in the alleyway earlier, but I hadn't touched the stuff. Even a second-degree high wouldn't make me think this stupidly. It was just another favor, though I wasn't entirely sure what this favor was for this time, other than maybe it wouldn't be so bad to get to know her as a friend. A friendship with Lily couldn't be so bad. "Fuck's sake," I muttered, turning the corner into Seb Street. Antonio still wanted to keep an eye on her, something to do with figuring out if she had any ulterior motives, just in case her sweet and innocent ways were just a facade. He liked her, but he liked everyone until he uncovered anything about them that went against what he did. It was a game to him, a way of intimidation when he flipped the switch on them at the last minute, and I hated that she was caught up in the middle of it. A girl from an obviously clean background. She wouldn't even have a criminal record, so for Antonio to believe she had some ulterior motive or plan. She cared too much, and her poker face was terrible. I mean, she could keep secrets, but lying really wasn't her strength. This was a girl whose cheeks flushed red when she was frustrated, whose blue eyes gave away every emotion she felt even when she clearly thought no one noticed. There was no way she could have an ulterior motive against Antonio. In the weeks she'd been working at the den, I had brought this up with Antonio time and time again with no luck of changing his mind. He always responded with an annoyingly nonchalant, "We'll see." Seb snorted loudly in his sleep, pulling me from my thoughts before we arrived outside his apartment. We'd done this trip many times before, usually with me hauling Seb's barely conscious ass up into bed. Thankfully this time he had it in him to walk the flight of stairs up to his place without my help, stumbling up ahead of me while I hung back, keeping a close eye on where he placed his feet in case he toppled backwards. "You know what?" Seb slurred, glancing back over his shoulder as he reached the landing at the top of the stairs. "I don't think I tell you enough how much I appreciate you." "Uh-huh." I steered him toward his door before he slumped against the wall. Once I was positive he wasn't going to keel over forward and nosedive the stairs, I unlocked the apartment door with the spare key he'd given me for safekeeping years ago. The lock clicked and I gave the door a shove, holding it open for Seb to stumble over the threshold, fumbling for the light switch as he did. The apartment only had one room, with the bedroom and living room combined at the back and a kitchen beside the entrance. While small and a little outdated, Seb still managed to fit in his collection of surfboards, guitars, and old records. "No, I'm serious," he said, backhanding my chest as he walked across the room to his bed and collapsed, face down, onto the covers. His voice was muffled by the mattress as he slurred, "I love you, man. Love you too, buddy." I went to the kitchen to fill a glass with water, past the fridge covered in artwork from his two young nieces, and found some painkillers for the hangover he'd have tomorrow morning, tracking down a bucket below the sink just in case. "You mean it?" he grumbled sleepily. "Yes, Sebi," I sighed, bringing everything over to his bedside. He was already out of it by the time I had put it on the table. I headed back out again, feeling ready to collapse into bed myself. But just as I climbed into the car, my phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. This wasn't an unusual thing. I was used to Antonio sending out his requests this way, and I never questioned it. Especially when the text was only a location and a message saying Container 47. I would start sending out the details for the upcoming Winchester job. Bed would have to wait. The GPS led me to a shipping container freight yard in Brooklyn. The place was void of people and illuminated by the few large spotlights standing tall overhead, though they weren't much help when it came to walking between the towering stacks of shipping containers, each casting shadows across the aisles between each row. I was using the torch on my phone to track down the number 47 container, squinting to read the more faded of the numbers. Every so often glancing over my shoulder in case I was being followed. This was why I didn't smoke weed. Even the second-degree smoke had made me a little edgy. So when a large, burly figure with a bald head stepped out from behind the shipping container up ahead, it was only natural that my heart nearly dropped out of my ass. "Fuck's sake, Vince," I hissed as the bodyguard chuckled. "Bit jumpy there, huh?" He clapped me over the shoulder as I joined him, then steered me around the corner, revealing the container beside us to be number 47, and that we weren't alone. Antonio was in a conversation with 4 other guys. I didn't know any of them, but knew they weren't on the business side from the way they shifted on their feet or had a stone-cold silence about them. These were the guys who did the shit-kicker jobs, usually just out of jail and ready for action. I made a mental note to steer clear of the fidgety, skinny one on the far left. "Ah, our driver has arrived." He smiled, motioning toward me. I nodded in greeting, giving off nothing as the others watched me closely. There was no need for introductions or words shared. I was only there so they knew who their driver would be. Antonio nodded to Vince once, who then moved over to open the doors of the shipping container, letting them swing open on a quiet squeak while we all stood back. Inside was a large, dark grey van with a maintenance company logo stamped across the front, though I doubted the business name was even real. It was the van I'd be driving the night of the job, and Antonio wanted to make sure I got a good look at it, to get an understanding of what I'd be moving. While Antonio went over other more specific details with his new team, I stepped into the shipping container for a closer look. Vince tossed me the keys as I passed him. It was a second-hand Mercedes Sprinter with a diesel engine type, a wobbly gear stick, missing headrests, and in need of a wheel alignment. It was the perfect van to complete the job, then burn later. And it was armed to the teeth with boxes of Winchester rifles, automatics, and handguns. I raised my brow at the large, metal boxes all jammed into the back of the van, but knew better than to ask what exactly they'd be used for. I was only the driver in all of this. It was better to remain a little ignorant to some of Antonio's plans, especially the ones that looked like he was preparing for a military operation. After familiarizing myself with the cabin area, I climbed back out and joined Vince outside, handing over the keys with a subtle sigh, then waiting beside him with my arms crossed tightly over my chest. I ground my teeth slightly, waiting for Antonio to finish his chat, then let us go while my heart pounded just that little bit faster. My mind elsewhere until Vince nudged me with an elbow. "You've done how many jobs for Antonio, and you're stressing now?" He was smiling, but still looked a little concerned. I have to laugh. "It's not the job I'm stressing about." Chapter 12. Lily. This was a very bad idea. In fact, it had to have been one of the worst ideas I had ever agreed to, and that was saying a lot considering I had once thought following Aiden and Kira blindly into an underground fight club had been the worst decision of my life. Like a strange deja vu of yesterday's date with Oliver, I was standing outside my apartment again, dressed in a yellow sundress with t-shirt sleeves and a zip-up back. Only instead of looking out for a silver Audi, I was waiting for Dean's Cadillac to cruise up the road. It was safe to say I was nervous. More than nervous. My stomach was a mess of knots and butterflies, and I felt like I could pass out from anxiety at any second. My parents, my extended family on my dad's side, and almost all his work colleagues, were about to meet someone who represented everything that could rub their conservative thoughts the wrong way. If Dean's tattoos didn't trigger their assumptions, accusations, and downright disgust toward body art, then the 4-year age gap between us might. One of the many rules our parents had discussed with us regarding dating was that Jane and I could only date people around our age, with a maximum 1-year age difference. While the age gap between Dean and I wasn't that big, I knew my mother would flip if she ever found out, which was why I hoped no one asked him about his age. I released a sharp breath, muttering, "What am I doing?" while I crossed my arms over my stomach, anxiously chewing my lip as I rose to my tiptoes to see further down the road. Dean was far outside my family's preference of who they chose to mingle with. The fact he was considered a criminal, and most of them had some sort of career in law enforcement, only made me feel worse about this entire situation. He was about to walk unawares into a metaphorical lion's den, and I wasn't sure if I should warn him about it or not. Would he tell Antonio? And if Antonio knew, what would happen then? Would I wind up like Marcus Woods or Robert Bernardy? A bullet hole in my head and left in a burnt-out car or floating down the Hudson. A familiar rumble of a V8 engine pulled me from my thoughts and sent my heart racing as the emerald green Cadillac pulled up to the curb. Before I had even made the slightly hesitant walk toward it, Dean had stepped out. Wearing dark grey jeans and a white button-up shirt, he'd rolled up the sleeves and left some of the top buttons undone. I'd gotten so used to seeing him in mostly blacks or greys that the white had rendered me a little speechless, and apparently unable to walk. "You good to go?" he asked, sliding his sunglasses up to sit on his head, one arm resting on the top of the now open passenger door. For me, I realized. "Right, yes, of course," I stammered as I hastily made my way over to the car, instantly hit with the rich but subtle smell of his cologne as I passed him. "Jesus Christ. You look nice," he said genuinely as he nodded to the dress, lowering his sunglasses back to his nose while I got into the front seat. All the while I was trying not to flash him as I stiffly swung my legs into the car. "Thank you," I replied curtly. His comment had only been in passing, but it hadn't stopped the heat rising to my face. If he asked about it, I'd blame the weather. Until the car AC kicked in and I had to come up with a better excuse. Dean never pointed it out, though. Instead, we drove in an oddly comfortable silence once I had given him the address to my parents' home. Well, he seemed comfortable, one hand on the steering wheel and the other rested on his thigh. He made it look like going to meet my family was a completely normal occurrence. Meanwhile, I was fidgeting with the hem of my dress and kept my face turned to the window so he didn't see how anxious I was. What we were about to do wasn't right, and soon we had pulled up in front of my old home. "All right," Dean breathed as he turned off the engine, tousling his jet black hair as he reached for his door handle. "My dad's a cop." The words had left my mouth before I could even think about what I was saying. Actually, he was recently promoted to detective, which is what this whole family barbecue is celebrating. Most of my family on his side has something to do with law enforcement, which is probably something I should have mentioned to you earlier considering your line of work with Antonio. I didn't plan on saying anything, but I figured I should let you know what you're about to walk into. I dared to look his way to find he had paused mid-reach for the door, watching me with his brows raised slightly from behind his sunglasses. Oh God, Antonio is going to have to shoot me or something, isn't he? Because he'd think I'm tipping them off, which I'm not. I wouldn't dream of it now. I'm getting hot. Are you hot? My hands are sweaty. Lily. My attention snapped to him. Yes. I'm allowed to have a life outside of what Antonio has me do. He shifted in his seat, resting his wrist casually on top of the steering wheel as he turned in his seat to face me. He doesn't need to know about this. Wait, really? Your secret is safe with me. He ducked his head, his eyes taking in the suburban home and its perfectly clipped front lawn as a smile played on his lips. So, are we doing this or what? I hesitated, taking a second to also look at the house. Now that the family of law enforcement issues had been revealed and settled without a hitch, another issue was beginning to raise its ugly head. My overbearing parents with their questions, and Oliver. The latter caused my stomach to knot. You don't have to go through with this if you don't want to. Dean shrugged, already pocketing his phone and car keys as he prepared to leave. I've come this far, he added, flashing a smile that dimpled his cheek. His confidence about this whole thing seemed to give my own a little boost as I joined him on the sidewalk. "What should we tell people if they ask about this?" I gestured between us as we started on a slow walk to the front porch. Dean slipped his hands into his back pockets, the movement causing a tendon in his forearm to tick. "We've been on 6 dates in the past 2 weeks, but we're keeping it casual for now." He'd definitely done this before. How else would he have been able to answer that so quickly? I looked up at the 2-story house as we got closer, squeezing the tip of my finger between my thumb and forefinger as I did. "And how do people act after going on 6 dates with each other?" "You've never been on more than 6 dates with one person. Things never seem to work out well for it to get that far." He looked at me side on, raising a brow. "It's not for anything weird. It just—" I breathed in sharply and shrugged. "It never really worked out. Like Oliver, they'd always wanted too much too soon. While I preferred to build an emotional connection first. I wasn't about to dump all that on Dean, though. He didn't need to know that I wasn't overly confident with intimacy or opening up to people." "Huh," he considered. "How many dates have you been on with what's-his-name?" I smiled at his comment as we ascended the porch steps. "Just 3 so far." "And have you kissed him yet?" I paused at the top of the stairs as he stepped up beside me, casually surveying the front porch while I tried to figure out where he was taking the conversation. When his eyes came back to me, he half smiled at whatever expression had crossed my face. "Don't worry, it's just to figure out where we stand with our own dates, so we don't get the stories crossed," he said nonchalantly as he nodded to the house, toward the guests inside. Right," I breathed. "There was one attempt, but—" "Attempt?" "He got the signals crossed," I added quickly. The last thing I needed was Dean punching Oliver in the face in front of my entire family. He dragged his attention back to the house, jaw clenched. "Uh-huh. So, how exactly should we act in this fake relationship?" I curled my hand around the strap of my shoulder bag, squeezing it lightly until his eyes found mine again. He relaxed ever so slightly. "We haven't kissed yet, but hand-holding isn't off the table." Trying not to let the thought of holding his hand get the better of my nerves, I nodded once. "That's fine by me." Taking a deep breath, I crossed to the front door. My hand still clenched around the bag strap as I looked at the bronze door knocker. Never in my wildest dreams would I have pictured introducing a boy to my parents that they didn't already have extensive knowledge of. Dean was a far cry from the little piece of my world he was about to walk into, and I couldn't help but feel terrified of what my family might do, how my parents might react. "You want me to knock or—" Dean said, a slight frown on his face as he joined me. He'd removed his sunglasses and slipped them through a loop on his jeans. His gaze then dropped to me, those eyes of silvery blue subtly scanning my face. No, I can do it." My huffed laugh was strained, but I reached abruptly for the knocker and tapped it awkwardly a couple of times. Here goes nothing. My heart was pounding so fast, its pulse thrumming in my ears. I wouldn't have been surprised if Dean could hear it too. Stealing a glance in his direction, I found him completely calm, as if I hadn't just warned he was about to walk into a gathering that consisted of some of Brooklyn's best lawyers and detectives. Maybe I should have been more detailed about what exactly he should expect. "Dean." He looked down at me again, brows raised in casual anticipation, but I had been cut off when the front door swung open. "Lily, you made it, dear Lord." My mother's eyes shot to Dean and only widened as she slowly looked over every inch of him lingering on the parts of his tattoos she could see. Her hand pressed against her chest as she did, sucking in a quiet gasp. Meanwhile, my father had straightened and pinned Dean with a glare, only once letting his blue eyes flick to me. I smiled quickly, awkwardly. "Mom, Dad, this is Dean." I swallowed hard, then looked at Dean, adding quietly, "These are my parents, Kate and Mark." That warm, casual smile had reappeared on Dean's face as he stepped forward and offered my father his hand. "Congratulations on the promotion, sir." Reluctantly, my father shook Dean's hand and the tension eased slightly, extremely slightly. "Thank you," he added curtly, quick to take back his hand. My mother had been stunned into silence as she turned her gaze of disapproval to me. She'd only ever looked at me that way once before, when I had told my parents I was moving out. It wasn't like we had been fighting and I had threatened to leave. It had been a pretty good day, just a couple of months after graduating high school. I had happily skipped into the living room and told them Kira's parents were more than happy renting their little apartment out to us. They lectured me for 3 hours on how bad an idea it would be. Miraculously, I had somehow convinced them it would all be okay. It felt like that day all over again, only this time I had to convince them my fake boyfriend wasn't about to do anything their imaginations were coming up with. Footsteps came from within the house before Jane's head popped out from behind our mother's shoulder. A devilish grin quickly spread to her face when she spotted Dean. Then she raised her eyebrows at me. "Who's this, Lily?" I looked at her pointedly but smiled. "Dean, this is Jane, my little sister." Dean nodded once in greeting, half smiling. Jane grinned, quick to figure out what was happening, even when she didn't have all the details. Then she looked between our parents. "Can they come in, or is lunch happening out here now?" My mother blinked. "No, yes, of course. Come in." She smiled, though it didn't meet her eyes. The kind of smile I'd seen her plaster on her face when dealing with a difficult client. She stepped aside with my father while Jane happily ushered us inside. I was half tempted to check that my father's gun was still in its holster in the locked closet by the door as I hooked my bag on the coat rack. Dean was walking behind me as Jane led the way through the middle of the house. Our parents had stayed behind, no doubt to discuss how they planned to get Dean out of their house again. I knew confrontation wasn't exactly my strong suit, but I wouldn't let them kick him out, though I wasn't entirely sure how I'd convince them not to. I tucked that issue away for later as we crossed the living room and stepped through the French doors leading onto the back patio, where the jasmine growing around the trellises were in full bloom, filling the outside air with its sweet scent. It seemed Dean and I had been the last to arrive, as the garden beyond the empty patio was sprawling with guests. Already digging into the finger food my parents had laid out on the long table set in the middle of the garden. I hadn't really paid much attention to figuring out who from my family had been able to attend as my eyes came to rest on Oliver. Standing alone on the other side of the patio in a light pink polo shirt, cream shorts, and white loafers, his golden blonde hair had been combed back neatly, and he already had a drink in his hand as he looked over the gathering. "Good luck," Jane whispered, nudging me with her elbow as she skipped into the garden to play with our younger cousins. Her movements had caught Oliver's attention before he glanced back over his shoulder. His smile quickly faltered when he spotted who was beside me, and a mix of emotions, mostly confusion, quickly crossed his face before he started to make his way over. "Oh God, this was a bad idea," I muttered quickly. A tingling warmth bloomed from the back of my left hand as Dean lightly brushed his own against it. A casual graze of reassurance as he watched Oliver too. "Hi," Oliver said, confusion still written all over his face as he dragged his eyes from Dean and down to me. A worried smile spread quickly along his lips. "Wasn't he the guy who fixed my car yesterday?" Small world, huh? The smile on Dean's face was far less friendly than the one he'd given my parents only moments ago. I gripped at my own wrist nervously as my voice wavered. "Oliver, this is Dean. My, date," Dean said. Oliver's eyes flashed to me. "Date?" "Yes, date." I held my breath. The change that darkened Oliver's expression was unsettling as ire turned those usually sparkling, hazel eyes into sharp orbs of jealousy. "Is that so?" he said. A muscle ticked in his jaw when his eyes slipped to Dean. My date only quirked a brow in challenge as he looked down at Oliver, casually folding his arms across his chest. This caused the rolled-up sleeves of his white shirt to grow taut against his tanned arms, and Oliver noticed. He scoffed, taking a small step back as he stuck his tongue in his cheek, then brought his attention back to me. "Excuse me," he hissed, before brushing past me to get inside. I dropped my face in my hands. "Ugh, I feel sick," I mumbled into my palms before dragging my hands down to the sides of my neck, looking up at Dean as I did. "Is this cheating? Are we cheating?" Dean slid his hands into his pockets again. "Did you specify that you two would be exclusive?" I winced. "No." He shrugged his broad shoulders. "Then it's not cheating." I chewed my bottom lip, pulling my attention to the garden instead. The anxiety and guilt I felt over the whole situation had left my stomach unsettled. Sure, it wasn't technically cheating when he put it that way. It also wasn't cheating since Dean and I weren't even a thing. Then again, were Oliver and I ever a thing? But I still felt terrible. "Breathe, Lily." His hand slid comfortably into mine. The calluses and scars scratched lightly at my skin as he entwined his fingers between my own and squeezed gently. Doing as he said was easier said than done when his touch had fired an electric shock into my skin. It had raced up my arm in goosebumps, then fanned out across my body in a way that made me all too aware of any exposed skin my sundress didn't cover. I loosed a breath. "Did you want a drink or something?" "Lead the way." After some very quick introductions, most in passing, I'd led Dean to the rear end of the garden where we could lean against the brick wall that separated our yard from the neighbours. At least this far back no one bothered to look or stare. And if they did, it made it blatantly obvious who they were staring at. No one would look that judgingly at a brick wall. "It's a nice place," Dean said after a moment, taking a sip from his soda bottle. Nearby, Jane and our younger cousins were playing a game of hide-and-go-chase, running through garden beds and around the few trees that grew here as they laughed and squealed. "I could give you a tour if you like. At least it'd give us some privacy." I sipped from my own bottle but realized what I had said and how it might have sounded. From the prying eyes, I meant. Dean huffed a laugh, the dimple in his cheek returning as he went to answer. Only he was interrupted by the arrival of my cousin, Grace, and her frilly pink tutu. She was the youngest here at 4 years old and had been trying to keep up with the other kids but seemed to have fallen behind. "I need help," she pouted, looking down at her untied laces. I smiled. "Yeah, of course." Grace shook her head quickly and I paused mid-step toward her. "You don't want my help?" "I want him to do it," she said, jabbing a finger at Dean. He straightened, raising his brows in surprise. "Yes, ma'am." Setting his soda bottle on top of the brick wall, he crouched down on one knee and got to work tying her laces. The dark ink of his tattoos was in complete contrast to the pink sparkles of her tutu. I wasn't the only one paying attention to his skin as Grace pointed to his arm, her chin tucked in and belly poking out as she watched him. "Did you draw them?" she asked, her little brow pinched in concentration as she eyed the tattoos. He finished the knot, then looked at his arm, still crouching at her level. "Nah, I'm not that good at drawing." "Did Willie draw them?" Dean pointed to me from over his shoulder. "Her?" Grace nodded, sticking her thumb in her mouth. He shook his head, smiling a little. "They're tattoos." "Like the sticky ones in the Miss Martha boxes," Grace beamed. "My mummy says I can't use dem because it itches. I can put them on my dolly though." I have no idea who Miss Martha is, but I'm going to guess it's a cereal box with temporary tattoos. I glanced back at me for confirmation. I nodded, remembering the time I had babysat Grace and she'd spent an hour applying the temporary tattoos of flowers and bunnies to my arms with a damp cloth. Dean turned his attention back to Grace and continued with a chuckle. "Miss Martha sounds way nicer than the big, hairy man who drew these on with a needle." I covered my mouth to hide my smile over Grace's reaction to what he'd said. Her eyes had widened to the size of dinner plates. "Did it hurt?" "Some of them, yeah, especially this one." He pointed to the snake that coiled around the entirety of his left arm. Grace's mouth formed an O as she looked at it. Then she scanned the others that were visible and pointed to the crown on the back of his right hand. "I like that one." "Well, I like your tutu." He raised one eyebrow and tilted his head back. "I bet it's your best twirling one, right?" "Yes, I'll show you." Excitement lit her eyes as she grabbed his hand and lifted it above her head, wrapping her small fingers around one of his before she spun around on her tiptoes. The glitter and sequins decorating the hem of the layers glinted in the sunlight as the tutu spun with her. I'd be lying if I said I didn't find the whole thing wholesomely adorable. Seeing this side of Dean, compared to his usual, standoffish demeanor, was endearing. Grace came to a stop, giggling as she teetered dizzily on her feet, but held on firmly to Dean's hand. "I think I need to stop now." "That was some very nice twirling," he said, offering up his other hand in case she needed both to hold on to. Then, like the popping of a bubble, the shrill voice of Grace's mother called from where she stood on the edge of the gathered guests, motioning quickly for her daughter to go to her while eyeing Dean with a look of disgust. My own mother was standing beside her, murmuring something into her ear under her breath. I would have been more annoyed by their judgmental stares if Grace hadn't sprinted off towards them, yelling at the top of her lungs, "I want a tattoo like his, Mummy." "You know," I began quietly, towing at the grass, "for a guy who beats people up for a living, you are kind of a softie." Dean straightened to his full height. That neutral expression had returned to his face again as he drew his attention from the two mothers, who were still watching us warily. He crossed his arms and raised a brow at me. "You kiddin'? I was only worried about what she might have done if I had said no. Toddlers scare the shit out of me." The corner of his mouth twitched. and I couldn't help the hesitant grin that spread to my own. Laughing quietly, I looked down and pulled my arms around my middle. "Fuck's sake," Dean hissed under his breath. I looked up quickly, shocked by the sudden change in mood until I realized he was looking past me, to where Oliver was standing awkwardly nearby, another drink in hand as he waited alone, clearly wanting to talk. "Did you want me to get rid of him?" Dean said lowly, standing a little closer behind me again as he leaned in. I fought the urge to lean back as I shook my head. "No, I should talk to him." Dean nodded once, finally releasing Oliver from that icy stare as he moved away from my side. It wasn't until he was completely out of earshot, moving through the guests, unbothered by their staring, that Oliver approached me. I took a deep breath, preparing myself for what was to come as I offered him a small smile. "Hey, small world? If I had known we were dating other people, I don't think I would have bothered." He scoffed and took a swig from his drink, watching for any sign of Dean coming back. "Straight to the point, it is." I hugged myself a little tighter. "I know I should have told you I was seeing other people, and that I knew him when he helped us yesterday. It was a lie within a lie. I'm sorry." He still hadn't looked at me as he said spitefully, "Have you kissed him yet?" The tone was so different to how Dean had gently approached the subject earlier. I stammered, "Well, no, it's just as new as what I had with you." His eyes came to me. "Were you ever as interested in me as your mum said?" Of course she would have said something like that. I pressed my lips together and shook my head. This seemed to shock him as he blinked. "Wow, okay. Can I ask you what it was about me that you didn't like then?" I sighed softly. "It's not that I don't like you, Oliver." "So, what is it?" "You were rushing into things. And here I was thinking we were going too slow," he muttered. "I can't believe this. Where did you find him anyway?" "At one of the cells where your dad works." That tone again, and the way he seemed to think he was the better choice of the two, made me want to grab his drink and tip it over his head. Instead, I took a breath and remained polite, knowing my mother was probably watching, hoping that I'd fix this little matchmaking project of hers. "Listen, Oliver, you're a nice person. I just don't think it was meant to be. I'm sorry if you felt differently, but I don't want to get into anything with anyone if I don't have my entire heart in it." The look on his face made me wonder if he'd ever been rejected before. He'd flared his nostrils in frustration, but seemed to struggle with how to respond, eventually just leaving with a scoff. The relief I felt the second he'd walked away had come as a surprise. I'd expected myself to feel more guilty over it, but instead, the pressure had eased, and I had moved straight on to looking for Dean. Thanks to his tattoos and dark hair, finding him again hadn't taken long as I spotted him talking to two of my uncles. Though he didn't look overly concerned that they had subtly cornered him for questioning beside the trellies, I beelined straight for them, throwing all caution to the wind as I slipped between the two men and grabbed Dean by the hand. "Sorry to interrupt, but I promised him a tour of the house. Do you mind?" I threw in a polite smile for good measure, noting how my actions had garnered the wary eyes of my parents from across the garden. If we didn't move now, they would stop us for questioning too. I didn't wait for my uncles to respond as I tugged Dean by the hand and led him into the house, away from prying eyes. I glanced back over my shoulder as we passed through the back door, just in time to catch the moment my parents had attempted to follow us, but Jane had stopped them, distracting them with a broken bird bath one of the cousins had knocked over. "Thanks for that," Dean said, as we stopped inside. "No problem," I smiled, slightly breathless. I realized I was still holding his hand and let go. So this is the living room. The tour was much shorter than I planned, with the first half downstairs consisting mostly of me just pointing out which room was where before we headed upstairs. Dean was quiet the entire time, only nodding as he admired the rooms. If he was bored, he hid it well. "And this is my room," I said when we got to the end of the hall upstairs, stepping into the airy and bright bedroom. It was exactly how I had left it when I had moved out. From the old teddy bears sitting along the bench under the bay window, to the sketches still pinned to the white walls. The latter caught Dean's attention as he slowly entered the room to look at them. They were old sketches of people I had drawn while on the bus to and from school, or whenever I took Jane to the park in the afternoons. So long as I wasn't drawing when I was meant to be studying, my parents hadn't cared much for them. Dean paused at one, an older woman sitting on a park bench, and smiled softly. "These are really good. I know I said that about the little sketches you did on the coasters, but damn." My face warmed. teenage me braces and all would have keeled over in shock if she'd seen the type of guy I had invited into our space. Everything about the room screamed nerdy bookworm, and here was this tall, dark, and handsome man standing in the middle of it. Having him here witnessing how he had interacted with my family with politeness, even when they'd given him none in return, made me realize I had been too quick to judge him when we'd first met. Which, I suppose, was how the rest of my family felt. Though I doubted they were up for changing their minds, it had been a mistake of mine to assume he was a violent person just because of his job with Antonio. Thank you for agreeing to come to this thing. I know my family aren't exactly the easiest people to get along with. I approached the bay window that sat opposite the door, looking down at the garden below. They're interesting. He followed me over and leaned against the window frame, folding his arms as he looked outside too. Are you going to follow in your dad's footsteps? My gaze slipped to him, and I found him looking right back. His eyes were a little more serious now, and I knew what he wasn't asking. If I knew that entering a career in law enforcement, after what I had witnessed, would put a big fat target on my head for Antonio to shoot at, even if Dean didn't say anything. No, I said, turning around and taking a seat on the cushioned bench under the window, moving aside some bears as I did. My mum expects me to follow in her footsteps instead, as a real estate agent. I'm guessing that's not something you want to do. I don't have a choice. Not that I have any idea what I want to do with my life anyway. I know how you feel. He dropped his hands as he pushed away from the window frame, casually picking up one of the bears on the bench, then taking its place beside me. The bay window was suddenly much smaller than I had remembered. I brought my hands to my lap. If you don't mind me asking, why do you fight for him? He kept his eyes on the bear, so small in his as he brushed his thumbs over the white fur on its belly. It pays the bills. There was so much more he wasn't saying, but I didn't push it, instead choosing to move on from the subject. If I could do college all over again, I think I would like to study something in fine arts or design. I let out a little sigh at my wishful thinking, happy to see it had garnered another half smile from Dean as he brought his eyes off the bear. Why not do it now? I huffed a laugh. My parents would think it was a waste of time and money. They don't think being an artist is a real career. Remind me not to mention that to my tattooist, then, he said, placing the bear back on the bench in the gap between us, taking care to make sure it was sitting up properly before he returned his hands to his lap. Did the one artist do all of them? I asked, nodding to his right forearm closest to me. It was tattooed completely black, the ink stopping at his wrist, then merging into the crown on the back of his right hand. He did. He leaned a little closer as a knowing smile played on his lips and danced in his eyes. I'd say he's got a pretty successful career for an artist. I smiled gently, unable to move away from how close he was as I hummed. Touché. Something was keeping me from moving away, but it wasn't the same as what happened when I was uncomfortable and frozen scared. No, this was something exciting and curious, directed right at Dean. I wondered if I imagined the look that had briefly crossed his face, when his brows had drifted up and a lightness crossed his features as if he were seeing me for the first time. His throat bobbed as his eyes flicked down. We both suddenly straightened to the sound of the approaching footsteps just outside the door. Jane poked her head around the corner. Lunch is ready, she grinned. There were roughly 24 of us seated at the long row of foldable tables. At one end was my maternal grandmother, who'd spent most of her visit snoozing in a deck chair before my mom had woken her and told her lunch was ready, and at the other end, directly on my left, were my parents. Both failed to hide their irritation over having to make room for Dean as he took the seat on my right. I imagined that spot had been meant for Oliver, who'd begrudgingly taken the corner opposite me, sitting beside Jane instead, who hadn't stopped grinning at me since she'd found Dean and I in my room. Nothing had even happened. Knives and forks scraped on plates as laughter and sturdy conversation flowed between everyone except for anyone in the vicinity of my immediate family. In a way, I was glad to be providing some sort of buffer between my parents and Dean. Tell me, Oliver, Dad said, the first words he'd spoken since lunch had begun 20 minutes ago. Is it true you're studying to be an engineer? It had piqued my mother's interest and gave Oliver a distraction from the glares he was sending at his plate as he ate. Yes, that is true, he replied, forcing a smile to his face. He's a very smart boy, Mum added. Dad nodded, impressed, as he cut into his steak. And you've got your pilot's license. I knew exactly where he was taking this and chewed my food just that little bit harder, grinding my jaw. Yes, I do. Turns out Oliver knew where the conversation was going too. He'd grown smug about the question and begun rattling off his other achievements, all while sending not-so-subtle glares at Dean. The latter, having already finished his lunch, was just sitting back in his seat, seemingly paying no attention to the conversation as he looked the other way. "You've got a bright future ahead of you." "Very impressive," Dad said, continuing his onslaught on his food as he shoved a bite into his mouth, chewing quickly as his eyes darted to Dean. My mother did the same. The fondness both parents had for Oliver quickly dropped from their faces as my father straightened. "And what about you?" Dean had been listening. He dragged his attention to my father, face neutral as he raised a brow quizzically. "What about me?" There was no attitude in his question, just general curiosity about why he'd been pulled into the conversation. Or rather, interrogation. Dad lowered his knife and fork, resting his forearms on the edge of the table as his eyes narrowed. "What do you do for a living?" "I work in a garage." Dean hadn't bothered sitting forward in his seat to reply to my father. Oliver scoffed and my eyes narrowed on him. "He fixed your car yesterday." "Lily," Mom hissed in warning. Dad cleared his throat. "Have you always lived in Brooklyn, Dean?" "For most of my life, yes." His answer, or just his speaking, had garnered the attention of a few other people a few seats down. "I was born in Palermo, Sicily, but moved to Bensonhurst when I was 10. "Typical," my mother muttered onto the lip of her wine glass before taking a sip. "Wait, so you'd be fluent, right?" Jane piped up, cutting through the tension from where she sat across from Dean. "Can you help me with my continued Italian classes next semester?" He half smiled, folding his arms loosely across his chest with a nod. "Ci passo fair." She grinned happily. "Grazie." This caused my mother to straighten, Oliver to scowl into his drink, and my stomach to flutter. I'd forgotten how good his accent sounded. "Ever been arrested, Dean?" My head snapped to my father, eyes wide. "Dad." "What?" "We have a right to know who my daughter is dating," he said, gesturing between himself and Mom. "And that includes criminal history." "I agree. And yes, I have," Dean said way too casually. The table of law enforcement went dead quiet, apart from the clinking of cutlery as they dropped to the table when half of the guests bristled. I didn't think my eyes could get any wider. What was he thinking? "This is going to be good," Jane muttered with a smile. The grip my father had on his cutlery had whitened his knuckles as he pinned Dean with a glare. "And would you like to share with the table what exactly you were arrested for?" "Let's see." Dean shifted in his seat, casually leaning forward to rest his arms on the table as his brow furrowed in thought. And then, similarly to the way Oliver had rattled off his own achievements earlier, he replied. "Petty theft, trespassing, arson, multiple charges for damage to property and car theft." I slid lower in my seat and brought my glass of water to my lips as he counted off each offense on one hand, then used his other hand to add a few more. Underage drink driving, break and enter, streaking. I sucked the water in too hard and sputtered quietly into my glass. "I could go on, but I'm guessing you're going to pull up my rap sheet later anyway," Dean said, eyes narrowing on my father before he smiled. "Did you want my last name, just in case?" My father looked ready to burst as he gritted his teeth, while my mother had been stunned into silence, mouth gaping like a goldfish. This was it. If I'd thought the silence before was uncomfortable, this one was terrifying. Everyone's attention was on our end of the table, including the younger cousins Gracie only looking confused as to why everyone had gone quiet. Dean would be lucky making it out of here in handcuffs if my father didn't go get his gun first. "I think he's lovely." The frail voice had cut through the silence. There was a rustling of clothes and creaking of chairs as everyone's heads turned in the opposite direction. To Grandmother Gwen, who was still digging into her lunch, completely unaware of the tension as she smiled sweetly. How she'd even heard anything from that end of the table was a miracle. "Quite the looker too," she added. "Much better than your taste in men, Catherine." "Who's ready for cake?" my mother said quickly, jumping to her feet and smacking her palms down on the tabletop as she ignored what her own mother had said. Jane, who was in a fit of silent giggles across the table, slapped her hand over her mouth when our mother shot her a glare. That same glare then cut to me. "Lily, care to lend me a hand?" I wasn't entirely certain I should leave Dean alone with them as I looked at him. His arms were still braced on the table as he preoccupied himself with the corner of a napkin, a smile playing on his lips before he glanced back at me. I offered him a quick smile. "Lily," my mother snapped, and I jumped at the harsh tone of her voice, forcing myself to stand and follow her into the house as she marched ahead, the murmurs and muttering of the table fading into the background once I had stepped inside. Just as I rounded the corner into the large, pristine kitchen, my mother took hold of my wrist tightly and yanked me close. Mom, you're hurting me." "What were you thinking? Bringing a boy like that into our home? You have embarrassed me, your father." "Not to mention poor Oliver," she hissed, her grip firm. "I had no intention of embarrassing anyone," I said quietly, trying and failing to pry my wrist from her hand. "I'm allowed to see other people." "Not people like him," she cut in, brown eyes flaring. I paused and frowned. "People like him? You don't even know him." "I know Oliver is a better choice." "According to you," I said lightly. My mother snapped her mouth shut. I lifted my chin. "Dean is a good person. Maybe if you didn't judge people so quickly, spoke to him, you'd see that." "How dare you?" she scowled. Her attention suddenly flicked to something beyond my shoulder, and she dropped my wrist. "Do you mind? This is a private conversation with my daughter." I pivoted quickly to find Dean standing in the doorway, hands in his pockets as his eyes came to me. "You okay?" Mom interrupted. "Everything is fine. Lily will be back outside when we're done here," she said snidely. "I didn't ask you," he replied, his gaze on me not wavering once. She gasped. "Excuse me." "No." Her attention snapped to me. "What?" I breathed in deeply through my nose. Adrenaline raced through my blood as I frowned at the floor and backed away. "I think I'm going to go." "Lily," she hissed. "Don't be stupid. I'll see you at work." That's if I still had my job after this. I turned on my heel and put the kitchen and my mother's shocked face behind me, breezing through the house, aware of Dean trailing behind me, before I stepped out the front door and inhaled deeply. But I didn't stop. If I did, it would give regret time to seep into my thoughts and force me to question ever standing up to my mother. So I marched straight for Dean's car, grateful when he flicked up the locks before I'd reached for the handle and climbed into the front seat. "You forgot this," Dean said as he sat down in the driver's seat, holding up my bag. "Oh, right. Thank you." I took it quickly and clutched it in my lap. "Are you all right?" He'd noted the slight shaking of my hands. "It'll pass. I've just never spoken back to her like that. Ever." I swallowed and closed my eyes. "Can we just get out of here?" "Where'd you want to go?" "Anywhere." Chapter 13. Lily. We had driven to a part of a city I had never seen before, someplace westward in Brooklyn that consisted mostly of abandoned parking lots and old factory lots. The only sign of life being the few people walking in small groups along the sidewalk, all heading in the same direction we were. It wasn't the kind of place I would have liked to find myself alone in, and I should have been more wary about Dean taking me somewhere I didn't know, but I trusted him. There were no red flags with him, unless I had unintentionally turned a blind eye on them and he was about to lead me to my demise. A gated parking lot came into view, shadowed by the tall buildings around it and packed with cars. People meandered all around it too, most heading towards a large warehouse at the back where lights and music hummed from inside. A party in the afternoon? Nothing sinister. As we drove slowly through the open double gates, barely hanging on their hinges and resting against the wire fencing, I took in the surroundings curiously. Part of me, the part ruled by my parents' prejudice, wondered how legal all of this was, while the other part had me leaning forward slightly and gazing up at the old building as we parked alongside one of its graffiti-covered walls. "I know this probably isn't what you had in mind when you said you wanted to go somewhere else," Dean said, moving the gear stick into park. He sat back in his seat, eyeing several party-goers stumbling by outside his window. "Seb sent me the location while you were talking to what's his name? Said he had no one to hang out with here." "It's fine, honestly." I trailed off as I watched one of the partygoers hand out little bags of white powder to his friends. I swallowed my nerves and pulled my attention back to Dean. I need the distraction. He was reading my face. "Say the word and I'll take you home." Back to an empty apartment where I'd be alone with my thoughts of regret and guilt about how I'd acted towards my mother. She'd be expecting me to call her and apologize, but I wasn't ready for that conversation yet. I wanted to let this feeling last just a little longer before I faced the consequence of my actions. Plus, I'd never been to a party like this one again, because of my parents, and seeing as today's theme seemed to be all about me stepping out of my comfort zone. "I want to stay," I nodded, offering him a small smile of reassurance when his brow raised in question. "I have been to parties before. Probably not like this one, but I can handle it, I think." He huffed a laugh as his gaze went back to the warehouse doors ahead. The afternoon sun, slowly dipping behind the buildings, reflected in his eyes, turning them a lighter shade of blue. "All right, but the offer still stands." "I know," I smiled faintly. Going to a party like this probably wasn't the best choice for a distraction, but I was here now, and Seb was waiting somewhere inside, which prompted me to walk toward the warehouse with a little more confidence. Except the closer we got to the noise, the crowds, and the blindingly bright flashing lights within, my steps slowed a little. His hand was in mine again, squeezing it gently. "Don't let go." I nodded quickly, adjusting my hand in his so our fingers were locked together. With one look at the wall of bodies, writhing to the bass notes of the music just beyond the warehouse threshold, it was easy to see getting lost in there would be panic-inducing, which was why my hold on Dean's hand was just that little bit tighter as we walked inside. We edged around the outskirts of the crowd along the interior wall. Dean moved through the people with ease, using his height to his advantage as he peered over the heads and shoulders of anyone in front of him. Meanwhile, I was tucked in so closely behind him. My cheek had brushed against his arm several times, and all I could smell was him. That rich but comforting smell of sandalwood and leather, which lingered on his clothes and completely overran my senses. It felt rude to be so close, like I was invading his personal space. But in a place like this, where the music was so loud it thrummed through every cell in my body, personal space was an afterthought. Some of the revelers thought so too as they bumped and ground into strangers. One woman did so to Dean, her hands trailing up his chest, before he politely moved her aside and kept moving forward. When he noticed another man in the crowd divert his attention to me, he steered me around to his other side, acting as a human shield until the compactness of the crowd eased and we stepped out in front of a makeshift bar, where Seb was leaning against one of the kegs, craning his neck to see into the crowd before he finally recognized us. His face widened into a grin before he breezed over, pulling me into an unexpected but welcome bear hug. "Lily, you made it too." Talking over the music was pointless. I knew my voice wouldn't carry, so I smiled instead and gave him a little wave once he'd released me. He greeted Dean with the same enthusiasm, then motioned for us to go get a drink. I had a feeling Seb had probably had a few already while he'd been waiting. Dean gestured in a cutting motion across his throat before mouthing he was driving. Seb rolled his eyes and mouthed back, "Sleep in your car." The deadpan expression that came to Dean's face made me laugh a little before I nudged his arm. I opened my mouth to speak, but the music cut me off. He ducked his head instead, leaning in closer to listen. "We can stay. I don't mind." I was cut off again when someone behind me shouted and Dean had pulled an arm around my middle, dragging me aside while my heart skyrocketed from the sudden closeness of his body pressing into mine. But his attention wasn't on me as somebody careened past where I had been standing. The man crashed into a table of red cups and beer bottles, sending everything spilling across the floor while the plastic table broke under his weight. He didn't stay down long though. Stumbling to his feet and trying to figure out his bearings, he focused his attention back on the crowd, then charged back into it like an angry bull. Seb found the whole thing hilarious. A fight had broken out, with a small circle forming around it nearby. We just happened to be standing right outside of it. Dean's arm uncurled from around my waist as he looked at Sabi, making some unspoken agreement to not get involved, which was kind of ironic considering this was something they specialized in. We squeezed through the packed bodies again, every one of them more riled up as word of a fight spread, creating a rowdier crowd than the one from earlier as they pushed to see what was going on. Walking against the movement was near impossible as I was bumped and jolted from side to side, flinching away from the odd elbow that swung blindly near my head or wincing when someone trod on my foot. I could barely keep my eyes on Seb walking ahead of me before someone tripped into my path, throwing the contents of their red cup all down the front of my dress, soaking me from shoulder to hip with a warm, fizzing liquid. The smell of beer quickly filled my nostrils. The stranger hadn't cared though and had disappeared out of view just as quickly as they had appeared. "Damn it," I muttered, peeling the fabric away from my chest and stomach. Thankfully, this dress hadn't become as transparent as the one I had worn yesterday with Oliver. "I've got spare clothes in my car." He'd spoken the words right over my shoulder, his breath on the shell of my ear while his hand came to my lower back. A completely casual gesture that had triggered a shudder to run down the length of my spine. I forced myself to nod, and then we were moving again. This time passing Seb to let him know where we were going. He responded with a thumbs up, then gestured to a concrete beam to let us know where he'd be waiting when we returned. Dean had then taken my hand, leading the way through the crowd once more. It wasn't until we had cleared the warehouse doors, breaking free of the mass of bodies, that he'd let go, slowing his pace so I could keep up with his long strides as we headed back to his car, where I was to change into his clothes. A clean pair of black shorts and a matching t-shirt he kept in his backpack in the trunk of the Cadillac. It was easy to see they were going to swim on me, but they were the better option if I didn't want to smell like beer for the rest of the night, however long that would be. I climbed into the back seat, closing the door over behind me while Dean stood watch outside. I set aside his clothes and reached for the zip on the back of my dress, awkwardly angling my arm up behind my back until my fingers brushed over the small plastic zipper. It had been much easier to do up earlier today, when all I had to do was pull up, then let the dress fall into place. But now I was giving myself a cramp in my shoulder just trying to take hold of the darn thing, and once I had, it refused to move. I dropped my hands in exasperation, blowing aside a strand of hair that had fallen across my face. "This is just perfect," I hissed to myself, turning to look at Dean through the window. His hands were in his pockets as he maintained facing the other way. I had no other choice. A little reluctantly, I crawled towards the door again and pushed it open with one arm, pressing my lips together tightly as I considered what I was about to ask. "Dean?" I cringed a little at my own voice. He turned halfway, not quite looking in my direction just yet. "Yeah? I need help with my zipper." He hesitated and then replied with an unsure, "Okay," only turning to face me once I was out of the car. I stood between the door and the car seat, hesitantly turning my back to him as he approached. A subtle frown creased his brow as he looked at the dress. Anticipation quickly rooted itself into the pit of my stomach as I nervously waited, reminding myself to breathe as I felt the subtle nudge of his hands at my back, tugging gently to no avail. The zipper was really putting up a fight. I breathed heavily through my nose and shut my eyes. "Just rip it." His hands paused, prompting me to look up at him from over my shoulder. He brought his eyes from my back and raised a brow. "You sure?" As much as I loved my sundresses, the beer stain on this one had well and truly set in. "Yes," I gulped, turning back to the car. I brought a hand to my chest, just in case. "All right." He gripped the top of the dress firmly, and I sucked in a breath when his knuckles brushed against my skin. Then, without hesitation, he tore the fabric down the seam of the zipper with a loud rip, only stopping at my lower back as the dress loosened around my midsection. I clasped my other hand over my stomach to keep the dress in place on my front, feeling a little breathless by his efficiency before he ever so lightly, and briefly, traced a finger over a small section of my backbone just above my bra clasp. I fought the urge to arch into the touch. "I didn't know you had a tattoo," he said, voice low. I whipped around to find him standing a little closer than I'd expected. It was a graduation thing. Something bloomed in the pit of my stomach with the way he chewed his bottom lip in thought. His head tilted back slightly while he watched my face through hooded eyes, like he was trying to figure me out. "Huh." A light breeze crossed the parking lot, tousling his jet black hair and reminding me how exposed my back was. "Thank you for the help," I said quickly before ducking back into the car. Once he'd closed the door over again and turned his back to me, I widened my eyes to myself, to whatever the hell that was. You experience one fleeting moment of rebellion and suddenly you're letting men rip your clothes in half. Hunched forward, so no one saw me through the other windows, I hastily tugged off the tattered dress, using the drier parts of it to mop up any drops of beer that lingered on my skin. There was no salvaging the dress now. It looked horrible and smelt just as bad. I discarded it on the floor and snatched up Dean's clothes, tugging the t-shirt on first, then slipping on the shorts. As expected, both swam on me. I had to pull the drawstring on the shorts as tight as possible so they fit my hips. Tying the bottom of the shirt into a knot, I scooted on my bottom toward the door again, then climbed out of the car. Dean only turned back around once I'd closed the back door, a smile playing on his lips as he took in the shorts hanging below my kneecaps and the t-shirt sleeves covering half my arms. "Shall we?" I smiled, starting towards the warehouse. "Hold on." I slowed near the front of the Cadillac as he caught up, coming to a stop in front of me to roll up the sleeves of the t-shirt. "What do you think?" I asked as I watched his hands. "Could I be an underground fighter?" I stole a look up at his face to find him smiling a little, his attention fixed on finishing the sleeves before he took a step back. "I don't know." He gestured to my arms. "Flex for me." I held up an arm, the corner of my mouth twitching while I tried to remain serious and flexed as best I could. Dean wrapped his hand around my bicep, pathetically small compared to the size of his own, and gently squeezed, frowning as he gave me a definite nod. "Oh, definitely. You'd wipe the floor with all of us." A giggle bubbled from the center of my chest and his smile was back again. I likened it to magic with how easily it changed his usually hardened face. Almost bashfully, he looked back to the warehouse and his smile dulled a little as he nodded towards the building. "We should head back in before Seb starts wondering if we've left him." "Yeah, of course." I followed along beside him, walking just a little closer than I had when we'd first arrived. When we were several feet from the warehouse doors, I raised my chin slightly, eyeing him side on before I spoke again. "So, do you let all the girls wear your gym clothes?" He huffed a laugh, turned his back to the door, but continued backing toward it with a knowing smile playing coyly on his lips. His scarred brow raised slightly. "Only the ones who roll dumpsters into me." Chapter 14. Lily. For the first time in a long time, I felt comfortable in my own skin. The thrill of forgetting the shit show of a family barbecue right at my fingertips in the form of a bright red cup. The first mouthful had burned all the way down my throat, leaving a nasty taste on my tongue as I screwed up my face and gagged. The second, third, and fifth, or sixth, not so much. It had given me newfound confidence, a carelessness, spurred on by the deep thrum of the music as it pulsed through my body, right through my core. The night had become a blur, with brief images of it resurfacing like snapshots from a film reel. Every time the strobe lights flashed across my eyes, the image changed. One moment I was dancing alone but surrounded by people. The next, I had leaned back into a wall. No, not a wall, but a strong, tall body. A dull ache speared right through the middle of my forehead, drawing my eyebrows together in a grimace as I slowly opened my eyes. Peering through my lashes into the blindingly bright sun that shone through the window above my head. A car window. As my whereabouts slowly came into focus, I began to feel how my body had come to rest last night. Leather seats brushed against my calves, and a seat belt button poked uncomfortably into my hip. But it was the soft, white fabric below my hand and cheek and that familiar cologne that pulled me to my senses the fastest. I slowly lifted my head from the shoulder I had fallen asleep on and dropped my gaze to where my hand was lying flat against his stomach. His shirt crinkled around my fingers as his stomach rose and fell with his steady breath. Ah, my God. Dean was sitting slumped against the door with his head resting on the window. His jet black hair tousled and hung messily across his forehead. I slowly attempted to raise myself from him, removing my hand from his stomach and pushing it against the seat below me instead, only to pause as his left arm slid loosely around my middle, falling from where it had been resting along my back. His thumb lightly grazed my lower stomach and I tensed. I wasn't the kind of person to get caught in situations like this, to even do anything remotely close to this. The whole ordeal had been out of character exciting in the moment, but reckless now. I couldn't help the heat rising in my chest as my heart raced and my stomach nodded. Surely, we hadn't. We couldn't have. Would my body know if something had happened when I couldn't remember? The thought scared me a little, but I had to think logically. I still wore the clothes he'd lent me last night, the drawstring on the shorts tied tightly around my hips, and there was no other evidence of anything else happening, other than the two of us falling asleep together in the back seat of his car, which only increased the confusion and anxiety swirling around my head. I shouldn't be here, I shouldn't be doing this. He was only supposed to scare Oliver away, not act like a complete gentleman and look out for me all evening. I froze as Dean stirred in his sleep, shifting his hips lower as he stretched out one leg, bumping his knee against the back of the front seat. The stretch caused the hem of his white button-up to lift slightly, revealing the smooth, golden brown planes of his lower abdomen. My throat bobbed before I dragged my attention back to his face. He dropped his head back against the headrest, exposing his sharp jawline and tattooed throat as he slept soundly. This was the second time I had seen him like this, the first when he had been unconscious on my couch. His face was completely at ease, brows softened, and lips parted slightly. I shifted my weight onto my hands again, keeping my eyes on him as I slowly pushed myself up onto my knees, chewing my bottom lip as my face came level with his close to his. I gingerly moved his arm from my back, lifting it over my head, then placing it on the seat before I scooted backward to the door. The gravel crunched under my foot as I stepped out of the car, squinting into the sunlight as it made the throbbing in my temple a little worse. Naturally, it wasn't until I had straightened that my stomach swirled with nausea. Thankfully not enough to puke, but still enough to make me feel terrible. A hot and sweaty kind of terrible that left a bitter taste on my tongue. Then again, that could have just been the aftertaste of the beer. I groaned, pulling my fingers through my shoulder-length hair. My nails scratched at my scalp as the guilt I should have felt yesterday began to sink in. I'd fucked up gigantically. It'd be a miracle if I still had my job tomorrow. Would it be so bad if I didn't? It'd mean no more James. Morning. The deep, husky baritone of his morning voice pulled me from my thoughts as I looked to where Dean sat in the doorway, rubbing his palm against his eye. Then he stood and stretched his arms behind his head. And up went his shirt again. I turned away, pulling my arms around myself. Morning. Think of something. Anything. Where's Seb? I asked. It was a safe topic. Dean ruffled his hair as he glanced across the parking lot. His brows pinched as he winced in the morning sun shining on his face. Sleeping off a hangover somewhere out there. The last thing I remembered doing with Seb was the Macarena. Sometime after that, I vaguely recalled leaving the warehouse with my arm around Dean's shoulders. Nothing happened. My attention snapped to him as he leaned back against the car, resting his elbows on the roof. His head tilted to one side as he watched me with one eye shut. Even glaring into the sun, he'd managed to read my expression. I can't really remember much, I cringed. He huffed a laugh as he dropped his eyes to the ground. He had a lot to drink. And then, a pause as he rubbed his fingers across his mouth in thought. And then we danced. Oh, you tried to kiss me. My stomach felt like it had dropped out of me. A strangled noise escaped my lips. I think it was meant to be a laugh before I turned slowly away from him and sat down, crossed-legged, in the gravel, ignoring how the stones bit into my thighs as I wished to disappear, to sink into the earth and never resurface. I was unable to look in his direction as I stared blankly ahead. I am so sorry. Don't be. Mistakes happen. That was one way to describe last night. His large black boots crunched against the gravel as he slowly approached me, stopping just beside my hip before he spoke again. Come on. I looked up at the hand he was offering, then to his face. His eyebrows quirked slightly as he nodded in emphasis to his palm. My gaze dropped back to his fingertips as I hesitated, not entirely sure why I had. Was there a hand-holding limit when it came to fake dating? Technically, the fake dating scenario had ended, and he was only offering this hand to help me off the ground. I slid my fingers across his, allowing my palm to settle against his own before he'd tightened the hold and hoisted me to my feet. He'd made it look so easy, like I hadn't weighed a thing, before he'd released my hand and walked around to the other side of the car, pulling his keys from his back pocket and twirling the keyring around his finger as he went. Dusting away the pieces of gravel that had poked into my thighs, I walked over to the passenger door and climbed into the front seat. Finding my bag where I had left it tucked under the chair, I picked it up and set it in my lap, twiddling my thumbs as Dean started the car. The engine cut through the silence, and I directed my gaze to the window beside me. A new kind of awkwardness had settled within me. With the knowledge of what I had tried to do last night, I felt ill. Did my drunken advances toward Dean make me just as bad as James? I hated the thought that I had tried anything, yet Dean seemed fine with it. I just wanted to put this whole weekend behind me and was grateful when Dean had started to slowly ease through the parking lot, mindful of the other hungover revelers coming to terms with what they'd gotten up to last night. They looked how I felt, though I imagined I didn't exactly look any better either. The Cadillac slowed to an idle while several people ambled across in front of the car. I hadn't realized Dean had wound down his window until he had whistled. Not at the people in front of us, but to Seb, standing shirtless outside a parked car as he yawned. Need a ride home? Dean asked. Seb grinned, briefly stealing a glance into the back seat of the car he stood beside before raising his brows, bringing his attention back to us as he replied, "I think I might hang out here for a bit." A feminine hand reached out from within the car, gripped the hem of his jeans, then yanked him toward the seat. The goofy grin that overcame Seb's face made him look like a little kid in a candy shop as he saluted us with 2 fingers and collapsed into the car, closing the door behind him. I had half expected to see my mother's car waiting outside the apartment when we pulled up to the curb, assuming she'd be here to drag me back to the house and force me to attend the Bible study classes she talked about starting all to give herself a better image on the tar. But she wasn't there, and neither was Aiden's car, which meant he and Kyra weren't back from their weekend away yet. Something bloomed deep in my chest as I let out a stiff sigh and turned to Dean. While my thoughts were a jumble of confusion and embarrassment over what happened, I felt it only right to repay him for coming to the barbecue in the first place, and for putting up with my behavior last night. "No one is home right now. You could come up, but only if you want to," I said quickly. He paused in consideration, one hand resting on the bottom of the steering wheel as he faced the street ahead. When he looked at me again, his face was completely serious, which made me nervous. I had overstepped the mark. "Do you have bacon?" he asked. I blinked. Yes. I think so." "Is that a yes?" The corner of his mouth pulled up as his expression relaxed. "Yes, Lily, it is." "Oh," I breathed, unable to contain my own smile. "Good, but I should mention we might have to sneak in." "Because of your neighbor." He'd remembered. If Susan saw me bringing someone into my apartment that wasn't a roommate, she would have a field day reporting it to my parents. "Susan." "Yes. My parents sort of enlisted her help to keep an eye on me when I first moved in," I rattled off. He nodded in understanding as subtle amusement danced in his eyes. "How exactly did you convince your parents to let you move out of home?" A small, breathy laugh bubbled over from my chest. I shook my head. "I honestly have no idea." Those silvery blue eyes had briefly read my face again before he sucked in a breath and shrugged. His lips formed a thin line as he looked to the apartment while turning the car off. "Sneaking past your neighbor is a lot easier than sneaking through a bedroom window." His words made me wonder just how many bedroom windows he'd snuck in and out of in the past. It was presumptuous of me to assume, but I imagined older teenage Dean was popular with the girls, and possibly broke a few hearts along the way. I remembered the photos of him I saw in the hallway of his house, missing his tattoos but still radiating that intimidating and alluring aura just as much as he did now. Teenage Lily would not have been the kind of girl he snuck through a window for. We rode the elevator up to the 3rd floor, Dean casually watching the numbers above the door, while I anxiously awaited the doors opening. The second they had, with that obnoxiously loud ding, I checked the coast was clear before we snuck along the hallway to the apartment. I led the way, clutching my bag in one hand, house key at the ready and my tattered sundress in the other, while Dean was a little more nonchalant about the sneaking. Apparently being a fighter made him really good at staying light on his feet as he strode down the hallway with ease. Without a hitch, we reached the door. I slid the key into the lock and turned the handle in one swift movement, stepping aside to let him in before I closed the door again and took a deep breath, flicking the lock. Dean had already walked a little way down the short hallway, casually taking in the apartment while I ducked past him to get to the kitchen. It was strange having him back here again, this time fully conscious and upright as he approached one of the shelves by the living room window that was dedicated mostly to Kyra's plants. Some weren't looking as vibrant as they usually did. He paused at one of the ferns, then lightly ran the tip of his middle finger down the delicate stem. Why he had done it, I had no idea, but when I realized I was watching with my lips parted, I shut my mouth and focused on looking through the fridge instead. "We have eggs, bacon, and baby tomatoes," I said as I gathered the food items in my hands in a precarious stack. "And bread if you want toast." "Sounds good." His voice was closer, and I snapped my attention to where he was leaning on the other side of the counter, a lopsided grin on his face after seeing how my body had jolted. "Need a hand?" "I can manage," I smiled, standing up again and nudging the fridge door closed with my foot, shaking the hair from my face. "Where's your roommate?" "Long weekend away at Jane's Beach." I went to the stovetop, my back to him as I set about preparing breakfast. My movements were a little more jerky than I wanted. "With man bun." I tucked my bottom lip between my teeth as I smiled. placing a frying pan on one of the hot plates before turning up the heat. Aiden is with her, yes. Huh. He trailed off, and I fought the urge to look back over my shoulder as I cracked an egg into the frying pan. Aware that his eyes were probably on me still, I heard him shift on the bar stool. I'm sorry about the way I acted that day, after what you did for me. The night we'd met and the morning after, I realized. It was true he hadn't exactly been approachable. I turned side on, keeping an eye on the food in the pan, and raised my shoulders in a shrug. It's fine, honestly. I was an asshole. You were concussed. Still not an excuse. He brought his eyes up from the countertop, his eyebrows set in that serious expression again. The scar in his right one still served as a reminder of that evening. Thank you. I offered him a small smile, then pulled my attention back to the pan, frowning slightly as memories of that night resurfaced. I only knew the vague details of how he came to find himself in that alleyway outside back when I'd only known him as Romeo. It had felt like forever ago. I chewed my cheek as I watched the bacon sizzle. What happened that night? A heavy sigh, and then he replied, I was meant to pick up some cash owed to Antonio. That didn't exactly go to plan, though. He shot at you. I looked back over my shoulder. Dean nodded once. I escaped via his fire escape, but slipped and hit my head. The first thing I can remember after that was you and that dumpster. He dropped his head, biting his bottom lip as he smiled. That damn smile. I'm sorry about that, I cringed, turning back to the stovetop. I'm not. The sound of the front door swinging open and voices belonging to Kyra and Aiden pulled our attention to the hallway entrance. Both of us froze in place as we waited for them to appear. They were back earlier than I had expected. Shit. Dean casually straightened from the counter and crossed to the fridge, folding his arms and leaning into it as if he was giving himself a better scope of the room. Just as he brought his eyes to me again, Kyra and Aiden had stepped out from around the corner. The former dropped her suitcase and clapped a hand over her mouth, while the latter's eyebrows shot up to his ash-blonde hairline. Romeo. Holy shit, man. What are you doing here? Aiden asked, his face a mix of excited and shocked. Kyra, on the other hand, hadn't stopped beaming at me. I could feel my face getting warmer by the second. We were about to have breakfast, Dean said, face set to unreadable as his eyes flicked to Kyra. What happened to your arm? It had been enough to pull the attention from us, but I frowned and moved away from the stovetop to see better around the counter. Stopping beside Dean, I followed his gaze to the right hand she had at her side. Kyra, what happened? I rushed forward and gently lifted her hand. Her wrist had been bound thickly with a white bandage. She smiled awkwardly. I burned myself setting off fireworks. It's nothing. Aiden pulled her in under his arm, squeezing her close as he looked at Dean. Can't take her anywhere, he chuckled. Dean wasn't amused by Aiden's attempts to be relatable. And clearly Aiden hadn't noticed as he went to start up a conversation with the fighter. So, Romeo, I should go. Dean dragged his eyes from Aiden, who'd snapped his mouth shut pretty quickly, then looked at me. A very subtle smile appeared on his face, but he didn't say anything, only nodding once to Kyra and I as a farewell before he stepped around Aiden on his way to the front door. Ignoring Aiden's disgruntled murmurs about Dean being rude, I quickly excused myself and followed him down the hallway. Dean, wait, I whispered, catching up to him as he stopped at the door. What about breakfast? He pressed his lips together as he directed his gaze down the hall for a second. I don't really like hanging around fans. They ask too many questions. His face softened a little when he looked back down at me. That makes sense, but what about these? I pinched the front of the black t-shirt I was still wearing, indicating to the shorts too. Do you want me to drop them at the den? His gaze wandered down, but not in the way that would have made me uncomfortable. He was only looking at the clothes. Keep 'em, he shrugged. Before I could say anything else, he had slipped out quietly through the door. Chapter 15. Lily. There's a certain time in everyone's lives when they've just got to do something a little selfish. At least, that's what I kept telling myself so that I would stop feeling guilty. I had planned to go into work this morning with my head held high, ready for anything my mother would have thrown at me. Instead, when the bus pulled up in front of the Whitmore Real Estate Agency, I had hopped off with the intention of still going to the front door, then turned left and kept walking. After a quick call to the agency front office to tell Candace I was too ill to come into work, I took myself to a bookstore, browsed for a little while, bought several books, then left for a nearby cafe to get a start reading one. With tea and a generous slice of a freshly baked sponge cake sat on my little table for one, I dove into a world of faraway places, magic, and adventure. After the minor interrogation by Aidan and Kyra, mostly Aidan wondering why Romeo was in the apartment yesterday, getting away from everyone for a little while was exactly what I needed. I hadn't realized how much time had passed until a familiar voice pulled me from my thoughts. "Lily, hey." Seb stopped beside my table, dressed in his riding leathers and a mustard yellow t-shirt belonging to the roof tiling company he worked for. I figured he must have finished a job in Bay Ridge and then went for lunch, going off the takeaway bag in his hand. "Hey," I smiled, then nodded to his hair, shaved short instead of the usual black curls. "It suits you." He batted his lashes and brushed a hand over his head. "Why, thank you. My sister did it this morning. What are you up to?" A gesture to my clothes. "You look very professional." "I was supposed to go to work this morning. I'm a secretary at my mother's real estate agency, hence the clothes." I waved a hand over the black slacks and light blue blouse. But after the weekend, I didn't really feel like talking to her just yet. "I take it Mission Intimidate Oliver didn't go as planned?" he cringed. "No, it went as expected," I laughed nervously. "And she's not impressed." Seb screwed up his face, then smiled, nudging my arm with the back of his hand. "What are your plans for the rest of the day?" "This." I motioned to the books and the empty mug and plate. "Why?" "I'm dropping this off to Mr. Intimidating himself," he said, lifting the bag of takeaway. "You could come if you like. We'd just be hanging out at the garage." "Yeah, okay." I'd surprised myself with how quickly I had responded, but figured I really had nothing better to do all day. Gathering the shopping bag of books in my shoulder bag, I joined Seb on the short walk to where his bike was parked. Suddenly my father's voice was in my head, reminding me of all the motorbike accidents he'd attended as a police officer. "Don't you only have one helmet?" I asked when we'd arrived at the matte black bike. He lifted said helmet from where it rested on the handlebar and grinned as he held it out towards me. "It's all yours for now." I folded my arms. "Seb, I'll go slow." He wagged his eyebrows and lifted the helmet a little higher. "Put it on, you know you want to." I pressed my lips together to keep the smile at bay as I rolled my eyes and took the helmet. "Fine." This seemed to increase his excitement as he smiled broadly, then got onto the bike, offering to hold my shopping bag while I pulled the helmet on. It muffled the sounds of the city, felt snug against my head, and smelt like brand new car seats. I climbed on behind him, holding his shoulder for support as I lowered myself to the seat. "Unless you want to fly off, you're going to want to hold on tighter than that," he chuckled, motioning for me to wrap my arms around his middle. "Oh, right." I adjusted my bag strap to sit across my body, then pulled my arms around him, taking hold of the separate bags containing the takeaway and books so that my hands were in clenched fists. "All right, you ready?" he asked, fingers pinched around the key in the ignition. "Yep." I quickly nudged the visor on the helmet down with a click, then wrapped my arm around him again. The reality of what I was doing had started to set in, so I tightened my grip a little. Seb's smile was reflected in his side mirror as he turned the key over. The bike instantly rumbled to life beneath us, knocking my heart into my throat. I swallowed nervously but couldn't help the grin that had spread across my face, pushing my cheeks tightly against the inside of the helmet. With a kick of the stand and a turn of the handlebars, he directed the bike away from the curb, checking it was safe to go while I sucked in a deep breath, then let it go again. My parents would kill me if they saw me right now. I let out a squeal as the bike lurched forward on a rev, then took off into the steady flow of the traffic. Very faintly through the thick layer of the helmet and the engine I could hear Seb's laugh as I doubled my arms around him and held myself closer to his broad back. Surprisingly, it wasn't awkward being this close to him compared to yesterday morning with Dean. With Seb it felt like a hug with a long-time friend or the brother I never had. The fact we were speeding through streets, completely exposed, probably helped to push aside any reservations I usually had about sitting this close to someone. "So much for going slow, Seb." I'd be lying if I said it wasn't at least a little fun though. I could see the appeal of the freedom riders had on a motorbike, though I still wouldn't dream of loosening my arms or the grip on the bags any less as we leaned around another corner. We had coasted into Bensonhurst in no time, passing through the main street, then weaving through a couple of back streets, before we were soon slowing to a stop outside a four-garage brick building at the end of a dead-end industrial street. A large, faded, blue sign hung on the front of the shop with auto repairs written in red across the middle. It wasn't until Seb had turned off the bike engine and I had awkwardly stumbled from the back of it that a new kind of nervousness settled in my stomach. The kind that fluttered. "How was that?" Seb asked happily as he kicked down the stand on the bike. I carefully pulled the helmet off and brushed my hair away from my cheeks. It was fun. Terrifying, but fun. I smiled and hooked the helmet onto the handlebars. Seb smiled easily as I handed him the bag of takeaway hanging from my wrist. Then he nodded to the garage. "Come on. I want to see his face when he finds out I've brought company. He won't mind that I'm here." I fell into step beside him as we headed for the furthest garage door. He barked a laugh. "Please. You're the only person he genuinely enjoys being around. Besides me, obviously." "He said that?" Seb gave a little wave to one of the mechanics we passed at the door, then brought his hands behind his back, a knowing smile on his lips. "He doesn't have to." A warm, fuzzy feeling danced across my skin and made me smile a little, temporarily allowing the nerves to subside for a couple of seconds as we walked deeper into the garage. It smelled strongly of grease and something metallic. In one of the far back corners, sparks were flying from a welder, while nearby a car's engine whirred before it backfired loudly. The latter caused me to nearly jump out of my skin, while Seb let out a yelp and grabbed my arm. "Jesus Christ," he huffed, clapping a hand over his chest. "That is why I couldn't work here. I have sensitive ears." "You ride a motorbike," I laughed. "That's different." He glanced back at the car when the man working on it started the engine again. Not wanting to be near it if it backfired again, he sped up a little. How Seb, a complete sweetheart of a man, got caught up in the world of underground fighting baffled me. His outlook on life was always so positive and wholesome compared to what went on in the basement. As we moved on toward the back of the garage, my eyes came to a white sedan ahead of us. Its hood popped up and a pair of jean-clad legs poked out from underneath it. Seb happily approached them and lightly kicked one of the man's laced, black boots. My heart did a backflip as Dean rolled out. His gaze flicked quickly from Seb to me before he raised his brows in surprise, his eyes taking in the clothes I wore from where he lay. I realized this was the first time he had seen me in my receptionist clothes. Compared to the shorts I wore at the den, or my sundresses, I probably looked a little overdressed. I smiled and waved small. "Hi." When he got to his feet, he smiled lopsidedly, lifting the side of his face that had grease smudged across the cheek. He decided to wear a white tank top today, and much like anything else he wore, it looked good on him. "Hey." He wiped his hands on a rag, confusion slowly easing onto his face as he watched me. "What are you doing here?" "I found her reading at a cafe," Seb chimed in. Dean slowly nodded and several black strands of hair fell across his forehead as he tossed the rag onto a nearby trolley. His biceps twitched with the movement, then did so again as he pulled a hand through his hair. I tracked a bead of sweat running down his temple before he lifted the bottom of his shirt up to wipe his face. "And then you rode here on a bike with one helmet between you," he finally said. I blinked and brought my eyes back up. "Focused, Lily." The look he gave Seb as he dropped his shirt again was far from impressed. "Don't give me that look. I drove carefully." Seb rolled his eyes, then shoved the bag of takeaway into his friend's chest. "Did he?" Dean had directed the question at me. I bit my lip and smiled, eyeing Seb. "If I said no?" "Sheesh, throw me under the bus, why don't you?" Seb folded his arms in disbelief while his lips quirked slightly. I laughed. Honestly, I felt completely safe. It was more the thought of riding a bike for the first time that was a little scary. "Aha." Dean gave Seb another look of suspicion or maybe of warning with a very subtle smile. Seb raised his hands in defense, his brows too, before Dean let out a heavy sigh, as if he had brushed the topic from his mind. He then nodded to the back of the garage, an invitation to follow him. As we moved through the clutter of tools and car parts, I couldn't help but subtly admire the broadness of his shoulders from this close behind him, and the tattooed wings etched down the backs of his biceps. There wasn't any harm in looking, until I tripped over a toolbox. I thankfully caught myself before I fell, but the rattle of my foot hitting the box had caused a few heads to turn. Seb, who was walking beside me, stifled his laugh while Dean glanced back over his shoulder. more so at my feet and the tipped-over toolbox. "I'm fine," I said quickly, flashing a smile until he'd stopped looking. I ground my teeth with embarrassment. "Maybe try not getting so distracted next time," Seb whispered as he leaned in, removing his leather jacket in the process. I wasn't. "Sure." He tapped the side of his nose as he tossed the jacket across his shoulder. I didn't know why I wanted to debunk what Seb insinuated. I had gotten distracted, and when I couldn't come up with something to say, I had begun gaping like a goldfish. A flustered goldfish. "How are things with your mom?" Dean asked, pulling my attention to him. I wouldn't really know." I clasped my hands together, cringing slightly. "I haven't gone into work yet, but Oliver hasn't contacted me, so that's a bonus." He chuckled as he turned side on and ducked his head under a Jeep that was suspended on a car lift, nudging aside some of the equipment on the floor below it so Seb and I could walk through okay, which we almost did without issue until Seb bumped his head against the Jeep's back tire. I pressed my lips together to keep from laughing while Dean crossed his arms and brought a closed fist to his mouth, the corner of his lips twitching slightly as he watched Seb with raised brows and a crease in his forehead. "You okay?" he asked, his voice laced with amusement. "Shut up," Seb replied, rubbing the top of his head as he walked through the back door ahead of us. Dean and I shared a look, still trying not to laugh, before he motioned for me to go first. As I stepped through the back door into the break area outside a small concrete courtyard with a few scattered plastic chairs, he stopped to lean in the doorway. "Have you eaten?" Dean asked as he pulled a burrito from the takeaway bag in his hands. "I had a slice of cake," I shrugged, taking the seat opposite Seb. He was still massaging the top of his head. "That's it?" Dean didn't hesitate to offer me the burrito. I quickly refused. "No, that's for you." It was a large slice of cake anyway. He frowned but dropped his hand again. "All right, can I get you a drink then?" Seb snorted a laugh to himself, and Dean cut him a look. "We've only got beer or juice," he continued, watching Seb a little longer before he dragged those eyes back to me. "Juice is fine," I smiled. "I'll be back in a sec." He snapped his fingers at Seb. "Behave." "Excuse me," Seb gaped, a mischievous glint in his eyes regardless of what he said. "When am I not on my best behavior?" "All the time," Dean drawled before he ducked back inside again. Seb shook his head as he reclined in his seat. "It's not all the time." I laughed a little. "How long have you and Dean known each other?" 8 years. He placed his hands behind his head as he thought. "We met the same night of our first fight, both 18 and freshly scouted by Antonio." "Scouted?" "Antonio sends out guys to look for potential fighters, specifically around lower-income neighborhoods where he knows the kids have more grit." He smiled a little smugly. "They approached me after witnessing a fight I got into during a basketball game, told me I was very good at uppercuts. The thought of Antonio targeting such young men, pulling them into a world of violence, made my heart ache. But what did I expect? He was a crime boss, and these young men he recruited helped him earn money." "And Dean?" "Scouted by the boss man himself when he witnessed him fighting several others." Seb checked the door before he leaned forward in his seat and lowered his voice. "Dean got into a lot of fights in high school, but he was good. When the kids realized this, they organized fights after school to place bets on how many other kids his age he could verse." My eyes widened, but I kept my voice as quiet as his. "How long did this go on for?" "I think he said from age 16. Dean had been fighting for most of his young adult life." I shook my head in disbelief. "Why didn't either of you say no?" Seb chuckled and sat back. "Someone offer some cocky, poor little shits the chance to make fast money with their fists. I guarantee they wouldn't say no." "Right." I settled back in my seat, more frustrated at Antonio than anything else. Trust me, if I could go back, we wouldn't be having this conversation. But when you come from a life of wondering when your next meal will be and someone offers you the chance to fix that, you take it. I looked down at my hands where they sat in my lap. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to sound so ignorant." "It's not your fault." When I looked up again, Seb offered me a soft smile. "We can't help what we witnessed or didn't witness growing up as kids." I smiled a little too, though still feeling bad, then breathed in and straightened a little. "So, did you win your first fights then?" Seb grinned. "Oh, hell yes, earned 1,000 in cash between us." He paused and cringed slightly as he tapped his chin. Probably wasn't Antonio's best idea to let two young men out with that much money, though. Amusement filled my chest. What happened? A lot of things I don't think should be repeated out loud, he laughed. A laugh bubbled up from my stomach. Oh my God. Right on time, Dean appeared in the doorway again. 3 bottles of juice in hand, along with his burrito, as he slowed on his way to the chair beside Seb. His eyes shifted between the two of us as his brow peaked. What's so funny? Just telling her about how we met, Seb smiled cockily. Dean's eyes narrowed on him, a ghost of a smile on his lips as he handed me one of the bottles of juice. What'd you tell her? I didn't say anything, Seb said, accepting the other bottle from Dean. I smiled as I picked at the label on the orange juice. I imagine you would have felt horrible the next morning. The silence that fell between us sent my nerves skyrocketing. Their smiles had faltered as they shared a look. Dean then took a seat, focusing on his burrito as he rested his elbows to his knees, a subtle frown on his face. I had definitely put my foot in it, but wasn't entirely sure what. Seb cleared his throat. Yeah, worst hangover ever. Dean's attention lifted to me before he pressed his lips together in a subtle smile. There was a sort of sadness in his eyes now as he dropped them back to the ground quickly, brushed a hand through his hair with a sigh, then sat back. His right leg began to bounce on the spot, a completely out of character tell. He never fidgeted, and here he was doing exactly that because of something I had said. Idiot. I should go, I said quickly, anxiety and guilt burning in my stomach as I stood. Dean's eyes shot to me, but it was Seb who spoke first. You don't have to. I should. I have stuff to do at home before tonight's shift anyway. My smile wavered as I crossed to the door. I could feel my face heating as I blinked away the wetness in my eyes. I'll see you later, maybe. Let me drive you, Dean offered as he got to his feet, towering over me once again with a subtle urgency in his eyes. I think I'll book a ride instead. I didn't wait for an answer as I stepped inside, walking quickly through the garage, mindful of the things on the ground as I put that blunder behind me. The embarrassment of the entire thing threatening to spill over in the form of tears. It wasn't even my problem to be upset about, but I had felt stupid for opening my mouth. A breath shuddered from my lungs as I stepped out onto the driveway and pulled out my phone. But I was unable to focus on tapping in the address to book a ride. Lily, wait. Dean strode out of the garage with his keys in hand. A muscle ticked in his jaw, but there was a softness in his gaze as he slowed to a stop in front of me, lowering his voice so no one else heard. Like hell, I'd let you wait for a ride in this part of the neighborhood. I'll drive. The subtle sharpness in his tone sent a shiver running up the back of my skull. It wasn't up for debate, regardless of how the drive back to my place would be, so I nodded wordlessly and walked with him to his car. Chapter 16. Dean. Dust bunnies, lost socks, and a single toy car were his only company as he tucked himself into the furthest corner under his bed. Pressing his hands so tightly over his ears it hurt. She told him to hide until the yelling stopped, so he did. He stared at the door, directly across from his bed, and tucked his feet up further when a shadow passed outside. He sucked in a breath, then flinched when something in the hallway thudded. A deep voice boomed from the other side of the door, but he pressed his palms harder against his head, squeezing his eyes shut. It had been his first week at a new school, and he had already gotten in trouble when he'd completed the homework in Italian instead of English. Another voice drifted through the door, his mother's voice as she pleaded for her husband to leave him, but she was cut off quickly by a muffled slap. Then came the screams, drifting further down the hall before another door slammed shut. He felt the reverberation through the floor as it rattled his bedroom walls enough to knock one of his calcia trophies off the shelf. The anger had gotten worse since the move. When his father had been unable to find work like the kind he had back home in an office, he settled for a factory job, growing unhappy and drinking their money away. Whenever he wasn't passed out drunk or working shifts, this is what he did instead. A muffled cry came from the next room. He pulled his arms around his head, encasing himself in darkness until the room warped. Like a kaleidoscope of light and shadow, the scene shifted to a dining room. Sunlight streamed through the back window, casting rays of light across the small, round dining table where he sat fixing a model car, wearing a bruise on his cheek from a run-in with the kids at school. His English had improved since the move, but they still didn't seem to like when he spoke words they couldn't understand. even when most of them had Italian backgrounds too. His mother was in the kitchen opposite him, her long, black, wavy hair tied back into a loose braid as she prepared dinner. Humming a song as she swayed on her bare feet, she threw a warm smile across her shoulder at him, which he returned. It was one of their happier moments, only lasting briefly before the back door beside him opened and a figure darkened the doorway. They averted their gazes as he walked into the kitchen, going straight for the beers in the fridge, as he always did after a day of concreting. He popped off the cap on the edge of the counter before taking a swig. His dark brown eyes narrowed on his son. The only thing he had inherited from this man was blood, nothing else. "What happened to your face?" his father said, speaking better English than the two of them. He was half Italian. "You letting those kids push you around again?" He kept his eyes down and nodded. "And you didn't fight back? Pathetic." Another swig. "No son of mine doesn't know how to fight back." He remained silent, hands under the table as his leg bounced on a nerve. "You know what? I'll teach you." He slammed his beer on the countertop and marched for his son. "Outside. Now." His mother grabbed his father's arm. "Enzo, please." She was shoved aside without so much of a glance in her direction. As a skinny 14-year-old, he was no match against his father, but had shot to his feet anyway, sending the chair tipping over just as his father grabbed his arm hard enough to bruise. He was shoved to the back door next, stumbling against the fly screen as it flung open with the impact of him slamming into it. He lost his footing on the top step when his father pushed him again. The ground came up hard and fast. He wasn't sure if it was his ribs hitting the concrete or the white-hot pain that tore through his collarbone that had left him breathless. He could feel the blood seeping through his t-shirt where his collarbone had snapped through, and sat up slowly as his mother rushed to his side. "Like I said," his father hissed. "Pathetic." The words echoed as the world spun and shifted to another scene, another memory. He was 16 and fixing his bike on the front lawn with the sun on his back, tightening the bolts on the frame after replacing the back wheel. Some girls from school rode by on their own bikes, 3 girls who 5 months ago hadn't cared he existed. They batted their lashes at him as they went by, giggling and blushing when he gave them a lazy wave. The girl in the middle more so than the others after what happened over the weekend. She was Scotty Richards' girlfriend. He still believed she was a virgin. The girls rode on, but his attention had snapped from them and to the sound of glass breaking inside. Adjusting the grip he had on the spanner in his hand, he raced inside to the source of the noise. His father had his mother against the wall in the hallway, his blistered knuckles near white as they clamped around her throat, pinning her at eye level so her feet dangled above the floor above where a vase of water and flowers had been smashed across the floorboards. "Stay out of it, boy," his father growled. He rushed towards them, barreling into his father's side with his shoulder and sending him stumbling aside. His mother gasped, clutching at her throat, while his father whirled on him. Adrenaline spiked. He swung first. The spanner connected with his father's nose, spraying blood across the wall as his head snapped to the side and he toppled backwards, falling hard on his back. "You piece of shit." He grabbed the front of his father's shirt, his fingers squelching in the blood pouring from his broken nose, then leaned in close, pointing the spanner at his face while trying to keep the trembling at bay. "Touch her again," he said through gritted teeth, "and I'll kill you." His mother sobbed and the room warped again. He stumbled up the porch steps, knuckles sore and head burning with a killer hangover. But the wad of cash in his back pocket and a night of very blurry memories with a new friend made him smile to himself. But the smile faded as he reached for the front door handle. The door had been left ajar. Time slowed when he entered the house and spotted the pool of blood on the kitchen floor, her legs sprawled out on the tiles behind the counter. His vision flickered to a new image of his bloodied, shaking hands as he sat in a stark white waiting room, trying to control his breathing to stop the panic attack that was about to override his hangover. Frustrated, upset, scared, but so angry. He wouldn't let it go until he was dead. The sunrise cast an orange glow across the front of the house as I jogged up the porch steps 2 at a time, lungs and legs burning from running myself a little harder after yesterday after the memories that conversation had brought back to the surface. I thought I had gotten good at pushing those things aside, not allowing shit to affect me, but then one mention of that morning and I was pulled right back to when I was a kid. I couldn't blame Lily though. She didn't know. I didn't even know it still affected me so much. The entire drive back to her place had been silent while I tried to clear my head, but I couldn't shake his angry face from my mind. So I kept my mouth shut, frustrated at myself as the car filled with a sickeningly familiar tension, the kind he radiated whenever he paid a visit to my bedroom. It wasn't until we'd pulled up to her apartment, when I noticed the way she'd looked at my knuckles white from the grip I had unintentionally put on the steering wheel, that I realized she was the scared one in that scenario. The guilt had hit me like a punch through the chest when I saw her face, riddled with confusion, concern, and anticipation of what I might do. Maybe I had more in common with my father than I thought. She'd gotten out of the car with a quiet goodbye, and once she was inside the building, I floored the gas pedal. Sucking in a breath, I walked through the front door, removing my earphones as I headed for the kitchen. Apart from the quiet clacking of knitting needles coming from the dining table, accompanied by the radio playing softly in the kitchen, the house was quiet. The air inside smelling faintly of burnt toast and coffee. My mother was sitting at the dining table in her chair, like she did most mornings, either reading or knitting as she ate her breakfast. This morning, it was knitting, a hobby she'd picked up after the incident. "Buongiorno," she smiled. "How was the run?" "Good." Out of habit, as I crossed to the counter to pour myself a cup of coffee, my eyes flicked to the spot on the floor where I had found her. The slate tiles clean compared to that morning. I turned and leaned against the counter, noting her watching me, before I brought the cup to my lips. "Something is on your mind." I swallowed casually and set the cup down, crossing my arms over my bare chest. "Nope." She watched me for a moment, waiting for me to let up. I let a lazy smile slip to my lips to show her everything was fine, then nodded to the knitting in her lap. "Who's that for?" An eye roll, then a sigh as she turned her attention to her lap. She set aside the knitting needles and held up a tiny, yellow, woolen boot with a white bow on the front. "The Kellys a few houses down are expecting a baby girl, so I'm making them a gift." "Huh." I picked up my coffee again, happy to have the conversation on anything else but what I'm thinking. "You know," she started, returning to her knitting with a little more intent, every so often flicking her eyes to me. "I hope one day I'll be making these for grandchildren of my own, before I can't think for myself." I let out a huffed laugh as I pushed away from the counter and walked to the doorway, pressing a kiss to the top of her head as I passed. "You might be waiting a while. I don't plan on having kids until I'm at least 40. "Oh," she exclaimed, throwing a bundle of yellow wool in my direction, aimed at my head but sailing beyond my shoulder and rolling to a stop at the front door. I ducked into the hallway, leaving my mother to mutter in Italian to herself as I headed for the shower. My smile had quickly dropped again as a dull ache squeezed at my heart and caused my throat to tighten. If I could, I would give her the world after what she'd been through. She deserved nothing less. But all she wanted was grandkids, or at least more of a family to spoil after her chance of having more kids had been taken from her. He had taken that from her, along with the life of my unborn sister. Antonio had called me in to drive for another meeting, this time over in Hell's Kitchen, where another one of his other nightclubs resided. A slightly more elegant one to the Den. It didn't have a basement but served as a good meeting place because of the private booths. Antonio liked having options for where he held meetings with his associates. I'd only ever been inside this place once a couple of years ago when my attitude needed some adjusting. Since then, Antonio decided it would be a better idea if I waited outside, smashing a wine bottle over the head of an upstart businessman who had made a snide remark about my upbringing probably wasn't the best way to handle the situation. "Let's not scare off the paying customers," Antonio had said before subtly ramming the end of his cane into my already bruised ribs. I knew better than to argue with him, so I walked out and stayed out. I lit my third cigarette of the night as I sat against the hood of Antonio's black Mercedes, letting my mind wander while I waited. It wasn't really a surprise when the first thought to pop up was about the weekend. More specifically Sunday morning, before I had made things awkward between us yesterday. I remembered waking up in the back seat of my car, head pulsing with a hangover, but it hadn't been the hangover or the morning sun shining on my face that woke me. No, it had been the weight of her head on my shoulder, her soft scent of jasmine and fresh linen, and the touch of her hand on my stomach. Somewhere in that sweet spot between sleep and coming to, I had let my guard down, allowing my hand to curve around her waist because her body had felt right tucked up flush, soft and warm against mine. When she'd unintentionally moved her hand ever so slightly lower, to put space between us, the pit of my stomach had tightened. I had straightened out my leg to fix that problem before it occurred and hoped she hadn't noticed. Just thinking about it again wasn't exactly helping either, which was why I was kind of relieved when several cop cars, no lights or sirens, pulled up a little further down the road. As they climbed out in uniform and started straight for the club, I stepped away from the Mercedes, reaching into my pocket for the keys, swaying on my feet before I dropped them on the sidewalk, putting on a display of clumsily picking them up again as the cops passed by. None of them spared me a second glance before they had stopped to speak with the two bouncers on the door. Keeping an eye on them, I moved calmly to the front seat and slipped into the driver's seat, sending Vince a quick text about there being company out the front. He'd know what I meant. Not even 5 minutes later, Antonio had been escorted through the back door of the nightclub and climbed into the back seat of the car. He lightly tapped his cane on the back of my seat before I put the car in drive and slowly pulled out onto the street, right in time for the police to storm inside, hands on guns and shouting about a warrant. Chapter 17. Lily. Okay? Deep breath, I said. The man on the couch across from me, a Russian fighter nicknamed the Viper because of the tattoo on the side of his scalp, very subtly braced himself as I gently held his fingers in mine. His knuckles were bloodied and his hands riddled with scars, but it was his pinky finger that was the main focus, jutting out at an odd angle after the punch he'd thrown landed wrong. Checking that I had everything lined up in order to fix it, paddle pop stick and tape, I gently and slowly moved the finger back into place. Relying on Google as a guide, the Viper didn't seem to mind. Actually, it was hard to gauge anything he minded. His face was set in a permanent scowl, and he'd barely flinched when his finger was straight again. "Hold that," I said quietly, nodding to his finger. While he did, I picked up the paddle pop stick and tape for the splint and got to work gently strapping his finger, watching the screen of my phone from where it sat on the coffee table. Every so often I checked in to see if the tape was too tight or not. He only shook his head. It was the end of the night, at least for the fighters anyway, and the Viper was the last of the several men I had patched up for the evening. Most of the injuries they'd had were cuts that only needed rinsing and a band-aid. Things they could do for themselves, but Antonio insisted I be downstairs, like most nights, still keeping an eye on me while I did the bare minimum of helping his fighters who usually came out of fights with the least injuries anyway. Their opponents, on the other hand, not so much. The crowds in the basement had slowly begun thinning out by midnight, with only a handful of fighters still lingering by their lockers or the lounge area as they gathered their things and said their gruff goodbyes. I was tidying up my cabinet in the corner, straightening out the containers and making sure nothing was missing, when I dared to look back over my shoulder to where the lockers were, where Dean was stuffing his belongings into his backpack with a subtle frown on his face. Seb hadn't been scheduled to fight, so he was alone. A week had passed since that Monday at the garage, and we hadn't spoken or seen each other since. I wanted to say it was because Antonio had probably kept him busy with other work, but then he would have spoken to me tonight if that were the case, and he hadn't. Instead, it felt like he was avoiding me. I think that scared me more than how quickly he had slipped into his mind during that drive back to my apartment. A sort of darkness had settled over his features as he drove on without a word. I hated that whatever I had said had triggered that. Not knowing how to fix it, whatever it was had gnawed away at my conscience all week. He closed his locker door, pulling me from my thoughts while I watched him sling the strap of his bag over one shoulder, keeping his head down as he made his way to the stairs towards me. But he never looked in my direction as he rounded the bottom rail, then hesitated. "Lily." I jumped and looked in the other direction to where Antonio was approaching, a grin on his face as he held out his arms wide, motioning to the room. I smiled nervously, uncertain of what exactly he wanted. The back door closed at the top of the stairs. Dean had left. "Yes?" Antonio chuckled as he squeezed my shoulder. "Don't look so nervous, sweetheart. I just wanted to check in." "Oh, so," I stammered. "It's fine, I love the cabinet." What else was I supposed to say? "None of the boys have given you a hard time?" "No, they've all been perfect patients." The little laugh I let out was more a nervous breath escaping my lungs. He smiled gently, watching me considering, then sighed contentedly as he glanced around the empty space. "Everyone down here has earned themselves a nickname. I was thinking you should have one, seeing as you're practically part of the family now." A member of the mafia had just told me I was part of the family, like a typical mob boss would, and I had just smiled and bobbed my head. How does Wallflower sound? Quiet, delicate but capable. He brought his brown eyes back to me, completely unassuming. My heart rate spiked as my blood ran cold. Why was he looking at me like that? What did he know? He smiled. What do you think? My throat bobbed as I smiled quickly again. It's a lovely nickname. Good. See you around, Wallflower. He gently squeezed my shoulder again before moving towards the back stairs, limping and relying on his cane as he went. I remained frozen in place until the back door swung shut with a click, overthinking the possibility that Antonio knew what my father was, what half of my family was. But if he did, wouldn't I be strapped to a chair and being questioned? Or dead? Maybe I was reading too much into it. It was just a nickname. I took in a shuddering breath, shaking my head at the thought, before grabbing my things to go. Like most nights when I moved away from the cabinet, I kept a sharp eye on every corner of the basement, with my house keys tucked between my fingers just in case. It was a little pathetic, really. I wasn't even sure I could throw a punch, let alone gouge someone with a key. My fight or flight response wasn't exactly formidable. The former non-existent, and the latter only worked if I had time to run. Otherwise, I froze. I glanced over to the faded red punching bag on the far side of the room, slowing my steps as I double-checked there was no one else around. It was the only time I would get the chance to test my punching skills if I didn't want anyone witnessing how bad they were. And why not have a go? At least I'd get a better indication on how I'd fare actually hitting someone. Hastily, across the room, placing my bag on the floor beside the punching bag as I eyed its cracked leather exterior. I wondered when they'd actually upgraded the equipment of their little gym, because the bag looked ancient. It smelled ancient. I squared my shoulders, planted my feet, and brought my fists up to my chest, making sure my thumbs weren't tucked in. Then sucked in a quick breath and hit the center of the bag, instantly regretting it as pain radiates up my hand and wrist. Fucking hell, I hissed, trying to shake away the throbbing pain in my slowly reddening knuckles. You okay? I screamed, spinning on the spot and striking out quickly at the man standing behind me. The slap from the back of my hand meeting his cheek, accompanied with the sound I had made, echoed through the basement before I gasped and covered my mouth in shock. Dean blinked, stunned into silence while a faint red mark appeared on his left cheekbone. His black hair was still a little damp with sweat, and there was a small cut on his bottom lip from this evening's fight. I'm sure the last thing he wanted was to have been smacked in the face again. My words were muffled into the palm of my hands as I watched him with wide eyes. I am so sorry. He flexed his jaw and rubbed at his cheekbone. All good. Nice reflexes. I dropped my hands, wincing slightly as I looked at the mark. I didn't think anyone was here. I thought you had left. I forgot my hoodie, he said, lifting the black hoodie in his hand. Oh. I chewed at the inside of my cheek and considered now was as good as any to talk. About last Monday at the garage. What I had said seemed to upset you, and I wanted to apologize. You didn't upset me. He clenched his jaw, though his face remained considerate as he kept his eyes on me. I frowned slightly. I didn't? He released a heavy sigh through his nose and shrugged. A lightness slowly returned to his eyes. It was Seb who blabbed. Blame him. That hadn't exactly assured me everything was okay. Why else would he have reacted the way he had? I'm fine, Lily, he said, half smiling before he gestured to his cheek. Kinda. I smiled a little, but still couldn't shake that subtle guilt from my head. Dean cocked his head to the side, then jerked his chin at my hands. Can I show you something? I looked down at them quizzically, turning them over. I guess so. That smile was back again, the kind that made his eyes shine and cheek dimple before he tucked his bottom lip between his teeth, stepping away for a moment to put down his backpack and hoodie. Then he approached the punching bag, standing much taller than it compared to me. No wonder the top half looked more worn than the bottom. You want to hit with these knuckles? He made a fist with his right hand and pointed with his left to the first two knuckles, and keep the middle one in line with your elbow when you strike. Otherwise, you could break the bones in your hand. I nodded and clenched my own fist in front of me. Now what? He motioned to the bag with a lopsided smile on his face, crossing his arms as he took a step back. Have another go. I knew he wouldn't make me look like an idiot, not when he knew what he was talking about, so I semi-confidently stepped up to the bag again, readying myself once more for it to hurt. I muttered under my breath, in line with the elbow, then threw the punch with my right hand. My hand connected with the leather, sending a subtle sting across my knuckles that was nowhere near as painful as before as I stumbled on my feet. I smiled to myself. When I looked to him to check I had done it correctly, I found Dean smiling a little proudly too. Nicely done. Approaching me again, he pointed to my legs. Your stance needs some work though. It's why you wobbled over just now. Okay. I looked down at my legs, shifting on the spot. He positioned himself beside me, facing the bag as I was. His feet were planted shoulder-width apart as he brought his fists up to guard his face, hunching his shoulders forward slightly. I pulled my eyes from where the sleeves of his black t-shirt had pulled tight around his bicep and focused on copying what he did. While he looked like he was about to throw a punch that could knock the bag from its chain, my stance was a little less intimidating. I laughed a little as I looked down at myself. I don't think I'm doing this right. Dean chuckled as he dropped his arms and turned to face me. His eyes tracked the shape of my body before he raised his brows, motioning to my waist with his hand. May I? A tingling raced through my body, but I nodded, quickly focusing on the punching bag as he stepped in behind me. There was at least a foot of space between us, and I could feel the faint body heat coming from him. You're right-handed, yeah? He asked. MHM. His hands came to my waist, his fingers making the faintest of indentations in my stomach as he maneuvered my right hip backwards in one abrupt tug, bringing my foot with it. My insides were a fluttery mess, as if a wall of butterflies had slammed into the pit of my stomach and exploded, making even more butterflies as his calloused fingertips gently grazed the slip of exposed skin between my t-shirt and shorts. And then his touch was gone as he stepped around in front of me, eyeing my posture before he lifted my hands between us, encasing them in his own as he curled mine into fists. I'd been rendered speechless, unable to think clearly as if someone had flicked off the signal between my brain and mouth. He gently took my wrists next, warming the skin as he lifted my fists to position them in front of me. To protect your face. I looked up at him from over my knuckles and noted the way something shifted in his eyes, as if he had only just noticed what his touch and closeness was doing. There was no doubt it was written all over my face as it flushed red. Suddenly we were too close. Dean slowly released my wrists, trailing his fingers down the sides of my forearms with a feather-light touch that made me want to lean into him. His fingertips had left goosebumps in their wake and my breath hitched in my throat. I was unable to move, as if my feet had rooted themselves to the cement floor. But this wasn't the same as being frozen in fear. No, this time I didn't want to move as curiosity begged for me to see what could happen. All talk of learning how to throw a punch had long since left the building as his eyes dropped to my parted mouth. A muscle in his jaw feathered as his eyes darkened softly. His lashes suddenly were the only thing I could focus on beside the heartbeat pounding in my ears. Lily. My name on his tongue was barely a whisper, but it had sent a shiver running down my back. As if something snapped in my head, I was suddenly flooded with anxiety-filled nausea. This was happening. I had seen that same look on Oliver's face, but he had acted on impulse. Dean, however, was waiting. In the split seconds before anything happened, my eyes dropped to his lips. Lips that had probably kissed many girls before. Self-doubt had rushed through my body at the idea that I wouldn't be as good. The few kisses from my past awkward, closed-mouth kisses couldn't hold a flame to what I imagined his would be like. He was Italian. Weren't they known for being great kissers? Great lovers? Those few split seconds were suddenly up, and the panic set in. I took a hasty step back, scooping up my bag quickly from the floor as I struggled to find words to explain myself. The look on his face only made that struggle worse as he frowned to himself. Then finally I stammered quickly, tripping over my feet as I backed towards the stairs leading up to the club. I should go. The second the words had left my mouth, I rushed up the stairs. Unable to look back as my face burned, my stomach knotted, and I cursed myself for being so stupid. Terry was waiting by the bar when I burst through the back door of the club, not stopping in my rushed attempt to get out of here as fast as possible. "Everything all right?" he asked as he followed me outside. "Yep. I just really want to get home." I offered him a quick smile and reached into my bag for my phone. I needed to book a ride, and stat. But when my fingers were unable to feel out the familiar silicone bumblebee case on my phone, I paused in realization. Crap. I'd left my phone on the coffee table downstairs. I whirled on Terry as he locked up. "Can I borrow your phone to book a ride home?" "Where's yours?" I lost it. Did you want to check for it downstairs? He went to unlock the doors again, but I cut in. No, it's fine. I'll come back for it tomorrow. Terry frowned while I offered him another smile to cover my desperation to just get home, wringing my hands slightly as I waited for his response. All right, he shrugged, pulling his phone from his back pocket and handing it over. I sighed. Thank you, Terry. I woke up with a start. Too warm under the bedsheet, I had tangled myself in. As I steadied my breath, I swallowed dryly, trying to clear my head of the heated fog I had woken up to, and the ache deep in my stomach, between my legs, like an itch that needed to be scratched. I shouldn't have been thinking that way, let alone having dreams like that. It was wrong, but he had wanted to kiss me, and I think I wanted him to as well. My thighs squeezed and I rolled onto my back with a heavy sigh, kicking off the sheet to allow my bare legs to cool a little. But facing the ceiling and removing the sheet hadn't helped at all. I felt on edge, frustrated, flustered. I needed a release and knew I wouldn't sleep unless I gave in. I closed my eyes and lay my hands on my stomach. They rose and fell with my breathing before I slowly trailed one hand further down. It's not because of him. It's just to take the edge off so I can go back to sleep. Brow furrowed, my hands stopped to rest on top of my underwear while I focused on clearing my mind first, trying to think of anything else outside of what happened in the basement. But all I could think of was those hooded eyes he'd fixed on my mouth and the way his hands had felt on my waist. My thoughts shifted to the dream I'd had. I lay in the middle of the sparring ring in the basement, wearing only the t-shirt he had let me borrow, and completely relaxed as someone trailed their hand lightly up my leg along my inner thigh. I absent-mindedly traced a finger along the hem of my underwear as my eyes fluttered shut. Dean was then hovering over me, a mischievous glint in his eyes as he lowered his lips to my collarbone, sending heat racing through my body as he dipped a hand into my underwear. I copied his movements, finding my underwear damp as I slowly circled my clit with the tip of my middle finger, only picking up the pace when the pleasure began to build, spreading my legs a little wider as a soft moan escaped my lips, edging myself closer to a release of that frustration. His fingers trailed lower, teasing my entrance as he brought his mouth to my ear. His voice was a smooth, deep murmur that brought on another, more intense wave of arousal. Come for me, Lily. My hips bucked up as I cried out into the darkness of my bedroom, slapping my other hand over my mouth to drown out my moan while I slowly pumped my two middle fingers in and out of myself, soaking my underwear as I rode out the shuddering waves of my orgasm. As the intensity eased, the pleasure fading, but leaving my body warm and content, I relaxed into the mattress again, staring up at the ceiling in disbelief of my own imagination, my own thoughts. It felt so wrong, but also so right to be thinking of him that way. What I had done changed everything.